Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening, especially Jiraiya, who knew it was his book. You actually read my books? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, suddenly unsure of Kaido's intentions. Of course, I've read all of them, including Make Out Paradise, although I don't think Make Out Paradise is very well written. Kaido said with a smile, his words causing Jiraiya's face to darken once again, while Yenko looked curious. However, he didn't care and continued speaking. As for this book by Jiraiya-sama, I like it very much because I see the life of Jiraiya-sama in this book. Likewise, I also see Jiraiya-sama's views and insights on the current shinobi world. Unfortunately, there are some things in it that I do not agree with. Having said that, Kaido directly selected a passage and read it out. The world of ninjas is full of conflicts. Where there is conflict, there is war, and war brings hatred. Hatred triggers new conflicts and fights, and like a chain, they link and cycle, eventually forming a deep-rooted curse-like chain. Most people seem to think this way, whether they pursue power or rule with an iron fist. Almost no one thinks that war can be ended by negotiation. After reading this sentence, Kaido stopped. He looked at Jiraiya very seriously and then asked quietly, "Is this Jiraiya-sama's understanding of war?" "Yes, this is my understanding of war." Jiraiya didn't understand what Kaido's intentions were. They were talking about the Hokage, but then shifted to interpreting war. Could it be that Kaido and his group could provide him with resources to fulfill his dream? This was clearly impossible, because this guy had clearly stated that he didn't agree with his thinking. Jiraiya-sama, what I want to say is that your thinking is not wrong, but you are looking at the problem from the perspective of a ninja. Kaido shook his head gently, his face becoming serious. From a ninja's perspective, war is indeed led by hatred. But do you know where hatred really comes from? And if you look at this from the perspective of those in power, is it really just a matter of hatred? Is it really just a matter of hatred? Jiraiya looked at Kaido with a frown. He wanted to say yes, but in the end, he fell silent. Kaido raised a core question. His position was from the perspective of a common ninja. From a ninja's perspective, there is indeed war where there is conflict, and war brings hatred. Because war kills their friends and family, and in order to avenge the dead, once such a belief is passed down, there will inevitably be an ongoing cycle of hatred. But where does the real hatred come from, and what does it mean from the perspective of those in power? Jiraiya stared at Kaido for a long time before he finally shook his head gently. Then you tell me, what's really going on? The answer is actually quite obvious, Jiraiya-sama. Kaido looked at Jiraiya seriously, his tone becoming extremely solemn. From the perspective of those in power, hatred is not just hatred, and war is not simply war. Yanko, I ask you a question. If you are the shadow of the village, and your village is limited by geography, environment, and transportation, you need to solve these problems to develop your village, and there is a rich and fertile country nearby. And this village has also fought against you before, although you lost, but now your village's strength has improved. What will you choose? I'm afraid I will choose to start a war and plunder resources. Yanko didn't hesitate at all, directly gave her answer, and there was some admiration in her eyes for Kaido. She completely understood Kaido's thoughts. This guy was step by step denying Jireya's belief and guiding Jireya to agree to return to Hidden Leaf Village. In order to understand Jireya's belief, it's clear that he has done a lot of research. The book in his hand was obviously written by Jireya. He saw Jireya's misunderstandings in it. His control of the details is indeed impressive. Yanko thought she'd better look at Jireya's novels when she gets back to see what he wrote, like the Makeout Paradise that Kaido mentioned just now. After all, Jireya is set to become Hokage. It's very important to understand what he thinks and what his personality is like. So, how would you rally everyone to unite and be willing to wage war against his village? Remember, you lost to them before. Kaido didn't know about the dangerous thoughts in Yanko's heart. He continued to speak with a smile. Since we lost, we naturally have hatred. With hatred, we can inspire everyone. Yanko confidently replied. Such a question couldn't pose a challenge to a member of the Nara clan, especially when she was an excellent member. Jireya quietly listened to all this, and when he heard Yanko's answer, although he looked calm, his pupils had unknowingly dilated. Hatred is actually a tool to incite war? War is just an action taken for self-development? This theory somewhat overturned Jireya's thinking. He never thought that the root cause of war could be the rulers. Thank you, Yanko. Kaito smiled and nodded at Yanko, then he continued to flip through the book and whispered. Master Jireya, war has never been an extension of hatred, because hatred is just a change in public opinion. Your so-called chain of hatred is just influenced by individual behavior. Compared to the interests of the village, who do you think is more important? And there's a big problem with this part of your thinking. Some people try to rule with an iron fist, believing that only by using force and war to rule everything can they achieve ultimate peace. Others try to spread pain, to make others feel their pain, thus fearing war and succumbing to force. Still, others plan to bear the chain of hatred, to unite people against him because of their personal hatred, in order to stop the fights among them. At this point, Kaido paused slightly before continuing. These three types of people, they are all capable of creating peace. Although you, Master Jireya, feel their peace is tainted, but do you know peace is not achieved by mere words? Without the deterrence of powerful strength, who will obey you? Do you know why Hidden Leaf Village is peaceful? It's because Hidden Leaf Village is strong enough, achieved through 3 great ninja wars. You hope people can dispel hatred through communication, to achieve your purpose. I tell you this is pure nonsense. You have always been daydreaming, putting everyone on an equal footing and then advocating communication. But the world has never been equal. Every person, every village has a variety of differences. The Hidden Sand Village is full of sand, with harsh natural conditions, lack of water, lack of arable land, and even without convenient transportation. Hidden Leaf Village has everything. If they came to you to discuss if they can cede some land from the Land of Fire to them, so that they can develop and overcome difficulties. So, I ask you, Master Jireya, can you agree? Can he agree? Jireya's mouth opened slightly, and in the end, he simply closed it. If he dared to agree, the entire Hidden Leaf Village would have him executed. Because this involved the issue of sovereignty, it touched on the interests of the village. No one could possibly agree to this. But if he didn't agree, wouldn't that contradict his own ideals? Because the Hidden Sand Village would still choose war to solve their own problems. Why did the Third Great Ninja War happen? Back then, Jireya was following Sarutobi Hiruzen. He, Jireya, understood what it truly meant. With this in mind, Jireya closed his eyes. His fists were clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly, and he was struggling immensely inside. As for the 3 types of people you denied, I said they are truly capable of bringing peace. The second type of person needs to have great power, comparable to the power of the ninja world, and such a person has appeared in Hidden Leaf Village. That is the first Hokage. His power is incomparable, his existence is the guardian of Hidden Leaf Village, but you deny the meaning of his existence. You are truly amazing, Master Jireya. Kaido didn't mean to let Jireya off the hook, he still stared at Jireya and kept talking. As for the third type, it is based on threats, forcing everyone to unite and face the enemy together. In such a situation, everyone has to compromise and help each other. Why do you deny they can't bring peace? Why do you say they've distorted peace? As for the first type, that's what you, Master Jireya, are most likely to achieve, and it's most in line with the current ninja world. At this point, Kaido looked at Jireya meaningfully, and spoke softly. However, you're still wrong. Rule doesn't necessarily require an iron fist, but constant self-adjustment and policy change. During the Third Great Ninja War, the ninjas always put the mission first, and after the war, everyone began to emphasize the importance of bonds. This is the self-adjustment and self-change of the ruler, because the policy needed would be different depending on the current environment. The entire ninja world actually has no language and text differences, let alone historical and cultural differences. If you unify the ninja world by force, and then appease them through gentle measures, and combine education to let them recognize that everyone is a member of the ninja world. And then each region helps and supports each other. Kaido looked seriously at Jiraiya, who was already somewhat dazed, then asked heavily. So tell me, is the ninja world peaceful? Is the ninja world peaceful? Jiraiya's mentality is now completely messed up by Kaido's words. He really doesn't know how to answer this question. From his point of view, he thinks Kaido is an extreme realist. Not to say that this kind of realism is bad, but it feels out of line with his own thoughts. He is more eager to solve problems through peace, but Kaido slapped him hard in the face with a simple example. The issue of the Hidden Sand Village is so abrupt. The development of the Hidden Sand Village will inevitably violate Hidden Leaf Village's interests, so should Hidden Leaf Village yield? The answer is obviously no. Moreover, if we follow this line of thinking, looking at the many large-scale wars that have occurred in the ninja world, it all seems to have an answer. Hidden Leaf Village occupies the fertile land of the Land of Fire, they have everything they need, and can reach a state of self-sufficiency while continuously making money from other villages. The good situation of Hidden Leaf Village will naturally make other villages jealous, otherwise there would not have been so many great ninja wars. The first great ninja war was indeed caused by the rebellion of the idiotic brothers, King Kaku and King Kaku, but wasn't it also because Hidden Leaf Village had too much that they were dissatisfied? The second one was even more direct. Hanzo of the Rain, who gave them the title of the Three Ninjas, openly expressed his desire to develop his own village, triggering the war. As for the Third Great Ninja War, Jiraiya participated in it all along, so he naturally knows that it was also a war triggered for self-development. The excuses for the three wars are different, but the fundamental purpose is the same. This is indeed not a war triggered by hatred, it's a war triggered for the benefit of one's own village. Hatred is indeed only a guiding tool, guiding the people in the village to hate the enemy, to despise them so as to have stronger morale and combat power. However, after being enlightened by Kaido, Jiraiya didn't feel any joy, all he had was inner confusion and helplessness. Was he wrong? He has been working hard for so long, constantly pondering and struggling towards a direction. Is it really all in vain? And the fable provided by the Great Toad Sage, was it wrong too? No, it shouldn't be. The Great Toad Sage would not deceive me so easily. Jiraiya opened his eyes, his heart became a bit more firm, and then he looked at Kaido and said, I admit that what you said is right, all of it is right, but as a ninja I have my own ninja way, and I believe I can do it. Do what? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with amusement, and then he said something that made Jiraiya's heart tremble. Find someone who can lead the change in the ninja world? You? Jiraiya pointed incredulously at Kaido. If he could control his emotions before, now he really couldn't. How do you know? How do you know the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage? Who are you really? What prophecy? Kaido blinked, making a puzzled face, and in Jiraiya's eyes this gesture turned into what the hell are you talking about? In fact, Kaido couldn't possibly not know, but unfortunately, Jiraiya only mentioned these things to Nagato and Minato no Mikaze, but Kaido was not worried. He gently tapped the table, and then said slowly. The fourth Hokage's diary mentioned that you visited him before his child was born. And said that among your students, there would be someone who could lead the ninja world towards change, even hoping that the fourth could be such a person. The fourth Hokage kept all of this in mind. He also hoped that he could do as you wished and bring peace to the entire ninja world. Sadly, the Nine Tails destroyed everything. Oh yes, you should know that the person who controlled the Nine Tails has been found. This guy has some connection with Danzō Shimura. And the diary I found was also found at the base of Danzō Shimura's root organization. Unfortunately I did not bring it out, but you can go look for it after you become the Hokage. It was through this that I came to understand your actions. Of course, your beliefs are also very clearly stated in the book. To tell you the truth, I admire you. You said, don't forget that there is a power of trust between people, and this belief can be passed down. The things that one generation can't do, let the next generation take over. What one person can't do, entrust it to another person. As long as we hold hope and trust in others, the hatred between people can possibly be eliminated. As long as the path we choose is not biased, we should keep going. Believe in yourself, believe in the future, believe that one day, through the efforts of like-minded people, we will surely welcome true peace. The day when people understand and trust each other, so that there is no longer a day of war, will also come. But as I said, to reach this step, we must have a fair platform. Everyone is the same, Only then can there be the possibility of mutual trust and understanding. You want to cultivate someone who can change the ninja world, but have you thought about how you are going to cultivate them? I don't know where your so-called prophecy comes from, nor do I care which lunatic told you. But what I want to tell you is, you're a ninja. Your way of teaching your students is to cultivate them into outstanding ninjas. Ninjas are people who wield power. Only when they are sufficiently excellent and powerful can they gain people's trust and make them dependent and follow. At the same time, because of his strength, other people dare not start a war, and then they talk with him to form the so-called peace. Do you know, Jiraiya, the person you created to change the ninja world, is nothing more than the second kind of person you don't like. You haven't escaped this cycle at all, you haven't really seen everything. When Kaido finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire pub was heavy, and Jiraiya didn't say another word. Because he knew that his heart was in turmoil now, even the bit of firmness he had just from thinking of the great Toad Sage, was already shattered at this moment. Yes, what could he teach his students, if not power? While he did indeed impart his own thoughts to them, in the end they still had to rely on power to forge ahead in this ninja world. Nagato, that child, is the owner of the Rinnegan, and the essence of his own choice might just be those eyes. If it wasn't for those eyes, after saving them, he really might not have stayed and taught them so much. Because in the end, he's a ninja whose hands are stained with blood. Thinking of this, Jiraiya really felt desperate. Although he didn't want to deny everything he had done, it now seems that he was really too naive. Am I really destined to fail? Jiraiya muttered with his head down. This time he really had no way to adjust his mindset to be firm again. No, it's not a failure. I've said that your thinking is not wrong from the perspective of a ninja. Although Jiraiya's voice was very soft, Kaido and the others couldn't possibly not hear it. Kaido lightly tapped the table and slowly said, "Ninjas are also people, and it's okay to have their own thoughts. You made a mistake by not considering the situation from the current village mode. But failure is the mother of success. Idealism is good, but ultimately it has to compromise with reality. You can achieve all of what you want, but the premise is that everyone can really have an equal platform. Do you want me to become the first kind of person, integrate the entire ninja world, and then realize my current dream?" Jiraiya lifted his head and looked at Kaido, then he gave a bitter smile and said, "Can this really be done, or can you guys do it? Everything depends on people's efforts. I can't tell you the answer, because I don't know either." Kaido gently shook his head. He pondered for a moment before continuing. "But I can tell you one thing, in fact, during the era of the first Hokage, someone proposed to integrate the ninja world because he saw the future. He believed that the development of the ninja villages would make wars more terrifying. During the Warring States period, the ninjas were mostly family units, and when they really fought, it was nothing more than small-scale, low-intensity warfare. But the appearance of ninja villages maximized the combat power of the ninjas, and with the support of the country, the intensity of wars will increase infinitely and the intensity will be extremely high. The facts proved that his thoughts were correct. The casualties of the current wars are so heavy, the horrors of the current wars once they break out are so terrifying. But alas, the first Hokage was deceived by the peace of the time. He thought this was the ultimate peace of the ninja world. But he didn't realize that the reason for the peace was the deterrent force formed by his existence." Kaido repeated the words he once told Shizue to Jiraiya without changing a word, and Yanko, who was sitting next to him, raised her eyebrows and looked at Kaido. She didn't know what Kaido was thinking. Could it be that he really wanted to integrate the entire ninja world? That's impossible, brother. What was the level of the first Hokage back then? He was a titan in the ninja world. Now what's the level of the Leaf Village? Apart from you guys, who else can be called competent? So let's just talk big, don't mess around. You know the Leaf Village doesn't have that ability, right? And now she also hopes that Jiraiya doesn't think too much. If this guy really takes it seriously, it will be a big trouble. Let's not talk about this." After a long while, Jiraiya helplessly shook his head. He sighed. "You need a Hokage like me who doesn't care much about things, right? I can agree to that. But I need to know how you're going to deal with the issue of my teacher. He left the world as a Hokage. People die like a lamp going out, even if he has already redeemed himself." Kaido directly told them the plan they had already thought of. "Anyway, this matter has already been approved by all 7 of them. We will hold a funeral for him. You can came to send him off. He can be buried in the heroes' cemetery. This is a tribute to his contributions to the Leaf Village in the first half of his life. They will not deny his contributions. As for the rest, his family's assets will be frozen and liquidated, and they will investigate bit by bit what he did. This is the consequence of the mistakes he made in the second half of his life, including the other 2 clans. None of them can escape." Jiraiya couldn't help nodding when he heard this. This way of handling things gave his teacher enough respect, and also allowed him to leave with dignity. Since this is the case, Jiraiya has nothing to hesitate about. He was originally going back to the Leaf Village, although now he has been given a bunch of additional conditions when he returns. But no matter what, he has to go back, and since they want him to be the Hokage, then he has to see if what Kaido and he said is true or not. I understand, I'll go back to the Leaf Village with you. Jiraiya stood up, he looked at Kaido seriously. Let's go, I think we've stayed here long enough. Well, welcome back, Lord Jiraiya. Kaido also stood up with Yanko, then he smiled and said to Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked a bit helpless, but more than that, he seemed to be lost in thought. It looked like he was still thinking about what he had just said. But that's normal, because Kaido's words really are destroying his beliefs. Even though Kaido has established a new perspective for him, he also needs to have enough thinking and exploration. Lord Kaido, Lord Jiraiya. As Kaido and the others came out, the ninja guarding the door bowed slightly to them. Kaido nodded at them, but just as he was about to say something, his gaze suddenly shifted and locked onto a figure. On this person, Kaido felt a familiar aura, and this person also gave Kaido a rather dangerous feeling. Who is this guy? Kaido silently muttered in his heart. Only when his sensory ability touched this person's chakra, he instantly understood who this was. He didn't expect to encounter Orochimaru here. And at this moment, his aura was completely locked onto Orochimaru. Chapter 155 Orochimaru? Kaido frowned as he spoke, and his words immediately drew the attention of everyone else. Jiraiya quickly turned his head to follow Kaido's gaze, while Yenko prepared herself for battle, as she completely trusted Kaido's judgment. As for the other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, their faces changed dramatically at the mention of Orochimaru's name. Orochimaru's reputation was certainly not a joke. He was the one who struck fear into the hearts of enemies during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, and nearly became the fourth Hokage. However, these Hidden Leaf Village ninjas quickly regained their composure. Although they were terrified by Orochimaru's reputation, they also had Kaito Uchiha by their side, a ninja who had defeated the Hokage. As well as Jiraiya, who, like Orochimaru, held the title of one of the three legendary Sannin of Hidden Leaf Village. The presence of these two quickly settled their minds. This was a testament to their strength. It seems I'm not very lucky, running into you. It's a pleasure and a dilemma to see you again, clan leader Kaido. Knowing he'd been recognized and targeted, Orochimaru no longer bothered to maintain his disguise. He reached up and ripped off the disguise on his face. Turning around, he looked at Kaido, Jiraiya, and the others with a smile. And you, Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to come back. It seems you're here to see our teacher off on his final journey. Indeed, Jiraiya replied, gazing at Orochimaru. He nodded slowly before continuing, and what about you? Are you also here to see our teacher off on his final journey? Well, you could say that, Orochimaru nodded. But soon his focus shifted back to Kaido. Of course, besides saying goodbye to our teacher, I also have another idea in mind. That is to have a private meeting with clan leader Kaido. Oh? Kaido looked at Orochimaru with surprise. He hadn't expected this guy to seek him out. They had already met in the Bear Country, and during that encounter, Kaido had demonstrated enough power. Moreover, through his contacts with Kakazu, Kaido knew that Orochimaru had already been taught a lesson by the one-eyed Itachi Uchiha. Why would he continue to seek him out? And from the looks of it, he doesn't seem particularly friendly. Does he have another trump card up his sleeve? I wonder what advice Lord Orochimaru has for me this time, he said. Although Kaido was very curious, he asked calmly, with his chakra beginning to stir subtly. He wouldn't believe that Orochimaru would come to him for no reason. Orochimaru was someone who never did anything without preparation. Nothing much, just wanted to verify something. I just didn't expect to run into Jiraiya. Orochimaru licked his lips and slowly continued. Although it's a bit unexpected, it doesn't matter. I suppose clan leader Kaido won't let me leave easily, will he? Since you are here, you are a guest, why rush to leave? Kaido nodded lightly, then smiled and said. Do you know that I am the head of the security department? Upon encountering Lord Orochimaru, I naturally have to invite you back for a sit-down. We can have a good chat and see what important business Lord Orochimaru has with me. As I thought, clan leader Kaido has no intention of letting me leave, just as I expected. Orochimaru lightly licked his lips. Suddenly his chakra burst forth, and he instantly created a significant distance between them using the teleportation jutsu. Kaido closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, he had activated his Sharingan. The three Tomoe slowly spun. He didn't directly use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was still a bit curious about what Orochimaru was up to. Lord Jiraiya, you protect Yanko and the others. I'll handle Orochimaru. Are you sure it's not a problem? Orochimaru is not a simple character. In fact, Jiraiya didn't want to fight with Orochimaru either. After so many years of pursuit, they had silently developed a kind of understanding. If they did meet, they would try to avoid each other as much as possible, rather than taking action. But now that a fight was inevitable, Jiraiya would help Kaito no matter what. Similarly, he would also provide some information to Kaito. I must remind you that Orochimaru is really not a simple character, and he has joined a very mysterious organization. This organization has a strict internal structure, and all of them are high-ranking rogue ninjas. You must be careful no matter what. I know the organization you're talking about. Someone from that organization has already died at my hands, and the life of another has been preordained by me. Kaito's expression remained incredibly calm. He put his hand on his ninja sword and silently drew it out. That guy is Itachi Uchiha. I think you must have heard about him. He is now in this organization. It seems you know more about that organization than I do. Jiraiya was dumbfounded when he heard Kaito's words, but upon careful consideration, it seemed normal. After all, Kaito had contacted them in advance and even killed one of them. And the intelligence network of Hidden Leaf Village is trustworthy, so getting a lot of information doesn't seem strange. I see, then I'll protect the others. With Jiraiya's promise, Kaito was completely relieved. Jiraiya was someone who kept his promises. Once he made a promise to you, he would certainly keep it. With him protecting Yanko, Kaito could comfortably confront Orochimaru and see what Orochimaru was up to. I wonder if Orochimaru plans to use something like the reanimation jutsu on me? Kaito had a very clear memory of Orochimaru's abilities. After all, as the main antagonist of the first part of Naruto and the only villain who survived from the beginning to the end, Kaito had a deep impression of him, especially since under his guidance, a character like Kabuto appeared. The endless reanimation jutsu almost became Kabuto's signature ability, and it was taught by Orochimaru. Kaito was also wondering, could Orochimaru be preparing to summon the first Hokage and the second Hokage together? After all, he personally dealt with the body of the first Hokage and had the cells and genes of the first Hokage. Summoning these two wouldn't be difficult for Orochimaru. But at the current stage, with his reanimation jutsu ability and the materials he could find to summon these two, could they really pose a threat to him? Even years later, a declined Hiruzen Sarutobi could handle these two. And he was in a relatively peak state of combat power. If Orochimaru really did this, Kaito might be somewhat disappointed. In the distance, Orochimaru quickly began to form hand seals. The next moment, he summoned a coffin, which made Kaito even more sure that he was going to use the reanimation jutsu. But, why did he only summon one? Does he think one can deal with me? Kaito murmured in his mind, but he also became more vigilant. Although Kaito could judge from experience that he could show contempt for Orochimaru. But ninja fights never have absolutes. If not careful, the one who ends up dead would be oneself. And Orochimaru definitely wouldn't be so mindless in his actions, he must have his own thoughts and plans. Are you ready, clan leader Kaito? Orochimaru licked his lips, then he smiled and said, "This is a gift I specially prepared for you, I hope you like it." As he spoke, Orochimaru directly infused chakra. Kaito's eyes became slightly hollow. He could feel that the person in this coffin seemed a bit strange. That chakra was too similar to his own, and Kaito had a dangerous feeling. Bang! However, what both Kaito and Orochimaru didn't expect was that, accompanied by a loud noise, the door of the coffin shattered, and immediately a figure impatiently walked out of it. At this scene, Orochimaru was somewhat stunned, and the color of Kaito's face changed as well. He showed a bitter smile on his face, then he slightly tilted his head and said to Jiraiya, "Do you know who I was just talking about that opposed the first Hokage's opinion and wanted to unify the ninja world?" "I don't know." Jiraiya shook his head, but he was also extremely vigilant now, because he too felt a chakra that moved him. "It's him." Kaito subtly gestured towards the front and finally gave a wry smile. "That man is Madara Uchiha." Regarding the appearance of Madara Uchiha, Kaito was indeed a little dumbfounded, but on second thought, it didn't seem impossible. After all, in the original story, Kabuto dug up Madara Uchiha. Now that the timeline has been moved forward slightly, it's normal for Orochimaru to do this. If Kaito remembered correctly, Madara Uchiha should have died in the Land of Grass. He let Obito witness Kakashi killing Rin by his own hands, and after explaining many things, thinking that he had created a perfect Aizen army, he silently unplugged his own oxygen tube in the safe house in the Land of Grass, and then went to the Pure Land to find Hashirama Senju. To dig up Madara Uchiha in the Land of Grass is definitely not an easy task. Although the Land of Grass is not large, it is not easy to dig inch by inch of this land. Kaito didn't know what kind of outrageous luck Orochimaru had to actually find this guy. But for some reason, Kaito didn't feel scared at all at this moment. Instead, he felt his blood boiling. This was Madara Uchiha, the man who had mastered the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Although Kaito knew that he himself was as insignificant as an ant compared to a fully powered Madara Uchiha. But the question is, how much power does Madara Uchiha, who Orochimaru has summoned now, have? And if his power is too strong, maybe Madara Uchiha can give Orochimaru a surprise? Kaito thought maliciously in his heart, while Madara Uchiha had already stepped out of the coffin, and then stretched out his hands in front of him. It seems that Nagato has grown a lot, finally returning to this mortal realm again. Madara Uchiha's words fell into Orochimaru's ears, which immediately made Orochimaru's eyes slightly vacant. He felt like he had stumbled upon some incredible secret. Who is Nagato? Has Madara Uchiha been waiting to return to the world all along? Has he been carrying out certain arrangements to bring himself back to life? And what is his purpose for coming back to life, and what kind of bloodshed will this terrifying existence stir up in the ninja world? Orochimaru had many questions in his mind for a while, which made him subconsciously lick his tongue. He found this matter to be much more interesting than he had imagined, although it was also much more dangerous. Suddenly, Madara Uchiha made a puzzled sound, carefully looking at his hands. He seemed to confirm something. No, this is... I'm sorry for disturbing you, but you're under the control of a jutsu right now, and this jutsu is called reanimation. Orochimaru licked his tongue and spoke softly. I don't know why you're so surprised, or what kind of plan you have, but I think we have trouble right in front of us. Trouble? Madara Uchiha locked his gaze on Orochimaru's expression, realizing he had been summoned by this man. And soon he also started to explore his current state, but what made him slightly frown was that his state was unimaginably bad. In comparison with his peak condition, his current state was pitiful. Even though he had the characteristics of a reanimation, possessing infinite chakra and fearlessness of death, this state of his was giving him a headache. He had never experienced such a large drop in condition. Even at the time of his death, his state wasn't this bad. It's to guard against me, deliberately making my state this bad. Madara Uchiha thought silently in his heart. However, after he explored Orochimaru's power for a while, he had other thoughts. Or is this guy's current power not up to par? The sacrifice chosen is very poor, so I can't reach my full strength? Orochimaru's deliberate introduction seemed unaware that Madara Uchiha actually knew about reanimation, and Madara Uchiha wouldn't reveal this. He had no interest in explaining to a man who was like an ant. Regardless of which it was, both were extremely disappointing for Madara Uchiha. In his current state, he didn't even think about breaking free from the control of reanimation. Knowing about reanimation, he naturally realized that even if he freed himself from control and tried to resurrect, it probably wouldn't make much difference. Even if he was originally very powerful, he would be significantly weakened in his current state if he were resurrected. He had no interest in doing such a thing. Moreover, he was curious to see what kind of trouble the one who summoned him had encountered. He had been dead for too long now, and was very unfamiliar with everything in the world. However, when Madara Uchiha turned his head, he was slightly stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such interesting descendants. Madara Uchiha's gaze naturally locked on to Kaito Uchiha. At this moment, he sensed that the kid in front of him was extraordinary. As someone who mastered the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, Madara Uchiha easily detected Kaito Uchiha's current state. He noticed that this kid's aura was unusual. He could confirm that this kid absolutely mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more interesting is that he found this kid's eyes seemed to be reaching their limit. But after reaching the limit, if there are no new eyes to fill the gap left by the current eyes, the journey could be difficult. However, this is true for normal Uchiha. It seems that this kid has discovered something amazing. Because Madara Uchiha also found something on him, a very peculiar power very similar to that of Senju Hashirama. They were both such pure yang release powers, but not exactly like Senju Hashirama, which made Madara Uchiha very interested. Who are you, boy? Madara Uchiha stared at Kaito Uchiha. He looked very curious. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan could produce someone like you. Very interesting. I am Kaito Uchiha, the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Kaito Uchiha nodded slightly to Madara Uchiha, then he seemed to sigh. I didn't expect to meet you, the previous clan leader, Madara Uchiha. It seems you know me, and you're so young and already a clan leader. Interesting, really interesting. Madara Uchiha looked at Kaito Uchiha, a smile already appeared on his face, and he seemed very interested. I originally thought I was awakened by boring people to do some boring things, now it doesn't seem so boring. Kaito Uchiha, huh? An Uchiha born out of the wrong leaf village with such abilities, it's truly incredible to me. So, as Madara Uchiha spoke, even though his expression still carried a smile, his aura had completely changed. Cold chakra quickly surged out from his body, his eyes turned blood red in an instant, and the three tomoe in his eyes slowly rotated. Let's see what your capacity is. Madara Uchiha's aura was very terrifying. Even though Kaido could sense that his current state was really weak, there was a considerable gap compared to Hiru's and Sarutobi. But his aura made people feel suffocated. Even Kaido, who was considered battle-hardened and could even be said to be at the pinnacle of the current ninja world, felt extremely uncomfortable. This is Madara Uchiha. Even if his strength is now only 1/10 of what it used to be, he is still the arrogant and independent Madara Uchiha. Kaido took a deep breath, then slowly walked forward. He didn't know how far Uchiha Madara could push the Sharingan now. After all, the reanimation could bring out the power of the Sharingan from purgatory. But their abilities also relate to the harmony between soul and body. In the original story, Madara Uchiha was initially unable to use his Rinnegan's limbo, border jail. And now this Madara Uchiha, who was summoned without the special material from the original story as the foundation, how much strength could he exert? Thinking about this, Kaido's ninja blade was already emitting a cold glow. However, neither of them made a move, but their auras had already reached a peak. Such aura made the surrounding leaf ninjas feel very uncomfortable, even Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. Just then, a leaf was inadvertently blown off the tree, it leisurely drifted towards the ground. And when it completely fell to the ground, a cold glow passed across Madara Uchiha's neck, as fast as lightning. And Madara Uchiha had already dodged. At the same time, he punched straight towards Kaido's abdomen. The battles of ninjas are very terrifying, especially those of the Uchiha. Because their grasp of the battle situation is almost flawless, as long as the opponent has a moment of distraction, they will attack without hesitation. Madara Uchiha, even though he was reanimated and his strength could be said to be 1/10 of what it used to be, but his battle consciousness and his Sharingan were still there. With these two things, Madara Uchiha is definitely not someone anyone can deal with easily at this stage. Both of them had activated the three tomoe, and the terrifying insight they possessed was perfectly demonstrated as they dodged and maneuvered. Madara Uchiha once again dodged Kaido's blade, then he quickly reached out and grabbed Kaido's wrist, while his other hand swiftly reached into Kaido's ninja tool bag. Bang! Almost instantly, Kaido had already used the replacement technique to avoid Uchiha Madara, but Madara Uchiha still managed to snatch a kunai. This guy. Kaido raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation he quickly followed up, swinging his ninja blade once again at Madara Uchiha. Before, Madara Uchiha, empty-handed, could only dodge, but now that he had a weapon in his hand, he became more proactive. Cling, cling, cling. The crisp sounds of metal clashing constantly resounded, their exquisite body techniques made the onlookers feel goosebumps. After Madara Uchiha dodged Kaido's blade, his kunai immediately stabbed towards Kaido's neck. Then his movement stopped halfway, followed by a strange twist, his kunai stabbed towards the side. Kaido also suddenly appeared, grabbing his arm, and then without hesitation, stabbed his ninja blade into his abdomen. Bang! However, the moment Kaido's ninja blade had just stabbed into Madara Uchiha's abdomen, Kaido stopped, then fiercely attacked behind him. Such fast speed, this guy's eyes seemed to be of great help to him. Madara Uchiha calmly looked at Kaido rushing towards him, the corner of his mouth still carrying a smile. He was quite enjoying such a battle, the only regret might be that his strength was greatly restricted, and he could also feel his blood boiling. He was a person who enjoyed battles, and his battles, even at this moment, still maintain the elegance that an Uchiha should have. For example, just now, as a reanimation, even if he was stabbed in the abdomen by Kaido, it wouldn't be a problem. But he was Madara Uchiha, he absolutely wouldn't let his enemy do such a thing. Now, I should be able to barely use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The guy who summoned me is really careful, only leaving me this much power? Madara Uchiha was upset in his heart, this little power was really not enough for him to show off. In fact, he didn't know that Orochimaru had already been quite generous. What did he use in the original story to summon Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju? Two tuned-in level people as materials, at least he is a jounin here for Madara Uchiha. Even if this jounin's level is limited and can be treated as shoddy goods, it's still a qualified jounin, right? It can be said that Madara Uchiha is already a quite generous product of Orochimaru. Cling. Once again blocking Kaido's ninja blade accurately, Madara Uchiha fiercely swept a kick, while Kaido quickly jumped back with agility. He pulled his ninja blade in front of him, always on guard against Madara Uchiha's attack. However, what he didn't expect was that Madara Uchiha did not follow up. He shot a kunai towards Kaido, and then his hand suddenly began to make rapid seals. In an instant, a vast chakra was drawn by him, and the world became extremely hot at this moment. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Flames burst out from Madara Uchiha, the scope of these flames was extremely wide, almost including everyone present. Kaido quickly shook his hand, directly flicking the kunai away. Then he fiercely stabbed his ninja blade into the ground. The chakra in his single upright hand began to surge. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Kaido also chose Great Fire Annihilation. No matter what, fire style was always his most familiar and best jutsu, and it was his first choice of ninjutsu. Moreover, Kaido had no intention of holding back. He chose to use black flames without hesitation, and his flames instantly engulfed Madara Uchiha's fire shadow. Black flames, forming fire style, combined with Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi? Upon seeing this, Madara Uchiha immediately furrowed his brow. No, the intensity is weaker than Amaterasu, and the range of Kagetsuchi's ability is not that large. It seems that his ability is not the same as Izuna's. Uchiha Izuna is Madara Uchiha's younger brother, who also created Madara Uchiha's Eternal Eyes. And Uchiha Izuna's ability is Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi. Obi-Rama Senju has personally experienced this power. Therefore, after seeing Kaito use the same ability, he could say, I have never seen such a powerful Kagetsuchi. But even if it's not, this guy's ability is strong enough. The intensity of these flames is far beyond that of ordinary flames. Madara Uchiha looked at the flames that were constantly engulfing him, and he couldn't help but sigh. This body is really too poor. Even if I use infinite chakra, it doesn't make much difference. But it doesn't matter, let me see the strength of this little guy. With that thought, Madara Uchiha's Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly, and the next moment, 3 Tomoe had completely connected. In an instant, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and at this moment, his aura expanded countless times. However, there was no expression on Madara Uchiha's face. In fact, his dissatisfaction became more and more severe. Because he found that the power of his Sharingan had shrunk. He was clearly using the Eternal Eyes, but the current intensity might barely match the Mangekyo Sharingan. This made him more dissatisfied and depressed inside, but unfortunately, he didn't know that Hashirama Senju was even worse off than him. Otherwise, he might feel a little better. The Eternal Eyes were spinning rapidly in his eyes, and in an instant, the flames that were constantly being engulfed by Kaido erupted once again. The hot flames continuously retaliated against Kaido's black flames, which suddenly put pressure on Kaido. Although he and Madara Uchiha were clearly only separated by a wall of fire, he clearly felt that Madara Uchiha's state had undergone a tremendous change. Have you used the Eternal Eyes? But in your current state, can these eyes exhibit the standard of the ordinary Mangekyo? Although Kaido was quite pressured by Madara Uchiha, this guy's strength wasn't really that impressive. However, he had an essential difference with the Senju brothers from the original storyline. That was, he had an independent will to fight this battle. In this respect, Hashirama Senju and Obi-Rama Senju really had it tough. Not only were they summoned by inadequate sacrifices, but their fights were also controlled by Orochimaru. They originally couldn't exert much power, and being controlled like this meant they couldn't even display their abilities fully. The unluckiest thing was, they were finally sealed by Hiruzen Sarutobi using the dead demon-consuming seal. Such misfortune was truly unprecedented. Although the current Madara Uchiha's situation was similar to theirs, after all, Orochimaru didn't have a chance to control him. He fought with an independent will, and that was the most terrifying thing. But if Hashirama Senju's wood shield could only have that little effect, how much effect could his Eternal Eyes have? Thinking of this, Kaito leaped up. This battle really made his blood boil. But his opponent was Madara Uchiha. He couldn't fight for long. He had to find a way to solve the problem as soon as possible. Although Kaido didn't have any sealed data to seal this guy, Kaido could control Orochimaru to directly dispel this jutsu. So what he had to do now was to quickly defeat Madara Uchiha and then go to trouble Orochimaru. The fire was blocking their vision, so it would be best to quickly take advantage of this fire to launch a surprise attack. Hiruzen Sarutobi had taught him a lesson before his death, and Kaito naturally had to learn it well. However, what Kaido didn't expect was that as soon as he jumped into the air, a figure had already rushed in front of him quickly. Bang! A punch, without any fancy moves, hit Kaido directly in the chest. But Kaido didn't fly out, because a blue chakra had already appeared on his chest. This chakra directly blocked Madara Uchiha's attack, so Madara didn't touch him at all. Oh, Susan oh. Madara Uchiha raised his eyebrows, but soon shook his head. No, it's not Susan oh, just a kind of chakra application, but the intensity is very good. To receive your praise, I am indeed thrilled. Kaido said with his mouth, but he was extremely depressed in his heart. How did this guy know that he was going to launch a surprise attack? But he didn't hold back at all. While speaking, his ninja sword was already being swung ruthlessly towards Madara Uchiha. Kaito was a man who had mastered the ability to fly, but Madara Uchiha did not have this ability, at least not before he underwent the Six Paths transformation. However, Madara Uchiha didn't seem to mind this at all. Facing Kaido's ninja sword, he could still easily twist his body in midair. Then, he forcefully pushed his hands towards Kaido's ninja sword, and he flew backwards, and his hands quickly formed seals again. I can feel that your emotions are indeed running high at this moment. You look like a qualified Uchiha. But if your abilities are just this, I will be very disappointed. Madara Uchiha remained calm. In an instant, he completed his seals, and under his vast chakra, 4 fire dragons were summoned. Come on, your eyes should not have reached their limit by now. Let me see what kind of person the Uchiha clan has cultivated after my departure. Fire style, dragon flame loud singing jutsu. What a pervert. Kaido looked at Madara Uchiha who, even without the ability to fly, still launched attacks leisurely in midair. Kaido really felt deeply about this. He knew that there was a huge gap between himself and Madara Uchiha, but he thought their gap was the absolute strength gap on the eyes and bloodlines. But now, Madara Uchiha made it clear to Kaido that their gap was not that simple. Even in terms of combat consciousness and combat experience, their gap was huge. Madara Uchiha's combat consciousness was truly terrifying. Kaido could clearly feel that this guy was weaker than him. But throughout the fight, Kaido was almost led by the nose. Even though Kaido never fell behind and even kept gaining the upper hand. But Kaido was at his full strength, and facing himself in this state, Madara Uchiha made Kaido feel very embarrassed, even though his opponent was Madara Uchiha. However, Kaido was also a man who would feel the shame and then get courage. He couldn't stand being treated like this by Madara Uchiha. And didn't Madara Uchiha say he wanted to see his power? He wanted to see where the limit of his eyes was. Faced with such a request, Kaido naturally would fulfill it. Besides, Kaido did need to end this battle. Thinking about this, the 3 tomoe in Kaido's eyes started to rotate rapidly, and in an instant, his eyes had turned into Mengekyo state. At this moment, Kaido's aura underwent a huge change, and for the first time, his aura truly suppressed Madara Uchiha. The sky dance jutsu quickly revved up, and Kaido's body suddenly started to fly backwards under Madara Uchiha's slightly surprised gaze. Quickly holding the ninja sword in his mouth, Kaido's hands began to form seals rapidly. At the same time, his right eye began to spin rapidly. The reverse path was activated at this moment, and at this time, his ninjutsu was completed. Fire style, dragon flame loud singing jutsu. The technique that Kaido chose was the same as Madara Uchiha's fire style, dragon flame loud singing jutsu. Just like when he used the fire destruction earlier, Kaido deliberately chose this. Roar. The 4 fire dragons let out angry roars. They were emitting flames of alternating black and white on their bodies, and the intense heat around them seemed to twist the space. The 4 fire dragons circled in the air for a second, and the next moment they went ruthlessly towards Madara Uchiha's fire dragons with unstoppable momentum. Humphrey. Madara Uchiha, whose body was falling, snorted coldly. His controlled fire dragons also slammed into them, but his eyes looked slightly vacant. He clearly felt that Kaido's power this time was even more terrifying than before. The quality of this fire style, dragon flame loud singing jutsu far surpassed the previous fire destruction. Even though he also used the power of the Mangekyo this time, he was surprised to find that his technique was still suppressed by this guy. This made him start to doubt, could this kid's ability be the same as his? Boom. In the sky, the 4 fire dragons collided 2 by 2. The violent explosion, accompanied by the hot flame, instantly formed an invisible wave of energy. This wave of energy dispersed the fire technique that they had been contending with before, and then it quickly spread throughout the town. As Madara Uchiha was falling, he watched his fire dragons in the sky being ruthlessly shattered and devoured. The smile on his face became even brighter. Such a fire technique, such an ability, it's really interesting. The firelight was reflected on Madara Uchiha's face, making his smile and those scarlet eyes seem especially eerie. Now he was almost certain that this kid named Kaido had an ability similar to his own. He actually also had the ability to directly amplify the power of a technique. This ability to forcibly enhance the power of a technique was not rare compared to other eye techniques. But this ability was indeed the most practical and one of the most useful in combat. Madara Uchiha really didn't expect to meet someone who had a similar ability to his own. This made him more interested in Kaido. At the same time, he was thinking about what Kaido's other ability could be. Could it be the ability to fly? Madara Uchiha had already noticed that Kaido could fly. If Kaido's other ability was this, it would also be pretty good. Flying in the sky combined with a jutsu that enhances the power of techniques, this combination and configuration can make countless enemies feel despair. After all, you can only be hit passively, but you can't touch the person who's hitting you. This feeling is truly stifling. It's just like that guy from Hidden Stone's village called Mew, using a light-heavy rock jutsu in conjunction with his particle style to launch an attack. However, if you are just like this, then I'm going to be disappointed. After all, you have a power similar to Hashirama within you. I don't know how you manage to conceive, attain, and utilize such power. But if you tarnish such power, then no matter what, I will kill you. As he thought this, a thick layer of chakra quickly emerged on Madara Uchiha's body, and with the coalescence of this chakra, a skeletal giant quietly appeared on his body. Seeing this from afar, Kaido was slightly surprised. Could Madara Uchiha still use the Susanoo under such circumstances? But regardless of whether Madara Uchiha could use it or not, Kaido also used Susanoo at this moment. The same deep blue chakra emerged on his body, and the skeletal giant roared and growled as it started to grow bigger. As he grew larger, a layer of armor appeared on him, and the helmet of Sun covered the giant's head. The cold and destructive aura shot straight into the sky, and the atmosphere seemed to echo with this suffocating aura. Madara Uchiha silently looked at the Susanoo in the sky, and at this moment, he seemed a bit silent. Especially when he took a serious look at his own Susanoo, and looked at the giant that was emitting a deep blue luster, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile after a long while. This feeling is really strange, it's like facing another younger self. How is this kid so similar to me? Chapter 156 Madara Uchiha did indeed feel that Kaido was very much like him. Setting aside character traits and other aspects he did not understand, this guy was the leader of the Uchiha clan, a position he himself held years ago. Looking at this guy, he seemed to be about 17 or 18 years old. At this age, Madara Uchiha had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. This guy now also possessed these eyes, and his abilities seemed to be somewhat similar to Madara's. Apart from that, the color of their Susanuos was the same. Madara found this quite amusing and nostalgic. His current fight felt like he was boxing his own shadow. Sometimes he wondered if there really was such a thing as reincarnation in the world. Had another guy like him emerged in the Uchiha clan after his death? But in the end, you are just similar, you are not me. Madara Uchiha was full of pride at this moment. His Susanoo could only reach the second stage due to strict limitations. But he didn't care. For him, this was enough. He had an understanding of Kaido's basic abilities, which were of a standard ninja. However, in Madara's eyes, Kaido was severely lacking in real combat experience. Perhaps it was a matter of the times. Judging by Kaido's age, he probably had not participated in any wars. Even if he had been a part of the Third Great Ninja War, given his age, he probably hadn't even been on the battlefield, let alone during the most brutal period. Therefore, this kid hadn't received much training. His basic abilities might be fine, but in Madara's eyes, they were somewhat lacking. The fact that he could maintain parity or even gain an advantage relied entirely on his eyes and overall strength. Especially his physical conditioning, it was very impressive. However, this was to be expected, considering he had such an obvious Hashirama-like power within him. But Madara Uchiha was also a little puzzled about how he got this information. Such information indeed existed in the stone tablets beneath the Uchiha clan's shrine. But to know this information, one would need the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This kid's eyes clearly hadn't reached that stage, which was quite puzzling. But Madara couldn't be bothered to think about it any longer. He commanded his Susanoo and drew his twin swords. At this moment, his furious chakra engulfed the surroundings. Assisted by the amplification of his eye techniques, and his understanding of Susanoo. Even the second stage of Susanoo was no less impressive than Kaido's Susanoo, which had reached the third stage. One Susanoo stood in the sky, while the other was in the center of the flames. They faced each other without taking action, but everyone knew that a more desperate battle was likely to ensue. Is this really something a human can do? The ordinary leaf ninja who left with Jiraiya looked in the distance at the two giant figures. They couldn't help but express their fear. Jiraiya didn't answer because he too was gravely observing the distant scene. In his view, these two people were no longer normal. No, to be precise, Kaido Uchiha was no longer within the realm of normalcy. Madara Uchiha was not alive, but was resurrected through Edo Tensei, so him being normal would be odd. But Kaido was different, he was very much alive. But the question was, how old was he? His strength had reached this level at such a young age, it was difficult to understand. Jiraiya wondered what it would take for him to match or even defeat Kaido Uchiha. Upon thinking, he felt that the only chance would be if he had intelligence on Kaido and fully activated his Sage mode. This might be the power of the Uchiha clan, it's truly terrifying. Jiraiya thought to himself. However, when his gaze fell on Yanko, he was somewhat surprised to find her exceedingly calm. She seemed to have very little emotional change, as if everything was as expected. Has she seen this before? Was it when facing the teacher? Jiraiya murmured to himself, feeling it was very possible. He knew how strong his teacher was at his peak. He also knew that his teacher, who exhibited a heroic spirit, was still incredibly powerful despite his old age. If Kaido could defeat his teacher head-on, that meant he must have used some terrifying ability to overpower him. Thinking about it, Jiraiya felt that it was very likely this formidable chakra giant. Only such a jutsu could potentially leave his teacher with no chance to retaliate. So this is the power of the Uchiha, this is the power of Madara Uchiha. On the other side, Orochimaru watched the battling duo, looking at the massive Susanoo, he couldn't help but lick his lips. He had no intention of controlling Madara's will, or rather, he dared not do so lightly. He had a feeling that if he attempted to, Madara might take control of him or even kill him before he had a chance to act. Madara's presence was simply too overwhelming, so much so that even Orochimaru, the summoner, felt a chill. And the fact was, Madara's power truly matched this oppressive presence. The quality of the summoning material was so poor that Madara's current power level was far below Kaido's. But this guy was still able to fight Kaido to this extent, and Orochimaru even saw that Madara Uchiha was leading this battle to a large degree. In some sense, this was already a complete victory for Madara Uchiha. And now that they had both summoned Susanoo, Madara Uchiha's was obviously not as strong as Kaido's. But strangely, in terms of momentum, they were both on par. Madara Uchiha seemed to give off an illusion of being unbeatable just by standing there. Kaido, although still dominant, was still far too inexperienced compared to Uchiha Madara. One can only say, truly worthy of the demon who once pacified the ninja world together with the first Hokage. If I could find him stronger summoning material, then this guy. Orochimaru couldn't help but shake his head fiercely. Just with this summoning material, Madara had already displayed such power. If he were to find a stronger one, perhaps Orochimaru himself would be in danger. However, after this experience, Orochimaru had made a decision: he must find a way to strengthen his control over Edo Tensei. Only by strengthening his control over Edo Tensei could he command more powerful individuals. And only then could he summon an even stronger Madara Uchiha. With someone like Madara Uchiha in his grasp, Orochimaru felt that there would be very few people in the ninja world who could stop him. Are you satisfied with this state? Kaito stood high in the sky. He looked down at Madara Uchiha, who was gazing up at him from the ground. Suddenly, he let out a chuckle. Not bad for your age, but considering your era, this is quite sad. Madara Uchiha, his hands folded across his chest, calmly looked at Kaito and spoke. Your era, compared to mine, is much more peaceful. Of course, I won't deny that once a war breaks out in your era, the scale, intensity, and number of participants are truly despairing. However, it seems that you didn't have much chance to participate in these wars. But even so, you have grown to this point, which is already commendable. Should I thank you for your praise? Kaido raised an eyebrow. He manipulated Susanoo to slowly unsheath his ninja sword. In an instant, his momentum had completely surpassed Madara Uchiha. Or should I say, I should thank you for creating Hidden Leaf Village with Hashirama Senju, right? Creating Hidden Leaf Village is one of the things I regret the most in my life, because the darkness it bred is beyond your imagination, kid. Madara Uchiha's eyes also started to spin, a cold aura continuously spread over his body. His Susanoo's double-bladed sword was also continuously infused with energy, the curvy chakra-long sword pointed straight at the sky. You don't understand me at all, you don't understand me at all, and now you probably don't even know why I left Hidden Leaf Village. But all of this doesn't matter, it's rare to meet such an interesting junior, so I couldn't help but talk a bit more. But this farce should end now, let's get to it. In the middle of speaking, Madara Uchiha's ninja sword had already swung out fiercely, the bright blue chakra blade was directed straight at Kaido. Kaido calmly took a deep breath. The next moment, Susanoo's ninja sword in his hand had already gently raised above his head. The ultimate chakra was being brewed crazily at this moment, the green blade was continuously spreading between his ninja swords. With one slash, the green wind blade, filled with wind-style chakra, fiercely collided with Madara Uchiha's blade. Kaido's green wind blade was extremely fast. In an instant it had already collided fiercely with Madara Uchiha's blade. Boom. The deafening roar sounded once again, the visible energy ripples in the sky again violently collided, turning the originally bright sky instantly dark with clouds. Madara Uchiha, controlling Susanoo, clutched the double-bladed sword in his hands, his eyes gazing at the sky. The gray, cloudy sky covered everything, preventing him from immediately locating Kaido. However, he could feel that Kaido was continuously approaching, that vast aura and an unprecedented sharpness were attacking him. Suddenly, Kaido, carrying the enormous Susanoo, descended from the sky, as gracefully as a water bird diving to catch a fish, yet full of killing intent. Seeing this, Orochimaru felt a familiar sensation surge up, as he had once been attacked by such a technique. Back then, He was directly forced into a disastrous state by such swordsmanship. If he had not relied on the Orochimaru-style substitution jutsu, he might have been in serious trouble. Such swordsmanship. Jiraiya and the other Hidden Leaf village ninjas also witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but mutter quietly. They had never seen such swordsmanship before. But they could feel just how dangerous and deadly such swordsmanship was. It's this swordsmanship again. Yanko wasn't too unfamiliar with Kaido's swordsmanship. After all, she had seen it a few times, and each time, there were countless souls lost under this swordsmanship. Madara Uchiha also slightly furrowed his brows. He too could feel the danger of this swordsmanship. However, what he felt more was excitement. Madara Uchiha himself was a genius who was proficient in all abilities, and his own swordsmanship was not weak. During the Warring States period, he had many clashes of swordsmanship with the Senju brothers, so seeing such a peculiar and powerful swordsmanship now naturally filled him with interest. "Let me see what your limit is." As he spoke, Madara Uchiha gave a light shout. His Susanu's double swords were raised, and then violent chakra spread endlessly between the two swords. The next second, he swung out his double swords fiercely. A destructive power spilled out, adding a touch of chill to the apocalyptic scene. And at this moment, Kaido also moved. He lightly waved the ninja sword in his hand forward. In an instant, it seemed as if the world had came to a standstill. There was nothing else in space, only the scene of this sword slashing down. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel the sky tilted and the earth skewed. A blade beyond everyone's imagination was wantonly spreading. The earth under this blade seemed as fragile as tofu, instantly cut in two. The next moment, Kaido's blade and Madara Uchiha's sword fiercely collided. A huge roar suddenly echoed. All the Hidden Leaf village ninjas felt their eardrums vibrate. A stream of blood flowed out. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru's faces didn't look good at this time. A speck of light emerged from the point of the clash, instantly swelling. An indescribable light burst out. At this moment, the light shone for miles. The wind was rampaging. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. The residual energy swept out wantonly. Countless houses in the small town and even the tavern were completely destroyed. Some of them were thrown high in the air by this energy surge, and then torn into fragments in an instant. Some, at the first moment of contact with these forces, were directly obliterated by them. The clouds in the sky quickly dissipated under this energy, and the bright sunshine once again illuminated the earth. But this time, the earth was no longer the vibrant scene of all things thriving, but more like a hell, causing despair and suffocation. However, all this was not over yet. After a brief stalemate with Madara Uchiha's sword, Kaido's blade. Madara Uchiha's blade was eventually shattered, while Kaido's blade continued to slash forward without losing momentum. The ground was torn apart in frenzy. The huge cracks spread until Kaido's blade hit a mountain peak. Only then did it stop. Countless clouds of dust spread wildly, completely blocking the figures of Kaido and Madara Uchiha. Cough cough cough. Jiraiya was coughing violently. The dust at this time was just too much, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The power erupted by Kaido and Madara Uchiha just now forced him to use the Toad Mouth Vine Jutsu. They were just too close, and if they weren't careful, they could be swept away by this power. Naturally, Jiraiya didn't want this to happen, so he decisively defended and protected Yanko and the other Hidden Leaf village ninjas. However, when he undid the Toad Mouth Vine Jutsu and took a careful look around, his face had completely changed. The land in front of him was riddled with holes, with pits of varying sizes appearing before his eyes, some of which were still smoking. The houses in the town had basically collapsed, and there was almost no place that was spared in this battle. The vast forest not far away had lost more than half of its outer area, with countless ancient trees broken or even completely shattered. There was a particularly noticeable, dark and deep crack on the ground, as if the earth had been forcibly split in two. All of this was like a mess after the apocalypse. Damn it! Jiraiya suddenly changed his face and cursed harshly. The clash of these two, the inhabitants of this town. Please rest assured, Lord Jiraiya. Yanko also seemed a bit stunned when she saw the scene in front of her, because this scene was even more brutal than when Kaido dealt with Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, after hearing Jiraiya's words, she couldn't help but stabilize her emotions, and then spoke. We've already moved all these residents ahead of time, just to prevent accidents from happening. Is that so? When Jiraiya heard this, he couldn't help but look seriously at Yanko and the other Hidden Leaf village ninjas. After confirming that they were not lying to him, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, but his face soon changed slightly. To prevent accidents from happening, did you foresee this situation, or were you guarding against me from the beginning? We were guarding against you, Lord Jiraiya. Yanko didn't hide anything, but looked straight at Jiraiya and told the truth. We couldn't be sure what you were thinking. After all, Kaido forced your teacher to commit suicide. If you were determined to avenge him, Then if we didn't prepare, the residents of this town would be in trouble. After all, you are Lord Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary ninjas of Hidden Leaf Village. No one would underestimate your power." Jiraiya was somewhat torn between laughter and tears when he heard this, but in the end he just nodded silently, acknowledging her words. Kaido and the others were so careful that Jiraiya didn't know what to say, but it seemed that such caution was indeed necessary. If it weren't for their caution, I'm afraid that all the inhabitants of the entire town would have become dust in history by now. Shaking his head slightly, Jiraiya didn't want to think about these issues anymore. He lifted his head and looked at the thick dust in front of him, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything at the moment. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were speechless as they looked at the situation in front of them, feeling incredibly lucky to still be alive. "It seems I won." In the dust, Kaito slowly stepped up to Madara Uchiha. He calmly looked at Madara Uchiha, who had a crack on his body, and then smiled slightly and said breathlessly, "Yes, you won." Madara Uchiha's expression was unusually calm. He even nodded slightly at Kaito, naturally knowing that he was indeed injured by Kaito. But even so, he didn't lose his composure at all, but still maintained that arrogance, as if no one in the world could change him. "Defeating me is something to be proud of, even though I'm not in good shape right now. However, the winner always has the right to speak, I've never denied that. But you have to keep pushing, kid. This world is never as beautiful as you imagine. Your lack of combat experience is actually because you've participated in too few battles. And, don't think your life is covered by peace. Are you trying to tell me that this world is actually like hell?" Kaido quietly looked at Madara Uchiha, then he smiled slightly and slowly said, "Yes, this world is hell. What you see is just a corner of the world, just covered up." Madara Uchiha started to say directly, but before he could finish his words, Kaido interrupted him. "I've never denied that this world is a hell." Kaido shook his head calmly, then slowly spoke in a soft voice. "Actually, this world should be better. As long as all countries can be integrated into one, there won't be so many wars. I am now the leader of the Uchiha clan. I have naturally seen some records about the past, and you are among them. I don't actually approve of many of your actions, but there's one thing I've always supported you on. That is, you want to unify the ninja world." Kaido's words stunned Madara Uchiha for a moment. He looked at Kaido somewhat speechlessly, and finally a smile emerged on his face. "Tell me what you think. Why do you agree?" "It's simple. The existence of the ninja village is an ultimate violent organization. And the wars triggered by this violent organization are the ones that can integrate all the forces of the ninjas to erupt together." Kaito stopped in front of Madara Uchiha, watching as Madara gradually recovered. He spoke slowly while maintaining caution. "Therefore, there were the first, second, and third large-scale wars in the ninja world. These wars were much larger and much more bloody and cruel than any war in the Warring States period that I saw in the records. So I was thinking, did you guess the possible future situation, so you wanted to integrate the ninja world? At the same time, I was also wondering, if the entire ninja world has been integrated, would there still be so many wars? If you ask me the answer, then my answer is, definitely not." The smile on Madara Uchiha's face became brighter. He could see that Kaido was on guard, but he didn't say anything. Leaning back slightly, Madara Uchiha sat on the ground without any defense, then he laughed. "If the ninja world is integrated, then it's hard for wars to occur again. What remains is to govern through some means. I'm not good at this, but the Nara people are good at it, and the most cunning man in the Sanju family is also good at it. Under such circumstances, as long as those people recognize the concept of the ninja world is a village or a country, then, war will be permanently eliminated from this continent. It's a pity that this can't be done, Hashirama." "How do you know it can't be done?" Kaido laughed and looked at Madara Uchiha. He gently shook his head and then made a regretful gesture. "Almost all of Hidden Leaf Village is mine now, but it's a pity you can't see it. Maybe I can tell you when I go to the Pure Land in the future. But you'll have to wait, Madara Uchiha." "Really?" Madara Uchiha looked at Kaido's current state. His smile became even brighter. "I can't believe you didn't hear me before. We might meet and fight again in the future. Let it be this time." Although Kaido could guess what Madara Uchiha was thinking, he still asked, "Does it still matter? Let's end it here." Madara Uchiha also didn't mean to waste any more words. As he spoke, his hands began to form seals, and in an instant, his body radiated a white light. The scraps of paper attached to his body began to dance in the wind, and he started to look somewhat ethereal. "Well, see you next time." Kaido looked at Madara Uchiha, then he turned around and waved his hand, "But the next time, it probably won't be as easy as this time. That's something I should be saying to you." Madara Uchiha looked at Kaido with slightly vacant eyes. "Also, don't leave your back to others, especially enemies." "I know, but can you really break my defense in your current state?" Kaido slightly turned his head back, still smiling as he spoke, and after finishing his sentence, he left without looking back. Madara Uchiha silently watched Kaido's retreating figure, and after a long while, his smile became even brighter. I didn't expect, I survived unexpectedly this time, and met such an interesting guy. Madara Uchiha was feeling somewhat emotional now. His resurrection this time was truly a huge surprise for him, a surprise that might even affect his subsequent plans. However, Madara Uchiha was not overly worried. After all, he didn't put all his eggs in one basket. Both Nagato and Obito Uchiha were his prepared pawns. And to make the pawns act according to their destined trajectories, Madara had also prepared Black Zetsu. It can be said that Madara Uchiha had made sufficient preparations for everything, so he didn't take this little accident too seriously. But the one who summoned me, how did they find my body? Madara Uchiha was somewhat puzzled, but this doubt soon disappeared. Instead his expression became slightly playful. The one who summoned me to deal with the Uchiha is quite imaginative, and this operation was a failure for him. Then he will surely try to summon me again next time, and my strength may be even greater next time. I'll wait patiently, maybe there will be another way for me to resurrect myself in the future. Madara Uchiha's smile became even brighter. He knew that Obito would have his own plans. After all, he didn't do things without leaving traces. For example, the cursed seal in Obito's heart was left by him. Obito will notice it sooner or later, and maybe he will have other ideas then. As for Nagato, this guy was just a tool for him to carry the Rinnegan. He never trusted Nagato. After all, this guy didn't even know the truth. All Madara Uchiha needed was for him to use the rebirth technique at the critical moment. He didn't care about anything else. As for whether this guy will die or not, that's even less of Madara Uchiha's concern. Using my eyes for so long, experiencing the existence of a godlike being, isn't all this enough? Madara Uchiha is a real power player. He always has a backup plan. Even for Black Zetsu, he wouldn't mention, let alone this unexpected event. Moreover, he is a person with extremely high pride, and there are very few people who can catch his eye. So far, the only ones who have gained his approval are his brother and Hashirama Senju. However, he now has one more person who has piqued his interest, someone who once had similar ideas to him, and whose identity, abilities, and even Susanoo are similar to his. Kaito Uchiha. Madara Uchiha muttered to himself. At this point, his figure was becoming increasingly blurred, as his soul was about to leave this world. It's a pity, your beliefs and ideas are already outdated because the Sage of Six Paths has left us with the best method. This method is the infinite Sakaimi, and it is the true way to bring peace to this world. I hope your eyes can see further, I hope you can make a better decision, and I hope the next time I see you, your performance can improve. After all, there are very few people in this world that can pique my interest. Ever since the death of Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha felt that the world was really boring because no one could capture his attention. He had no intention of communicating with others because they simply could not understand him. Now he has met someone similar to his past self, although their personalities may be vastly different. After all, this guy hadn't experienced a cruel war, but he did slightly pique Uchiha Madara's interest. With these thoughts in mind, Madara Uchiha's body suddenly shone with dazzling white light. The next moment, his soul soared into the sky, and the body that was carrying his soul collapsed onto the ground, revealing the corpse of a grass ninja inside. The dust dispersed, as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru stood at a safe distance, his expression somewhat strange. After a while, he licked his lips. Has it been dispelled? It shouldn't have been dispelled by Madara Uchiha. If he had dispelled it, it should have re-solidified. The relationship between him and Tobirama Senju, I guess he wouldn't tell him the secret of this jutsu, so it should have been Hashirama. But it doesn't matter, this time I got the answer I wanted. This is the power of the Uchiha, huh? It's really moving, it's really enviable. Orochimaru's eyes were slightly vacant, and then he directly turned and left. This battle was over, and he didn't want to face Kaido again. Although he still has to go to the Leaf Village, meeting him would be too uncomfortable. Walking on the road to Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya wore a frown, while Kaido and Yanko followed him silently. Jiraiya had a troubled expression, and it was unavoidable because he discovered that he had to deal with a very tricky issue even before he officially became Hokage. That was the small town that had been destroyed after the battle between Kaido and Madara Uchiha. This was indeed their responsibility, and the cost of reconstruction naturally fell on Hidden Leaf Village. Originally, Jiraiya didn't want to consume his own brain cells for this kind of thing. After all, he was very clear about his role. Any trouble would naturally be handled by Kaido and the others. But a single sentence from Kaito made Jiraiya feel uneasy, forcing him to think seriously. Jiraiya-sama, although this matter concerns Hidden Leaf Village, it is also inextricably linked to you. First, Even though you have not officially taken the position of Hokage yet, you are a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, and you have the duty and responsibility to handle these matters. Secondly, our battle was against Orochimaru, who is your target and mission. Fighting him was my duty and responsibility as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, but ultimately, he is your target, Jiraiya-sama, so you can't get out of this. All the losses caused by this battle, Jiraiya-sama, you must bear. I think you should understand such rules, right? Finally, Orochimaru summoned Madara Uchiha, an existence tantamount to a deity or demon. I must think about how to report this. Strictly speaking, this report should be made by you, Jiraiya-sama. If you insist, I will leave everything to you. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya didn't dare to speak again. Kaido's words made him realize that he had more problems than he had imagined. And he really couldn't get away from these messy things, so he could only sincerely think about how to handle them. However, with this thought, he sadly discovered that without Hidden Leaf Village as a backup and support, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. This made him feel even more helpless and depressed. He knew that he had no hope of escaping and could only obediently obey. But, Kaito was able to deal with an enemy as powerful as a deity or demon. That's really terrifying. As Jiraiya pondered how to deal with the current problem of the town, he also thought about Kaido's situation. He didn't know the specific information about Edo Tensei. He only knew that Kaido had demonstrated an impressive power and had dealt with Madara Uchiha, who was resurrected through Edo Tensei. Such strength was enough to amaze and sigh. After all, that was Madara Uchiha. Kaido showed such power at such a young age, it was really incredible, but he also felt a bit puzzled. That is, it seems that this Madara Uchiha was somewhat different from what he had seen in some documents. Could it be that the Edo Tensei resurrected version of this once ninja world warrior, in fact, didn't reach his peak strength? Jiraiya pondered silently, but when he thought of the terrifying battle situation just now, he couldn't help but hesitate. Perhaps the history books had magnified the historical figures too much. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the ninja world. After all, the person is gone. No matter how strong his previous strength was, it can be exaggerated as much as possible. This can also motivate the younger generation. Shaking his head, Jiraiya didn't focus on this anymore, but it didn't mean that Yanko wouldn't think about it. After all, the relationship between Yanko and Kaido was not comparable to that between Jiraiya and Kaido. Yanko could ask many things directly. It seems that Jiraiya's problem has been solved, and Hidden Leaf Village can pass through this turbulent period. Walking behind Jiraiya with Kaido, Yanko said to Kaido in a low voice. But it seems that I didn't need to come at all. Aren't you just wasting my time? Do you really not need to come? Kaido gently raised his eyebrows, also speaking in a low voice with a smile. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the residents of that town would have been in trouble. Although you were worried about Jiraiya and I taking action, you played an unimaginable role no matter how you look at it. The residents of that town were evacuated at Yanko's request. She always takes into account any circumstances to avoid unnecessary accidents. She was indeed worried about Kaito and Jiraiya taking action. After all, before the matter was completely clarified, Kaido and Jiraiya were adversaries in some sense. Once they started, with their strength, those civilians might really be in trouble. This is a way to prevent things before they happen, and although Kaido didn't take action against Jiraiya, he did against a much more terrifying enemy. Without her, Kaido might have had to apologize. Don't say that, anyway, I feel that you brought me here just to clean up your mess. Yanko rolled her eyes, then spoke helplessly. This was the case when we were in a team before, and now you are the head of the security department, and you are still like this. Doesn't this show that I'm still the same boy I was without a bit of change? Kaido gritted his teeth, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this. Besides, getting in touch with Jiraiya early is a good thing, at least you can know what kind of person the future Hokage is likely to be, right? Jiraiya-sama has always been a romantic idealist, I've known this for a long time. Yanko spoke helplessly, but she still nodded. Alright, let's assume you're right. It's good to get to know the Hokage in advance, but are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. Kaido looked a lot more serious this time, and after nodding, he spoke softly. Orochimaru really surprised me, he actually found Madara Uchiha's body. But he was very cautious. I've seen the manuscript of the Edo Tensei Jutsu, he didn't give Madara any good material choices. Therefore, Madara's strength is probably less than 1/10 of his peak. This is why I was able to have the upper hand. However, next time, I need to be careful. Who knows what this dangerous guy Orochimaru can pull off. Kaido indeed felt that he needed to step up his game. Facing Madara Uchiha directly this time gave him a lot of pressure. Even though his overall strength had the upper hand, He was barely able to gain the advantage due to Madara's self-will and battle awareness. This is something unimaginable, but fortunately, after going through so many things, Kaido's system can now extract. It's just that he was too busy and never had time to do it. Now that he has brought Jiraiya back, he can go back and take a good look. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Yanko was shocked. She didn't expect that Madara only had 1/10 of his strength, yet he displayed such terrifying power. What kind of monster is this former clan leader of the Uchiha clan? Yanko was pondering in her heart. Just looking at Kaido, she suddenly felt as if this was not something difficult to understand. This person beside her, after all, is an existence that people can't understand. It seems that when I go back, I need to take a good look at the past history. It would be best to apply to my uncle and see if I can access the information recorded in Hidden Leaf Village. Yanko was thinking in her heart. She was really curious about what Kaido had told her. However, when her gaze fell on Jiraiya walking in front, she couldn't help but touch her chin. It seems that I also need to understand this Hokage-sama well. What was the name of the book that Kaido mentioned before? It seems to be called Makeout Paradise. It looks like I have to take a good look when I get back. Chapter 157. Perhaps it was due to their battle with Madara Uchiha, but Kaido and his team encountered no trouble on their way back to Hidden Leaf Village. However, they did notice an unusually high number of ninjas heading towards the small town they were just in. Kaido knew he was the cause of this, but he still looked at Jiraiya. This made Jiraiya feel helpless. The whole situation had nothing to do with him initially, but now it seemed as though it was all his problem. Still, after much thought, Jiraiya decided to bear with it. After all, the person who picked a fight with Kaido was Orochimaru. What else could he do? Who would have thought that his task of capturing Orochimaru would lead to him leaving Hidden Leaf Village, and now he was facing the repercussions of his actions. He remained silent for most of the journey. However, Kaido and the little Nari girl chatted merrily, which caused Jiraiya to speed up. He couldn't stand the situation. He missed the days when he could hold hot women and enjoy drinks. Now, returning to Hidden Leaf Village meant he had to be Hokage, something he was not looking forward to. This was like saying goodbye to his old life, which made him even more depressed. He now thought that out of sight, out of mind was better. How did Inara and an Uchiha end up together? Jiraiya muttered to himself. Under this mood, they returned to Hidden Leaf Village in less than a day. Seeing the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya was filled with emotion. It seemed like almost 10 years since he last returned. The last time he was here, his student Minato Namikaze was in power. After his death, Jiraiya felt unable to face it and chose to flee. Such actions were childish. Looking back, Jiraiya was full of guilt, but he genuinely couldn't face it. The pain of an elder burying the young is something ordinary people can't understand. Clan leader Kaido, we've arrived, Jiraiya sighed after a long silence. I wonder if I could visit the cemetery. I want to see some people. No problem. I'll have Kakashi accompany you, Kaido nodded, adding quickly as if worried Jiraiya would overthink, it's not that I'm afraid you'll run away, but to help you adapt to things in advance. After all, the Hokage always has Anbu following them. Besides, Kakashi was the 4th Hokage's student, so I think you two will get along well. Is Kakashi still in Anbu? I heard it was him who exposed my teacher. Jiraiya didn't mind Kaido's words and didn't refuse Kaido's intentions. Instead, he asked curiously. Kakashi's actions, both as a ninja and a member of the Anbu, were severely inappropriate. Jiraiya was surprised that he was still in the Anbu. He wanted to leave, but most of the Anbu that adhered strictly to their missions were taken out by me. He needs to stay in the Anbu for the reorganization, Kaido replied. Kaido spoke without a hint of stress, leaving Jiraiya at a loss for words. Also, Naruto hasn't had an easy time these past years, and I think you know why. Although he's been coming to our clan over the past year and receiving some good care, I believe you would want to look after him yourself. Minato's child? The name Naruto held special significance for Jiraiya. It was a name given to his student's child, carrying special meaning. He could imagine Naruto's life and the thought made him feel both helpless and heartbroken. Therefore, he simply nodded to show his understanding. After all, he really wanted to meet the young Naruto. Having gotten Jiraiya's acknowledgement, although Kaido would have done the same regardless, he quickly found Kakashi, instructed him, and then left. Where are we going now? Yanko, following Kaido, asked curiously, if there's nothing to do, I'll go back first. There's a meeting coming up. I need to see your uncle and others. After all, Jiraiya's return is a big deal. Kaido paused before speaking and then smiled at Yanko. How about it? Want to come along? These meetings may be boring, but they are useful. Upon hearing this, Yanko didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Her decisiveness amused Kaido. Kaido quickly caught up and grabbed Yanko's hand, then chuckled. Come on, is it that bad? It's just a meeting. Do you need to react so violently? First, in what capacity am I going? Yes, I'm a member of the security department, but I'm guessing this meeting is about the Hokage. Yanko let Kaido hold her hand, showing no resistance. She spoke with a disgruntled expression. Why would you invite me to a meeting about the Hokage? If I accidentally leak something, I'd be the one in trouble. Secondly, I'm not interested in these matters. Instead of listening to you old men discuss interests, I'd rather find a place to rest. Who knows what Jiraiya was doing? He came back so fast I didn't even get a good rest. I see. That makes sense. Kaito knew Yanko had that typical Nara character. Although she would follow him if he insisted, Yanko was one of his best friends, and Kaito naturally didn't want to force her. Besides, Yanko's strength was indeed not comparable to Kaido and Jiraiya. She was indeed tired from the long journey back. Thinking of this, Kaito nodded. But just as he was about to say something, his eyebrows furrowed. Did you just call us old men? Yes, old men. Yanko nodded. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a smile crept onto her beautiful face. Okay, you're not old. I misspoke. But being around those old men all the time, people might start to think you're old. Watching Yanko's insincere apology, Kaido didn't bother arguing with her. After giving her a glare, he turned and walked towards the Hokage building. As he walked, he couldn't help but touch his chin. It was smooth and completely free of stubble. Even though he was an individual who had crossed over from another world and his actual mental age wasn't young, he didn't want to be called an old man. People should always have a young heart because it gives them the motivation to strive. Kaito was willing to strive for his life, but no matter how you look at it, this was a good motivation. Watching Kaido's retreating figure, Yanko couldn't help but smile. Despite the vast gap between their current power and status, he was still the same. Just like he said, he was still that same young man. Alright, off to the bookstore then. With a small smile on her lips, Yanko turned and headed towards the bookstore. Even though the name of the bookstore was a bit odd, she trusted Kaido's choice. However, half an hour later. Kaido Uchiha, you damned pervert. So Jiraiya's back already? Looks like the troublesome times are about to end. Inside a Hokage building office, the heads of the 7 major clans gathered again. Other than Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoyachi, who worked in the building, none of the others were usually there. But as soon as Kaito sent out the call, they all arrived in less than 10 minutes. This showed the state of collective tension they were in. After all, the implications of what they had done were huge, and the resulting impact and controversy were unimaginable. They needed to be prepared to gather here quickly and discuss the situation when problems arose. If Hidden Leaf Village were to fall into chaos, they wouldn't even have the chance to react. After all, this was a leaderless period for Hidden Leaf Village, and any event could make them feel extremely tense. But thankfully, with Jiraiya's return, this period of martial law was about to end, and they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, he's back. But there were some minor troubles. Kaito nodded lightly, then briefly explained what had happened on the journey. As he spoke, the faces of everyone present changed subtly. They hadn't expected Kaido to encounter such things just by going out to find Jiraiya. They had received news earlier that the town closest to the Hidden Leaf Village had suffered devastating damage. Moreover, the chakra emanating from the town had terrified the members of the sensory division. The cold, destructive chakra was truly suffocating. Though they had experienced Kaido's power, as he had unleashed such force that night, this time there were 2 sources of such chakra. This news had made Narashikaku and the others quite uneasy. However, now they understood what had happened, and this understanding made their headaches worse. Because Orochimaru had also appeared in the Land of Fire, and it seemed he might be coming to the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru was already dangerous enough, and now he had mastered the Edo Tensei Jutsu, increasing his threat level several times over. Indeed, troubles never come singly, Narashikaku said, shaking his head after hearing Kaido's account. What does Minister Kaido plan to do? If Orochimaru really enters, it will be a problem. Be ready with contingency plans at all times. If he behaves, then so be it, but if he doesn't. Kaido's eyes were filled with cold light, and he unconsciously started tapping on the wooden table in front of him. Then I'll deal with him. During the previous battle, I let him run wild because I wanted to see what he was up to. But now, once I locate him, I can prevent him from causing any destruction. If it were Orochimaru before his reincarnation, Kaito wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. But now, Kaito was confident enough to say this. Although Kaido's Genjutsu wasn't particularly specialized, he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan after all. Moreover, he had Shisui and Fugaku with him, both of whom were strong in Genjutsu. If Orochimaru dared to cause trouble in Hidden Leaf Village, Kaido, Shizui, and Fugaku would certainly make him pay a painful price. That's a given. Since Minister Kaido is so confident, we can rest easy. Seeing Kaido's confidence, Narashikaku felt much more relieved. Now, I think we should start preparing for Jiraiya's inauguration ceremony. We've been promoting this for a while, and it's time to wrap it up. To push Jiraiya into the position of Hokage, in addition to legal confirmation, a sufficient amount of publicity was needed. While the Hokage was elected, in urgent situations the Hokage could also be selected in special ways. The second Hokage's selection of the third was such a special election. Although Kaito used this to criticize Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tobirama Senju's decision couldn't be completely denied. Besides the third who was specially elected, Tsunoda in the original story was also specially selected. After all, at that time the third Hokage had passed away, and the Hidden Leaf was leaderless. There was an urgent need for a prestigious and capable Hokage to take charge. Jiraiya would have been a good choice at that time, but he refused, and no one in the village could suppress him. This allowed him the chance to find Tsunoda and bring her back. The original narrative focused on Naruto and Jiraiya at that time, and Kaido guessed that there must have been a lot of publicity in the village to support this. Otherwise, Tsunoda wouldn't have been accepted so smoothly by nearly all the civilian ninjas and ordinary villagers. Strictly speaking, even Danzō was a product of special election. He was very close to touching the throne of the Hokage. However, he did no publicity and almost offended all the families in the Hidden Leaf, which ultimately made him just an acting Hokage. Don't rush. I think everyone should find time to meet with Jiraiya. Kaito said slowly as he pondered. Jiraiya's return can't exactly be called willing. He's not as stupid as imagined, he is clever enough to see through our thoughts. And I've promised him some things, like we need to hold a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Humphrey, a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi? Does that old man deserve one? Hiashi Hyuga, although he already knew about this, was still upset when Kaido brought it up. This guy did so many ugly things, let him commit suicide to preserve the face of the Hokage, and now we still have to hold a funeral for him. This is really a ceremonial funeral in exchange for a hands-off Hokage, clan head Hiashi. I think we are making a good deal. Kaito naturally understood Hiashi Hyuga's displeasure. In fact, not only him, even Kaido himself was somewhat displeased. But as he said, sometimes you have to bow to reality, and there's no way around it. And though Kaido was unhappy, he didn't resist the idea of holding a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi too much. Because in the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi came to his senses in his final moments. He died with the dignity and grace of a shinobi. The funeral wasn't for his identity as the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, but for his identity as shinobi Hiruzen Sarutobi. This can also be seen as a commemoration for the departure of a generation of shinobi. Although this matter is basically settled, a lot of detail work needs to be handled properly. For example, in the funeral for the shinobi, a lot of details and security work must be done well, and the feelings of many people must also be considered. Nothing is simple or easy, especially as many things need to be arranged properly. This makes Narashikaku feel a bit of a headache. Kaido, on the other hand, is relieved, since these things are not within his jurisdiction, and he doesn't need to worry about them. At most, he would just send members of the security division to maintain order, and let professionals handle and deal with the complicated matters. By the way, how have those three families been behaving these days? After finalizing the funeral arrangements, what was left were some relatively important matters, like those three families. For the sake of the village's internal stability, these three families had not been interfered with by Kaido and his team yet, they were merely placed under strict quarantine. Of course, during this period, everyone wasn't idle, and all departments were inventorying their assets. Kaido and his team were already aware of their overt assets, which was a staggering amount. But who knew how many unseen and substantial assets they had behind the scenes? Therefore, this matter needed to be thoroughly investigated. If they could clearly understand their resources, perhaps the village's finances could improve substantially. The three families were initially in chaos, or rather, they were extremely agitated. However, seeing our actions, they've now calmed down. Strictly speaking, they were probably intimidated by us, said Aburimshibi, who was in charge of strictly controlling one of the three families. He was still wearing sunglasses and a hood to hide his identity. The deaths of Koharu, Hamura, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had a great impact on them. These three families developed rapidly, but their foundations were not solid. With the death of these three, they did not have capable individuals to suppress dissenting voices, lead and unite them. There might be some in the future, but with such a short amount of time and under such shock, coupled with our pressure, they might find it difficult to quickly align their thinking and stabilize. Kaito was taken aback upon hearing this, and then a smile emerged on his face. He realized that he might have overestimated these three families, or that his understanding of them was not deep enough. Under such chaotic circumstances and with such immense external pressure, it would be difficult for them to quickly consolidate their family. After all, their rise was only during the 10 or so years when Sarutobi Hiruzen was Hokage. Over 10 years, perhaps only one generation had time to grow. However, whether this generation could match the current size of their family was a significant issue. To put it bluntly, how could they possibly compare to the 7 great clans of Hidden Leaf Village with thousands of years of heritage? Even if they could stabilize the situation, it wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time. Kaito never believed that after the fall of these three heads, the people in their families who had been severely oppressed would not have other ideas. For example, now that you're dead, and it's been proven how wrong you were, the family must be preserved by someone unrelated to you. With this mindset, various people within their family might start to stir. By then, Kaito and his team wouldn't need to do anything. The families might plunge into chaos on their own, even to the point of killing themselves. Thinking about this, Kaito was considering whether he should relieve the pressure on these people, to let them cause their own chaos. But let's deal with this later. At least for now, we have more important matters to handle. By the way, Minister Kaito, Asuma has returned. At this moment, Nara Shikaku seemed to remember something and spoke. Shikashiro sent me a message yesterday. Asuma, who was in the capital of the Land of Fire, has learned about his father's death and has now reported to the daimyo, hoping to return. The daimyo has agreed to this, and according to Shikashiro's report, Asuma seems very repressed and angry, although he didn't do anything to Shikashiro. He's back? Upon hearing this, Kaito touched his chin thoughtfully, then looked at Nara Shikaku and asked, "What do you think, Minister Shikaku, or what preparations has he made?" "I think it's no big deal if he comes back," said Nara Shikaku, seemingly indifferent to the matter, and then seriously discussed his idea of dealing with the Sarutobi clan. After all, Asuma is the son of the Hokage. If he can cooperate with us to keep others in line upon his return, then we could potentially help him control Sarutobi. Although I understand that everyone here has major grievances with the third Hokage, even affecting his family, this is a normal thing. But we can't deny that their family is very strong now. They might not have many Jonin, but the number of Chunin and Genin is quite substantial. This represents Hidden Leaf Village's basic combat power, so if we can win them over, we should do so as much as possible. Only if that doesn't work should we consider extreme measures. As Nara Shikaku spoke, his gaze swept over Kaito and Hiashi Hyuga. Because these two were the most difficult for him to persuade, and also had the deepest grudges against Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he couldn't convince these two, all his efforts would be in vain. However, what made him helpless was that Kaito didn't seem to care too much about this matter, and Hiashi Hyuga remained exceptionally silent, not saying a word. He knew this matter could only be touched upon temporarily, and it was better to deal with other issues. Besides, let's not forget that the 12 guardian ninja around the daimyo are divided into two factions. Asuma belongs to the faction that supports the Hokage, and he is also the son of the Hokage. He carries a significant deterrent power. Now that he has left, those supporting the daimyo will inevitably take the upper hand, which may influence the daimyo's leaning. What do you think? Can we use this opportunity to make Hidden Leaf Village's finances a bit more flexible? Making Hidden Leaf Village's finances more flexible would greatly benefit the development of the village. Everyone present was intelligent, and at Nara Shikaku's words, they instantly understood what he was thinking. Nara Shikaku was actually considering making a move against the daimyo. But upon further thought, it seems this is not entirely unfeasible. The daimyo, although prestigious and incredibly wealthy, so wealthy it is alluring, runs a family business that spans the entire shinobi world. But the fact that he can enjoy all this, and that his family business is so dominant without facing any direct opposition, is entirely due to the protection offered by Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, Hidden Leaf Village also needs his money to maintain its own development. It can be said that there is a relative balance between the two. But there is a limit to this balance, because the two parties are not on the same level in terms of power. In this world, there are existences with superhuman strength. Comparing ordinary people like the daimyo to the ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, who have mastered such power, the difference is as vast as heaven and earth. Now that the daimyo seems to have different ideas despite never expressing it, he has employed a group of people who clearly tend toward the idea of daimyo over Kage. This truly forces the people of the ninja village to seriously consider the daimyo's current stance. If his stance has really changed, then Hidden Leaf Village will have no choice but to do something to ensure its own interests. Hidden Leaf Village is not like Hidden Sand Village, the unfortunate ninja village being strangled by the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Hidden Leaf Village has always maintained a proper and strong demeanor when dealing with the daimyo. Changing the daimyo would indeed be a bit troublesome, as they have cooperated with the current one for so long, and everyone has an understanding of each other. If they suddenly brought in someone new, many things would need to start from scratch. This is not a simple matter. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, I fear that Hidden Leaf Village would not particularly want to replace the current daimyo. But the premise is that he is a smart and reasonable person. However, I think that Narashikaku probably doesn't intend to replace the daimyo. He probably wants to eliminate those people and teach the daimyo a lesson. At the same time, he could use this opportunity to put pressure on the daimyo, forcing him to contribute more funds to Hidden Leaf Village, thereby making Hidden Leaf Village's finances more flexible. Kaido pondered silently as he walked home. Narashikaku's ideas and plans are probably the same as he thought. After all, Narashikaku is not a man who kills casually, and doing this might serve another purpose. That is to let Jiraiya, the future Hokage, get the plan for this operation after taking office, and be able to accept the results smoothly. The Hokage is, after all, the symbol of Hidden Leaf Village. Even though Jiraiya, as Hokage, will probably be 100% hands-off, it's still important for him to be informed. This would improve his reputation and lessen the resistance to him from others. Then, with the money that Jiraiya received, the ninja reform plan they had previously discussed could be implemented. Both families would benefit. This is truly a win-win situation. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. This guy doesn't seem to want to stand out too much, but also doesn't want people to forget about their existence. Low-key, practical, but absolutely not hidden from sight. This guy is as stable as ever. Having basically figured out Narashikaku's thoughts, Kaido had no intention of opposing him. On the contrary, Kaido was very supportive of Narashikaku. The 7 great families stirred up such a huge issue, but now, with the position of the Hokage vacant, none of them dare to take up the role. They are afraid of giving others the impression that the impeachment was essentially for their own benefit. Of course, while this is true, they can't afford to appear unseemly. They aren't Hiruzen, who for no reason pushes himself to the brink of death. Really, if they are pushed too hard, they might end up having a wild imagination or becoming magnanimous. Although it's one thing whether anyone could do it, it's another matter whether anyone would do it. Even though Kaido isn't afraid of what these guys might do, he also has to guard against the public having such thoughts, because that would only prove that Kaido and his allies' performance was a failure. Kaido returned home and collapsed on the bed. At this point, he had moved to a much larger house. Furthermore, the house was elegantly decorated and had a small pond inside with fish swimming around. What's outrageous is that Kaido didn't have to worry about the cleanliness of the entire house. Someone would come to clean every day. Even the fish had someone to feed them, which saved Kaido even more time. This is just like the life of a millionaire. Kaido felt the softness of his large bed and the fragrance on the quilt, the source of which he didn't know. He felt particularly relaxed at this moment. Even though he had been living here for some time, he couldn't help but marvel at this extravagant lifestyle every time. However, Kaido knew that he had more important things to do now. He focused his mind, and soon his system panel appeared on his retina. Current binding, Uchiha clan, current status, stable and thriving. You have solved the internal problems of the clan and dealt with the external troubles. You have truly stabilized the Uchiha clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Prosperity, 20,000. The basic prosperity of a normal family is 10,000. Advice, continue to transform the clan, make the Uchiha the strongest clan in Hidden Leaf Village. This is the goal you as the Uchiha clan head must achieve. Looking at the system panel's prompts, Kaido nodded slightly. The current state of the clan had finally changed. It was no longer the shaky situation that made Kaido feel the clan was on the brink of collapse. This indicated that Kaido's efforts were absolutely successful. He led a nearly extinct clan to its current thriving state. And, the prosperity level is 20,000, huh? I remember it was over 16,800 last time, so that means I can have a 3 consecutive draw now. When Kaido looked at his points, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle a bit. Ever since he obtained the Divine Ascent, he never had a chance to draw. The Divine Ascent rank was a long-term skill. Its growth aspect made Kaido very happy. What could be more anticipated than being able to restore and repair bloodlines? But it was a bit unfortunate that it didn't immediately give Kaido strong combat abilities, which left him somewhat helpless. Looking at the points this time, Kaido decided to have a good draw. As he let the system start executing the command, the next moment, he was a bit stunned. Points have reached 3,000, 3 skill draws can be performed. Based on the current family situation, the host can choose 3 from 9 abilities for learning, cultivation, or adaptation. Because you helped the family through the difficulties in the village, you can draw a special reward, Wood-style Vortex of Vengeance. You can summon 5 roots that keep moving within a large range. Power depends on the amount of chakra invested and the quality of the chakra itself. This skill belongs to the wood style category. The host must possess earth style, water style, and strong yang style, otherwise, it cannot be executed. Ice style glacial storm. You can cast a strong wind filled with bone-chilling cold mixed with ice and hail in the target area. It can even turn a scorching summer into an ice age instantly. The water style attribute can be obtained through skills if not already possessed. Secret art, Thunder Prison Pull. You can release a thunderstorm within a certain range. The power of the technique is directly proportional to the output of the chakra. Upon seeing these 3 skills, Kaido remained relatively calm. After all, he had witnessed the appearance of a full passivity. Even though these 3 skills made his heart race, he could still control it. To be honest, he was really tempted by these 3 skills, although the Thunder Prison Pull was not the first time he had seen it, but the problem was that he didn't have the lightning style attribute. Thunder Prison Pull can fully compensate for his lack in lightning style. It's a key to supplement his chakra attributes. Having witnessed the great explosion of 5 elemental ninja techniques, Kaido had seen that unbelievable self-integration scene of elemental power diffusion. This self-integration truly shocked Kaido and made him remember this feeling deeply. Also at that time, Kaido silently decided that he needs to gather all the chakra attributes and then attempt to do his own integration. However, at present, the chakra attributes he possesses are fire style, earth style, and wind style obtained from waterfowl dance. Besides, he probably has yin-yang style since his ability in this aspect has also been improved. But apart from these, he doesn't know any other attribute techniques, whether it's lightning style or water style, he simply does not possess them. As Uchiha, it seems strange to not have lightning style, but Kaido is just such an exception. This time seeing the Thunder Prison Pull, it's impossible for Kaido to not be tempted. And the Vortex of Vengeance and Glacial Storm techniques have attracted Kaido's attention, especially these 2 techniques seem to complement each other to some extent. The wood style is out, but it needs water style to be executed, and Glacial Storm can provide water style directly. How can this not be tempting? Kaido murmured to himself. He was almost holding back his desire to choose these 3 techniques and continued to look down. After all, he still had 6 more techniques to choose from, but when he saw the remaining 6 techniques, he fell into deep thought. Secret art, Crow Storm. Form death crows with chakra, plunging the enemy into endless illusion and fear, even causing irreversible damage. Secret art, Unstoppable Blade. Infuse the blade with chakra radiance through the secret technique. In the next 5 seconds your attack can ignore defense. Sword art, Blood Blade Dance. Inflict unimaginable damage on the enemy like a whirlwind, like a dance causing the enemy's blood to flow wildly, can advance or retreat. Kaido had seen these 3 techniques before, but the last time he chose a technique that was more important to him, so he didn't choose these. Their effects were also unpredictable and they could probably serve as a family secret technique passed down through any family. The problem was, Kaido had too many options to choose from, so he had to pick the best and most practical. Courage. Whenever you kill an enemy, you can obtain a shard of courage. Once you have collected 100 shards, you can increase your yang style power to a certain extent and improve your physical fitness. Each level of ninja carries different amounts of shards. Curved path leap. You can actively open a portal to the place you want to go within a suitable range, and you can also bring a certain number of teammates with you for the teleportation. The range of teleportation depends on the amount of chakra you invest, but the further the teleportation, the more chakra it consumes. Grand Annihilation. You can instantly detonate your chakra, enlarge your body, and gain high chakra recovery ability, attack power, and movement speed. This technique can be applied to Susanoo. Looking at these 3 techniques, Kaido's heart twitched hard again. These 3 techniques hit him hard, and he couldn't bear to turn his eyes away. If he remembered correctly, the courage technique should be Garen's W in the game, which increases both resistance and toughness. If it were according to the game, Kaido probably wouldn't take a second look, but here it directly increased Yang style. Even if Kaido had Yang style, he wouldn't think having more of it was bad. On the contrary, such power was of course better the more there was. Yang style could bring about changes to the body. Under the transformation of Dark Scythe and Divine Ascension, Kaido had already deeply experienced this. His chakra amount, physical strength, and even his speed had all seen incredible increases, and even his coordination had improved many times over what it was before. This was why he could make his opponents shudder with just taijutsu, not to mention the incredible benefits this kind of enhancement would bring to the repair of his eyes. Yang style, this is the foundational power that can change fate. Kaido murmured, and he was also very torn about the second ability. Curved Path Leap should be the ability of some bald old wizard. In the game, Kaido usually used this ability as a passive way to increase magic explosion. It was also a key skill for escaping in critical moments, as the teleportation range of this technique was too small. But here, this ability had undergone a subtle change. Its teleportation range was no longer limited. This small but significant change immediately increased the value of this technique countless times, especially since it could also teleport others. How could Kaito not be moved? As for the last one, Kaito seemed to remember that it should be Atrox's skill. Normally, Kaito might not choose this ability. But now this thing could be used on Susanoo. Without mincing words, this ability could absolutely boost his combat effectiveness massively. Indeed, every time I have to choose a technique, it's the happiest moment, but it's also the most depressing and painful. Chapter 158. Kaito never denied one thing, that he was a person suffering from indecision. Even if he hadn't had this issue originally, he would have been driven to it helplessly when faced with his own system. Looking at the 9 skills before him, Kaito was completely at a loss. Given that he could only choose 3 skills, Kaito had no choice but to make some difficult decisions. First of all, he chose Courage, a skill that could enhance his Yang-style capabilities. The power of Yang-style had always been exceedingly precious. Since he had encountered it, Kaito naturally couldn't miss it. As Uchiha, he probably didn't need to worry about his Yin style. However, their Yang style abilities seemed to be cut off by someone. They had it, since it's the most fundamental power of life that everyone possesses. But it was very hard for their Yang style power to grow. Maybe other Uchihas wouldn't care too much about this, but for someone like Kaito who knows the real development path of the Uchiha, it's unacceptable. So, the power of Yang style absolutely cannot be missed. After choosing Courage as the first skill, Kaito hesitated for a long time before finally choosing Thunder Prison Pull as his second skill. He had seen this technique quite a few times, and Kaito found that he seemed to have a real affinity with the electric mouse. The first time he drew a skill, Kaito encountered his ultimate heart, Chidori. Later, he encountered Thunder Prison Pull twice. Given his affinity with the electric mouse cannon and the fact that Kaito indeed lacked a lightning release, making this choice seem normal. However, making this choice meant that Kaito basically couldn't choose the Glacial Storm, and also couldn't choose the unique wood style from the big tree in this world. But Kaito didn't really regret this, mainly because he never thought of using Ice style and Wood style. At least for now, they are not suitable for him. There are indeed users of Ice style in this world, but the problem is that the only one left is the white one besides Zabuza. This means that the legacy of the Ice style family, which Kaito once mistakenly thought was called Mizunotsuki but is actually called Yuki, has been cut off. After obtaining this technique, Kaito could only use Ice Storm in a step-by-step manner. Even though the technique was powerful, it lacked variation and flexibility. This didn't really match Kaito's fighting style. Even though he was skilled in using techniques, he wouldn't foolishly stand in one place and cast large-scale ninjutsu. He didn't have confidence that his control over Ice style could be as flexible as Fire style, and he couldn't use existing Frost to cast other techniques. This meant he wouldn't be able to perfectly restrict his enemies. After all, Kaito's enemies were also ninja, and they might even be some formidable ninja that would make people despair. They wouldn't stupidly stand in one place waiting for you to attack. As for the wood style of the Great Tree, the Vortex of Revenge actually looked quite similar to the advent of a world of trees that Madara Uchiha used to play with Naruto. There are indeed enough records about wood style in Hidden Leaf Village, and Kaito could definitely get them with his own status. But once he used it, how would he explain it? He had just accused Sarutobi Hiruzen and others of desecrating the body of the first Hokage, and arbitrarily researching the power of the clan's bloodline, pushing them into the abyss. Then, he turns around and, as Madara Uchiha, he can use wood style. Would he dare to say he hasn't done any research? This kind of situation can't be explained clearly, and there's no way to explain it. Even if Kaito got it, he could only tuck it away at the bottom, unable to use it. So, does he still need to take it? Although my heart hurts, one must lose to gain. The necessary sacrifices can provide me with more room for development. Kaito comforted himself in extreme pain. For a wood style that he couldn't use, to give up 2 positions for skill selection, was something Kaito really couldn't do. However, the Thunder Prison Pull was different. The Uchiha clan had a lot of records about lightning release. Not to mention anything else, but in Kaito's mind, he basically remembered all the lightning release techniques that his disciple Sasuke came up with. Chidori was not something difficult to learn. He could copy Kakashi's Chidori with his Sharingan, and then he could create some original development. After all, Thunder Prison Pull is a technique that can be used over a wide area, and it can be used while moving. The fact that the Thunder Prison Pull could be deployed while moving quickly was what attracted Kaito the most. Being able to move or not being able to move are 2 different concepts for a large-scale technique, and the key is that Kaito is a man who possesses void walking. Imagine, if Kaito performed the Thunder Prison Pull and then void walked into the crowd, That scene would be quite spectacular. Without mincing words, the combination of these two techniques definitely gave his melee combat abilities a huge boost. This is the ultimate practical ninjutsu combination. Thinking about this made Kaido feel much better. As for the final ability selection, Kaido almost gritted his teeth to choose Great Annihilation. The description that it could affect Susanoo really made Kaido's heart flutter, and the third stage of Susanoo had a fatal weakness. That was, the Susanoo at this stage didn't have legs, which meant Kaido could only drag this massive and clumsy Susanoo around by himself. Although he had the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which largely avoided this weakness, running up to the sky when it was time to fight on the ground seemed rather strange no matter how one looked at it. And the Great Annihilation ability seemed to have solved Kaido's troubles on land. It allowed Kaido to maintain a certain degree of mobility even in the third stage of Susanoo. Furthermore, Great Annihilation could increase the size. If this was applied to Susanoo, it would be another unimaginable upgrade. Kaido's third stage Susanoo had already reached a height of about 50 meters. Don't think this is short, after all, Kaido's Susanoo didn't have legs. And it's only the third stage, the size naturally couldn't compare to Itachi Uchiha, future Sasuke, or even Kakashi who had an external upgrade. But by using this technique, Kaido could at least ensure that in the upper body, his Susanoo would not be weaker than those guys. And once Kaido reached the stage in the future where he could activate the final Susanoo, this Great Annihilation will provide an increase in size. Then, Kaido can affirm that his Susanoo will definitely be the largest, and he can even try to catch up to their ancestor Indra's level. So choosing this technique is not only an immediate boost to the current combat power, but also a guarantee for the future combat power. Although Kaido was quite satisfied with his choice, there was still a hint of helplessness in his heart. But now that the decision has been made, Kaido decided not to think about it too much. After all, every choice he made was based on his immediate needs, so even if there were some regrets, it was the most suitable for what Kaido needed. After a good night's sleep, Kaido felt refreshed when he woke up the next morning. He didn't go out last night to experiment with his new abilities, as he felt quite tired at the moment. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of Madara Uchiha. A revived corpse with its own will, coupled with the possession of the Dujutsu, and combat experience beyond imagination. Kaido had really been fighting without reservation. The intensity of such a battle made him feel suffocated, and he felt extremely tired. However, fortunately, Kaido's recovery ability was also very excellent, having been modified by both the Dark Scythe and Divine Ascension. Even though his recovery ability couldn't compare to Senju Hashirama or even Tsunade, overall it was still quite good. Besides, the biggest gain from this battle was the improvement in combat experience. Kaido was quite lucky. He was born at a relatively safe point in time. Even in the Third War, he only went to experience it at the end. Even though he was a mission ninja, how could the missions he received compare to the brutality of the war? Especially with his rapid increase in strength now, his mastery of his current strength was frankly mediocre. It's not to say that he didn't know how to maximize his strength. But his use of his own strength, especially when facing powerful enemies, seemed a bit clumsy. The battle with Madara Uchiha couldn't compensate for this, but it could let him find out where his problems were, so that he could find ways to solve them. This can be regarded as an improvement in his own combat experience, and it is the most critical improvement. Knowing where the problem is can better solve the problem. The most fatal thing is not knowing the problem and still blindly moving forward. Kaido muttered to himself, quickly got up and freshened up. With Jiraiya's matters sorted out, now it was just waiting for news from Narashikaku, and he could also release some information outside the village. Kaido has always been worried about one thing, that is, will other ninja villages follow the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then start the Fourth Ninja World War in advance? In the original story, after Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed by Orochimaru, peace was still maintained without a war breaking out. But that was because Hidden Lee Village handled the situation quickly, not only quickly resubmitting the alliance with Hidden Sand Village, but also having someone like Jiraiya in the village who could step up at any time. Therefore, they didn't dare to mess around. After all, if they pushed Jiraiya too hard, he could call for help, and then Hidden Lee Village would have a backbone again. If they attacked, it would just be helping Jiraiya. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to do such a thing. When Kaido and his group impeached Sarutobi Hiruzen, apart from the 7 major families in Hidden Lee Village, no one else had the qualification to do so. But the question is, would these 7 major families really dare to step up? Obviously, they wouldn't. So Kaido was indeed worried that things would change, especially those in Hidden Cloud's village, who were full of muscle brains, were most likely to make some moves. But up until now, the entire ninja world was still peaceful. It seemed as if their impeachment of Sarutobi Hiruzen by the 7 major families, causing such heavy casualties, didn't cause any waves at all. This made Kaito sigh with relief, but at the same time, he couldn't help but ponder the reason for this. After much thought, Kaito came to a somewhat amusing conclusion. Could it be, because we 7 families impeached the Kage, other Kage worried that there might be such ambitious guys existing within their villages? So they are now focusing on their villages, planning to pacify those families that might be dissenting. Therefore, they didn't put their focus on Hidden Leaf Village, and that's why it has remained calm up until now. Kinda rubbed his chin, he felt that his reasoning should be correct, otherwise why would the entire ninja world be so silent until now? They must be worried and afraid, right? Exciting, right? Breaking the inherent cognition of the ninja world, impeaching the high and mighty Kage. Now everyone must be feeling threatened, so you should worry about your village's affairs, there's no need for you to worry about Hidden Leaf villages. Kaido thought mischievously. He then quickly finished his morning routine, feeling very good right now. However, when he was preparing to go to the security department to clock in for work, he unexpectedly found that Shizue was waiting at his front door. Don't you know to knock on the door when you come? What are you doing standing at the door? Kaito spread his hands towards Shizue. This guy was good at everything, but sometimes he was too formal. Such formality gave Kaito a headache, because he was not a particularly rule-abiding person. Also, what do you want coming over so early in the morning? Don't tell me you want to do morning exercises with me? Plan. Kaito, it's about Hidden Leaf Village. Shizue rubbed the back of his head. He also knew some of Kaido's character traits, which made him feel useful but also helpless. But he had changed a lot. At least when it's not a formal occasion, he would call Kaito by his name, not clan leader. Hidden Leaf Villages matters? Kaito raised an eyebrow, curiously looking at Shizue. Is there any news from Hidden Leaf Village, or have they found Orochimaru's trail, or is it about the funeral? They didn't mention the funeral, but strictly speaking, this matter does have some connection with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Shizue thought for a moment, then spoke very seriously. It's Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade returned to the village this morning, and Director Shikaku immediately sent someone to inform you. However, the person he sent did not dare to enter our clan, so this matter was relayed to me instead. Tsunade is back? Kaito was stunned upon hearing this news. Although in the original work, Tsunade's reaction to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death was complex, she had been avoiding Hidden Leaf Village and was not willing to return. Why has she returned now? Kaito rubbed his chin, guessing that Tsunade's return might also be to bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, thinking of this, Kaito had to sigh that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed quite impressive in teaching his students. His 3 disciples were all exceptional in strength, and none of them had low achievements. Even if their relationships had become somewhat distant before the end of the Third War, they still thought of coming back to bid him farewell after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death. Such feelings were really precious. Perhaps this was the charisma of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninja hero. Tsunade was back, and as one of the 3 legendary ninjas, Kaito also had to take it seriously. So after greeting Fugaku Uchiha, he directly took Shizue and headed towards the Hokage building. Kaito's idea was simple, that is, to meet Jiraiya and then meet Tsunade, understand some of Tsunade's thoughts, and then make further plans. Kaito didn't bother thinking about Tsunade's strength or her status as a member of the Senju clan. But one thing that Kaito had to face seriously was that Tsunade was the ancestor of thousands of medical ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village. The systematic emergence of medical ninjas and their inclusion in organized squads were all thanks to Tsunade's efforts. Of course, this also couldn't be achieved without the support of the man she loved the most. Indeed, her ideas and judgments brought about changes in Hidden Leaf Village. The emergence of medical ninjas significantly reduced the casualties of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also keenly seized the opportunity. He initially did not support Tsunade, but now seeing the results, he naturally would not just stand by idly. The emergence of the medical department was a sign of the perfect systematization of medical ninjas, and Tsunade then took up the position of medical department director. As time progressed, the medical department became one of Hidden Leaf Village's most important departments and was a department that Sarutobi Hiruzen had firmly held in his hands. Ninjas are professionals who lick their wounds on the edge of a blade. The probability of them getting injured is very high. Once injured, they naturally need hospitals and medical ninjas to handle. Medical ninjas save wounded soldiers and lives, naturally accumulating a large and good reputation. They became an indispensable department for Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, aside from food, clothing, and use. Their clear-cut support for Sarutobi Hiruzen was also one of his most important chips during his lifetime as the 3rd Hokage. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, the medical department cannot be said to be headless, but basically no one dares to take the medical department into their own hands. After all, none of their 7 clans are proficient in this field, and although the actual management of the medical department is handled by others, The director has remained the same from the beginning. That is Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Tsunade has returned, and her stance is crucial. If she is not firmly standing by Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, and she has let go of some things due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, then Kaido feels that it's not impossible to try and keep her here. Kaido doesn't need her to engage in any fights, even though she is strong, her abilities make her more suited to be a support figure. And the products of her research in the field of medicine are extremely valuable. For instance, in order to counteract Chio's poison, she specifically researched and developed a drug that can detoxify instantly. She also continued to develop and improve Palm Sage Jutsu to better aid wounded ninjas. These are all her accomplishments. Kaido believes that if he can keep her here and allow her to focus on research again, it would be beneficial for the whole of Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, if she still wants to side with Sarutobi Hiruzen, then she can leave if she wants to. If she has any impulsive ideas, I won't hesitate either. Kaido murmured in his mind as he walked forward, but soon his gaze was fixed on Shizui. Shizui has not conducted a second experiment since the first one ended. Not just him, Fugaku Uchiha has also not conducted a second experiment to this day. If Kaido's perception and observation were not wrong, their bodies had already adapted to and absorbed the power of the White Zetsu. In fact, they should have started the second round of experiments a long time ago, but due to their numerous commitments, this matter had been indefinitely postponed. However, now that the issues that needed to be resolved were mostly resolved, Kaido believed that the experiments could resume. Madara Uchiha's appearance this time gave Kaido a sense of trouble and terror, thus enhancing the strength of those around him was absolutely necessary. Moreover, in order to respond to future changes, Kaido has always believed that making the entire clan stronger is a very important matter. The system gave him a hint to make his clan the #1 clan in Hidden Leaf Village, and this is just the current stage. In the future, after he accomplishes all these, the system might require him to make his clan the #1 clan in the entire ninja world. Therefore, Kaido believes that it is necessary to prepare in advance. After all, he's not joking with Jiraiya and Madara Uchiha, he genuinely intends to unify the entire ninja world. If the entire ninja world is unified, then there will be no more wars, and our clan will be safe. Even if some lunatic launches an attack, it's not certain it will reach me. Then if the clan is safe, my life is safe, and I can continue to improve through the clan's constant development. Therefore, unifying the ninja world is extremely necessary. Kaido never denies that he possesses the traditional sentiment of the Uchiha clan, and he also won't deny that he is a person who highly values his own life. Without life, all other things are meaningless. Speaking of which, Shizui. Thinking of this, Kaido turned his head and addressed Shizui. Prepare yourself. Now that Hidden Leaf Village has stabilized, I think it's time to continue your experiments. Experiments? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shizui nodded seriously. No problem, indeed it has been so long, we should proceed with the next experiment. I can feel that my body has completely adapted to this power. That's good to hear. Next, I think we should try to increase the dosage as much as possible according to your body's current tolerance. Kaido looked at Shizui with a smile, patting his shoulder with a hint of mischief. Don't forget, you didn't do so well after the first injection. Don't go soft on me this time. Don't worry, I won't. Although Shizui's face showed some embarrassment remembering the last experience. He had managed to endure the first experiment and had gained unimaginable benefits. However, his condition at that time wasn't particularly optimistic. He knew that he couldn't even fight during that period because his body was too weak. However, even though Shizui was frustrated with the situation at the time, the current environment is obviously different, there aren't as many battles for them to fight now. No matter how difficult, I will persist. Shizui said earnestly, but soon it seemed like he remembered something. By the way, Kaido, will Tsunade's return be a good thing for us? A good thing? Kaido looked at Shizui curiously, not knowing how Shizui's thinking could jump so wildly, now turning to the topic of Tsunade. How so? Although our researchers have undergone medical ninja training, it's all basic. And those who train them aren't as professional as Lady Tsunade. Shizui said what he had in mind directly, and his next words made Kaido seriously consider. If Lady Tsunade could stay and help train our researchers, I think it would greatly benefit our experiments, right? Ask Tsunade to train their researchers. Shizui's somewhat naive idea, which could even infuriate some of the older Uchiha members, made Kaido start to ponder seriously. The Uchiha and Senju clans don't get along well. In fact, you could say that 70 or 80 years ago, the two clans were in a kill-or-be-killed relationship. However, each clan had a traitor, and these two traitors were the clan leaders at the time. They had a good relationship with each other. Despite some misunderstandings and problems, after Senju Hashirama physically persuaded Madara Uchiha, the two clans began to work together. The collaboration between the two also made other Uchihas gradually adapt. Even if some of them still despised the Senju to the extreme, they remained in Hidden Leaf Village. For instance, people like Uchiha Taikuki, as a former member of the Blood faction, they probably have no good feelings towards the Senju. But Shisui is different. This guy was once a member of the Spirit faction. Although not entirely spirit-like, he is just right for Kaido. And his spirit-like characteristics mean he won't bear a grudge against the Senju clan, so he can propose such a suggestion. Seems like a good idea? Kaido thought about it seriously and found this idea was actually feasible. If Tsunade stays, she will definitely have to take on the duty of the head of the medical department, a position that no one dares to compete with her for. Similarly, no one is qualified to contend with her, she is the only head of the medical department. But since you are in this position, Kaido can naturally use rights and duties to ask Tsunade for help. Having her specifically help Kaido to cultivate some talents, further consolidate their abilities, this is clearly a great idea. However, as good as the idea is, the most crucial thing is Tsunade's own decision, whether she will stay or not. Everything needs to be confirmed just to be sure. It's a good idea, but we'll have to see how things go. After seriously considering all the circumstances, Kaito said to Shisui with a smile. I didn't expect you to pay such close attention to this matter. Alright, I got it, I'll handle it well. I know you want to promote our experiments to the entire clan. I would naturally be interested in such a good thing. And indeed, the basics of our researchers are too poor. Shisui chuckled and shook his head gently, then slowly began to speak. Letting them get adequate improvement is beneficial to us, not to mention they also need to replicate the cells of that arm, right? Such a difficult task is likely hard to learn from just reading materials and literature, it needs professional guidance. Besides, my disciple is also among the researchers. I'm not like you, I have to be responsible for her. Shisui's words gained Kaido's nod of approval, but Shisui's teasing made him roll his eyes. This guy spoke as if Kaito was not responsible for Sasuke at all. Actually, upon thinking about it, Kaido didn't seem to manage Sasuke much. The current teaching is mostly the same as within the family. But these basic teachings are to help Sasuke and other clan children broaden their horizons. The importance of this education is undeniable. As for other forms of teaching, it seems Kaido only once trained with them, which was then interrupted due to Kakashi's issue. This made Kaido reflect, was he a qualified teacher? After some thought, he felt that he might not quite be. He has now confirmed that the nameless person, Itachi, is still alive, and he is waiting for Sasuke to kill Itachi. So, Sasuke needs to be trained properly in the future, can't be as negligent as now. Kaito muttered silently in his mind. He had made up his mind, though he hadn't figured out how to train Sasuke yet. But one thing he could be certain of was that Sasuke probably wouldn't have any good days in the future. Oh, and Karen as well, they're all doomed. However, Kaido did notice another thing, that was the issue of Shisui mentioning his disciple. Kaido recalled that Shisui had mentioned to him that someone in the lab sought his guidance, and Kaido had left the decision to him. Now that so much time had passed, Kaido didn't know the details very clearly, and he didn't even know who Shisui's disciple was. This made him somewhat curious, and after pondering for a moment, Kaido asked. By the way, who is your disciple? My disciple? Shisui looked at Kaito strangely, but he instantly understood that Kaido probably hadn't paid much attention to this matter, so he simply answered with a smile. She's a girl, also a member of the lab. She is a strong and determined person, but also sensitive at heart. Speaking of it, she has some stories with that guy, but she's nothing like him. The fact she got into the lab is thanks to your approval. I've approved many people. So who is she exactly? Kaido felt somewhat helpless with Shisui's cryptic personality. Even if he himself often speaks in riddles, it doesn't mean he likes to listen. Shisui probably knew Kaido's personality. He chuckled lightly, and then began to speak. She is Izumi, Uchiha Izumi, I think you know who she is, right? Uchiha Izumi? Kaito was slightly taken aback when he heard this name, then nodded in realization. He remembered this girl, she and Itachi Uchiha were childhood friends. After Uchiha Itachi's defection, she was firmly determined to take revenge on him. Kaito really didn't expect that Shisui's disciple would be her, but this seemed very interesting. Kaito now even somewhat regretted letting Saratobi Hiruzen commit suicide. After all, Kaito knew how much this old man hated Itachi Uchiha. If he was alive, along with Sasuke Uchiha and Uchiha Izumi, they could form a league of Avengers to hunt down Itachi Uchiha. Moreover, these three were the people Itachi Uchiha loved and respected the most. That feeling would be both thrilling and satisfying. Unfortunately, that guy was gone, unless Kaido could perform the Edo Tensei to bring him back. But that didn't make much sense. Besides, There was no need for so many to deal with Itachi Uchiha. He was now really looking forward to the expressions on their faces when Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi grew up and pursued Itachi Uchiha. Kaito would never deny his wicked taste. It was part of his personality, and there was nothing to deny. Meanwhile, as they were about to meet Tsunade, in the Land of Water's hidden mist village, Itachi Uchiha and Biwa Juzo had different expressions as they read the report. Since Kakazu and Hidan had disappeared, Itachi Uchiha had leaped from being a reserve member to being a formal member of the Akatsuki. His first task was to go to the hidden mist village in the Land of Water to investigate the situation with the Three Tails and the fourth Mizukage. This was Itachi Uchiha's first task, and he was very careful and focused. After some preparation, they set off. However, it took them quite some time to get to the Land of Water from their departure. Drifting at sea was not an easy thing, especially since they needed to evade the blockade fleet of the hidden mist village, so they spent almost a month to get to the Land of Water. But what they never expected was that as soon as they landed in the Land of Water, they received a message from the world of shinobi. The message detailed the process of the 7 major families of Hidden Leaf Village impeaching the Hokage, with Sarutobi Hiruzen admitting guilt and showing the spirit of a true shinobi, eventually dying by suicide. Such documents are found in every ninja village, some even more detailed than what Itachi Uchiha received. After all, every village has many spies. Itachi Uchiha looked calm, but his heart was full of rage. He was just forcibly restraining himself. The third Hokage was dead? He was forced to commit suicide? This series of news really caused Itachi Uchiha's heart to bleed. His focus was entirely on these messages, ignoring everything else subconsciously. Didn't expect things in Hidden Leaf Village to be so interesting, did you? As Itachi Uchiha's heart bled, Juzo Biwa on the side suddenly spoke up. Your Hokage was doing such things behind the scenes, it's really terrifying. Itachi Uchiha glanced at him silently. He didn't know how to refute this topic. Although he wanted to ignore these things subconsciously, he even wanted to say these were charges forced on them by Kaido Uchiha. But Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted to everything, which left Itachi Uchiha unable to refute. But he was wondering, could it be the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Like, was the Hokage controlled by the Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi Uchiha had experienced the power of Kaido Uchiha, and he never expected that person, who he once looked down upon, to hide so deeply. What he did not expect even more was that this guy took the position of clan head from his own father, becoming the new head of the Uchiha clan. He was really very wary of Kaido Uchiha. He felt that anything happening to this guy was possible. Who knows? Hidden Leaf Village is so far from us, no one can know the exact information inside. Itachi Uchiha successfully controlled his emotional fluctuations, then began to speak. Let's go, don't forget our mission is very important. I know, just feeling a bit emotional. It would have been nice if our Hidden Mist Village had these 7 families back then. Juzo Biwa didn't pay much attention to Itachi Uchiha. He was reading the document in his hand and laughing. The previous Mizukage was really too much. He completely regarded the Hidden Mist Village as his own, doing whatever he wanted without restraint. Who knows how many bloodline clans he harmed, how many people died because of this. Even we, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, couldn't stand him anymore. But none of us dared to rebel against him, because he was a Kage. No matter what he did, there would always be a group who would follow him to the death. Those guys were like brainwashed. They only thought that others were wrong, not their Kage. It's really ridiculous. The darkness of this village is unimaginable, and so are these Kages. The speaker spoke without intention, but the listener took it to heart. Upon hearing his words, Itachi Uchiha's fists involuntarily tightened. The killing intent in his heart had begun to brew, but Juzo Biwa kept talking slowly. Actually, looking at it now, your Hokage ended up not too bad, at least he died with dignity. A person is already dead, what dignity is there to speak of? Itachi Uchiha closed his eyes. He was collecting his own aura, and he replied calmly. You're still young, there's a lot you don't understand. Juzo Biwa noticed some abnormality in Itachi Uchiha, but he didn't care much. Trust in your teammates, that's his consistent rule as a ninja, and also the reason he chose to defect from the loathsome 4th Mizukage. The head of the Uchiha clan gave the 3rd Hokage a great deal of dignity, allowing him to vindicate himself and get a chance to atone for his sins as the Hokage. Such a practice on a political enemy is not common. After all, one needs to thoroughly send their opponents to hell. How could he give him so many opportunities to vindicate himself? So, I said that the head of the Uchiha clan is pretty good. Especially when the 3rd Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village had already angered the public, the 7 major families had impeached him. It was indeed a first in the ninja world. And when they took action, not a single civilian ninja helped. I think you can understand what that implies. Understand? Itachi Uchiha's aura dissipated. These details were things that he subconsciously ignored, things he resisted in his heart. Now that this damned Yasobiwa was asking him in this manner, Itachi Uchiha didn't even know how to respond. He did have the intent to kill, but he dared not act. The impact of such an act would be too severe. Taking a deep breath, Itachi Uchiha started to think quietly, while Yasobiwa walked ahead, seeming in a good mood. This made Itachi Uchiha couldn't help but start to doubt inwardly, because what Yasobiwa said really sounded like him. Chapter 159 Tsunoda sat silently in an office inside the Hokage building, with Shizune holding Tonton behind her. At this moment, Tsunoda's gaze was locked on the bustling scene outside the window, and her heart was filled with emotions. She didn't know how long it had been since she last returned to Hidden Leaf Village, and this time her return made her feel even more unfamiliar. Her family was gone, the older generation was almost all gone, and not many of her generation were left due to wars, missions, and so on. Among those she was close to, it was hard to say whether 10 could be found in Hidden Leaf Village now. Such loneliness was hard for Tsunoda to bear. If it wasn't for her wish to see Hiruzen and Sarutobi off on his final journey, she might not have returned to Hidden Leaf Village in her lifetime. What slightly reassured her but also surprised her was that this time she returned to Hidden Leaf Village, she saw Jiraiya, and Jiraiya was about to become the new Hokage of the village. Upon hearing this news, Tsunoda really furrowed her brows. To be honest, she didn't have much affection for the position of Hokage. Her younger brother and lover had dreamed of becoming Hokage, but when they were striving for it, an accident occurred. Being a Hokage seemed like a curse, or to put it another way, those around her who had any relations with the Hokage usually didn't end well. Both her grandfathers were Hokages, and yet they both died protecting Hidden Leaf Village in the name of Hokage. Likewise, her teacher also died, and he was a Hokage too. Although his death was different from her two grandfathers, it still moved Tsunoda's heart. Her teacher was a slightly distorted Hokage, and he sacrificed himself for redemption, but no matter how you put it, he still died. His death made Tsunoda even more certain that Hokage was an ill-fated position. She wanted to persuade Jiraiya, hoping he wouldn't get involved in this mess, but Jiraiya's helpless look made her realize that he probably didn't have a choice either. The person who had sown these seeds of trouble was probably her teacher. Sigh. After a long while, Tsunoda sighed quietly. This left Shizune, who was sitting next to her, somewhat confused. Lady Tsunoda, what's wrong with you? Ever since we returned to Hidden Leaf Village, your mood seems off, Shizune asked, holding the still very young Tonton. She had noticed Tsunoda's mood was off for a while, but she had been too scared to ask. But bottling it up wasn't a solution either. Now that she had the chance, Shizune naturally planned to ask. You wouldn't understand, and it would be best if you never did, because it would save a lot of trouble. Tsunoda shook her head, not going into detail about these things. In fact, Tsunoda herself didn't want to understand, but as the last nurtured person of the Senju clan, she knew a lot of things deep down. When she was young, she was carefree, loved and protected by her two Hokage grandfathers and her clan. She didn't need to worry about anything. However, as time went by, the Senju clan began to decline in a planned manner. And she had grown into one of the most outstanding ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village, and the things she had learned before began to ferment in her mind. She was actually one of those who always avoided reality, preferring to be herself, just like when she was a child, aimlessly wandering and gambling with her grandpa. Instead of learning about the deceitful nature of people, the intrigues, and the manipulation of situations in the unpredictable Hidden Leaf Village with her other grandfather. So she left Hidden Leaf Village. She would rather shoulder a heap of gambling debts and leave, because that way she could be herself. Shizune gave Tsunoda a confused look, but in the end, she fell silent, not knowing what to say. She felt that Lady Tsunoda was particularly serious and different now, as if she had been this way ever since she returned. This worried Shizune a bit, but she was smart and knew that there were things she really shouldn't say. Knock knock knock. Just then, the door of their office was knocked, immediately catching their attention. However, Tsunoda didn't say a word. She calmly glanced at the door and then continued to look out the window, leaving Shizune a bit at a loss. She stood up and walked to the door to answer it, but to her surprise, this time it was two young people who looked much younger than her. Hello, you are? Shizune curiously asked, but she quickly stepped aside and didn't block the door. Anyone who could freely enter and exit the Hokage building in the Hidden Leaf Village and come looking for Tsunoda probably wasn't a simple character, and of course, being in Hidden Leaf Village gave Shizune a strong sense of security. Sorry for the intrusion, please pardon us. Kaido recognized Shizune at first glance and immediately showed a slightly warm smile. My name is Kaido. Director Shikaku told me that Lady Tsunoda is back, so I came to pay a visit. Ah, please come in. Shizune immediately smiled and replied, even though she didn't quite understand what the name Kaito meant. When Tsunoda heard this name, She turned around immediately. Unlike Shizune, she wasn't as confused. Even though Kaido hadn't said what his surname was, Tsunade knew that the leader of the Uchiha clan was named Kaido. Besides, she had met Jiraiya in the morning and naturally knew a few things. She was just curious about the purpose of Kaido's visit. To think that the leader of the Uchiha clan would personally come to visit me, I'm rather flattered. Tsunade thought of this and immediately spoke out, while Shizune froze slightly upon hearing Tsunade's words. It was only now that she noticed the red and white emblem, like a ping-pong ball, on the back of Kaido and Shizue's clothes. Obviously, they were both members of the Uchiha clan. Visiting Lady Tsunade doesn't seem strange at all. After all, Lady Tsunade is one of the 3 legendary Sannin of Hidden Leaf Village. It's only right that we, as younger generations, should pay our respects. Kaido smiled at Tsunade, then nodded slightly. I am Kaito Uchiha, this is Uchiha Shizue. Nice to meet you. We look forward to your guidance. I'm not qualified to guide. Clan leader Kaito's fame probably already surpasses us has-beens, the so-called Sannin. Tsunade responded with a touch of self-mockery. Her gaze, however, remained on Kaido, as she asked with a serious expression. So, clan leader Kaido, what brings you here? Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Kaido didn't respond immediately. His gaze fell on Tsunade's chest, and he fell into unconscious silence. Tsunade was still wearing her iconic green robe with a loose white top underneath. This outfit perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure, a sight that made Kaido sure that Kishimoto didn't exaggerate in his drawings. However, seeing Tsunade's figure, 2 questions involuntarily popped into Kaido's head. The first was whether such a figure was really suitable for battle, especially since Tsunade seemed to be a ninja proficient in taijutsu. And the second question naturally was how she managed to develop such a figure. Was it natural genetics or did she consume something specific? Kaido, a scientific ninja, had a clear mind and harbored no improper thoughts, he was just simply curious. However, he knew that his curiosity couldn't linger too long, or it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. So, he quickly adjusted his mindset and then smiled at Tsunade, saying, Lady Tsunade, I just wanted to confirm a few things. You have met with Jiraiya, haven't you? Yes, I've already met with him. Tsunade nodded, not denying this, since she knew these matters couldn't be kept secret. Then you should also know that when we found Jiraiya and brought him back, we encountered Orochimaru. Kaido looked at Tsunade calmly as he slowly spoke. Moreover, I think you know that Orochimaru mastered the reanimation jutsu and summoned some formidable individuals. As fellow Sannin, and both of you being in Hidden Leaf Village at this time, we must understand your intentions and where you stand. This is very important to us and to Hidden Leaf Village. I believe you understand. On hearing Kaido's words, Tsunade's gaze quickly cooled. As smart as she was, how could she not understand the implications in Kaido's words? Clearly, the so-called higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village knew about the relationship among the Sannin and how they related to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Especially at this particular time, with Orochimaru having clashed with Kaido, they would undoubtedly adopt a cautious stance. But having such caution applied to her, Tsunade, especially from Uchiha visiting her, it annoyed her a bit deep inside. She had no particular aversion to the Uchiha clan, even though she knew that her Senju clan and the Uchiha had been at odds for thousands of years. However, she grew up following Hashirama Senju. Her ideals also leaned towards Hashirama. Even if her great-grandfather, Tobirama Senju, was not fond of the Uchiha, he didn't say much in front of Tsunade. Additionally, she had a grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, who also inherited Hashirama's will. After the 2 Hokages passed away, Mito educated and raised Tsunade for a long time. This influenced Tsunade to form her own beliefs while also retaining part of Hashirama's thoughts. However, if she was picked on, she would not tolerate it. She never had any particular thoughts against the Uchiha, even disliking some of her teacher's actions towards them in the past. Now the Uchihas, holding on to traditional concepts, came to her. It would indeed be strange if she was in a good mood. Do you suspect that I would act like Orochimaru, doing things I shouldn't? Tsunade folded her arms across her chest, her voice taking on a chilly tone. Or is it because I'm from the Senju clan that you're particularly cautious and vigilant, Kaido Uchiha? It seems Lady Tsunade has some misunderstandings about me. Tsunade's straightforwardness left Kaido somewhat at a loss, but he could understand some of her thoughts. After all, being Uchiha coming to meet Tsunade and asking such pointed questions, considering the historical issues. The fact that Tsunade didn't immediately lose her temper or show signs of initiating combat indicated she was holding back considerably, not to mention that Kaito knew about some of Tsunade's attitudinal issues. This is not about suspecting you, but an inevitable matter. I believe your concerns also stem from my Uchiha identity. However, please rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I'm not an extremist of the Uchiha clan. If you know me, you would understand that my philosophy has always been to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village. The issues between the Senju and the Uchiha were made clear when Hidden Leaf Village was jointly established, and the fact that the elders of the Uchiha clan chose to stay when Madara Uchiha left is proof of that. The reason I'm here is that as the head of the security department, I need to fully understand some matters and prepare for emergencies. Moreover, as Jiraiya is about to become Hokage and you, his teammate, can influence him, we certainly wouldn't dare to offend you, would we? Kaido's words made Tsunoda's furrowed brows relax a bit, but she still maintained a certain level of vigilance. After all, she was not familiar with Kaido or his affairs. But upon careful consideration, Kaido's words were not unreasonable. As the head of the security department, it was indeed Kaido's responsibility. So she took a deep breath, then began to speak seriously. I don't know about Orochimaru's return because it's been quite some time since we last met, but I can assure you that I have no ulterior motives. I presume you have control over Hidden Leaf Village and are aware of my relationship with my sensei and the conflicts within, as well as the reasons why I left Hidden Leaf Village. Nevertheless, he is my sensei, and my only purpose for returning is to pay my last respects to him. I have heard from Jiraiya that his reason for returning to Hidden Leaf Village was also to bid farewell, but he mysteriously ended up becoming the Hokage, didn't he? As for Orochimaru, I presume his return is also for the purpose of saying his goodbyes. As for why he would battle with you, I am not clear about that. He's not the type to seek revenge for our sensei. Most likely, he's just curious to see what kind of person could have managed to kill our sensei. Tsunoda's words were not spoken hastily, but her logic was very clear, which made Kaito nod in agreement. Now he had a preliminary understanding of Tsunoda's position, which was important for him as he had considered keeping Tsunoda in Hidden Leaf Village based on Shizu's suggestion. However, keeping someone who was accustomed to wandering isn't an easy task. This would require Kaido to put in more effort, but these matters can be discussed slowly in the future. After all, the purpose of Kaido's visit this time was just to ascertain her attitude. Now that he has a preliminary understanding of what he wanted, there is no need for him to rush. Overeagerness might sometimes result in the opposite effect. With this in mind, Kaido, with a smile on his face, nodded to Tsunoda. I think I understand, Lady Tsunoda, and please don't be upset, it was just routine procedure. That's it? Tsunoda raised her eyebrows, but then she nodded. Seems like you're not those Kaido. Stereotypes are not a good thing. Every group consists of numerous individuals, and each individual has their own independent will. Kaido laughed and shook his head at Tsunoda, and then slowly said when he left with Shizu. To judge a whole group based on the actions and thoughts of some is not a good thing. I hope Lady Tsunoda can understand this. After all, we might have to serve Hidden Leaf Village in the future. Kaido's words left Tsunoda in deep thought, uncertain about the meaning and purpose behind them. This confusion lingered until the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been dead for some time now. His body was preserved in the morgue, because at the time, Kaido and the others had not decided what to do with it. But ever since they resolved the issue with Jiraiya, holding a funeral for Hiruzen Sarutobi that befits a Hokage became inevitable. Organizing such a funeral would inevitably require a lot of preparation, the most important of which is the publicity work. Kaido was originally thinking about whether he should provide some suggestions for the publicity, but in the end, Shikamaru Nara took care of it perfectly. According to his propaganda, Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to commit seppuku in the name of redemption. He is still legally recognized as the third Hokage. Furthermore, when evaluating the life, achievements, and shortcomings of Hiruzen Sarutobi, one should not only look at the troubles and damages he caused to Hidden Leaf Village in his final years, but also must consider the contributions he made to Hidden Leaf Village. During both the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, Sarutobi's performance was commendable, and under his leadership, Hidden Leaf Village indeed developed well. Thus, offering this third Hokage his final dignity, letting him depart as a lost soul who found his way and attained redemption, embodied the humanistic connotations of the Leaf Village and recognized Sarutobi's contributions. With such a publicity campaign, the sentiment within Hidden Leaf Village towards Sarutobi indeed improved significantly. Especially, Kaito noticed that many Hidden Leaf Village ninja praised the decision to hold a funeral for Sarutobi, which greatly improved the reputation of the seven great families. After all, being able to offer such dignity to an enemy shows the broad-mindedness and magnanimity of these seven great families. Therefore, after several days of preparation, Sarutobi's funeral was chosen to be held on a Friday, and the number of participants from the Leaf Village was massive. There was no rain today, but the weather was unusually gloomy, with dark clouds continually rolling across the sky, obscuring the bright sunshine. Kaito, dressed in a black kimono, stood in the front row representing the Uchiha clan. As the clan's leader, he now represented the entire family's image. Even if such clothes made him feel uncomfortable, he had to wear them. Speaking of which, this was Kaido's first time attending such a funeral. He had heard of Fugaku Uchiha attending a funeral during the Third Great Ninja War. However, the significance of that funeral was different, as it was during the most brutal period of war. Wars always demand sacrifices, a fact everyone understands. In the constant cycle of life and death, they become increasingly numb, and the ninja, as killing machines, become even more so. They not only disregard others' lives but also their own. Perhaps one day, when sacrifices fall upon those they care about, they realize they are not as numb as they thought. However, such numbness pervades the hearts of the ninja of that time, and the best way to dispel this numbness is through mourning. By such mourning, these ninja are reminded that they are emotional beings, that their fights are for their village and their loved ones. After all, a battle with conviction is entirely different from a battle without. Besides, Fugaku Uchiha also mentioned that such funerals are considerations from a political perspective. Whether they genuinely mourn the ninja who sacrificed for Hidden Leaf Village or want to show the village's high regard for these sacrifices, these are things they must do. The brutality and numbness of war, really. Kaido silently shook his head, his gaze on Jiraiya, who stood at the host's position of the funeral, narrating Sarutobi's life story. He didn't seem very emotional. Kaido couldn't tell if it was Sarutobi's death that made him this way or if all of this was bringing back memories of the brutalities of past wars. And the other ninjas, especially those who participated in the Third Great Ninja War, also wore complex expressions on their faces. Perhaps everything happening now reminded them of their past experiences. Kaido shook his head, his gaze finally falling on the stone monument filled with countless names. Kaido couldn't make out their names, didn't know who they were, what they did, or how they died, but what was certain was that they had died in the war. Perhaps from the day of their death, no one mentioned them again. Their stories became untold pasts, dissolving under this sky and disappearing into the dust of history, leaving only their traces on the memorial. I seem to understand better why people from Madara Uchiha's era despised war so much. Kaido sighed softly to himself. After all, Madara Uchiha and his ilk were always portrayed as villains, even in the original story. However, what they yearned for in their hearts was nothing more than world peace, because they were truly tormented by war, for too long. When Jiraiya had finished narrating, it was time for everyone to lay flowers and bid their final farewells. Leading all the Uchiha clan members attending the funeral, Kaido silently followed the crowd towards the front. But what he didn't expect was that someone would suddenly speak up in front of him. "Thank you, Director Kaido. It's you, Kakashi." Kaido looked over in surprise at the sound of the voice, and found himself looking at Kakashi. Kakashi wasn't dressed in his usual Anbu gear but, like Kaido, was wearing a black kimono. However, Kaido was puzzled. Why had Kakashi came to attend Hiruzen Sarutobi's funeral? Why are you here? Did you come to pay respects to your teammate and just happen to be here? No, I came to pay my respects to my father. Kakashi shook his head slightly, the exposed part of his eye curving into a crescent. Because of your actions, my father has been exonerated, and he is now redefined as a hero of Hidden Leaf Village. His name has also returned to Hidden Leaf Village's memorial monument. Today, I am here for him. But without you, there would be no such day for my father. Thank you, Kaido. Looking at the sincere Kakashi before him, Kaido sighed softly, then patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, "You don't have to thank me, we just did what we had to do. And you should just be yourself, doing what you should do. You're living too hard. There's no need for that. You are Kakashi Hatake, not someone else's shadow. I think you understand what I mean, Kakashi." With that, Kaido led the members of the Uchiha clan and quietly walked ahead. Kakashi remained standing where he was, lost in thought. When the last person to lay flowers left, it started to pour heavily. Jiraiya silently waited until the last person left before he breathed a sigh of relief. Only now was the funeral truly over. He lifted his head to look at the photo of his teacher on the monument, then glanced at the numerous names on the other monuments. He sighed deeply. The rain had thoroughly soaked his clothes, but he remained standing still, not moving. After a while, he finally spoke. "Thank you, I think all my wishes have been fulfilled. I will cooperate with your work. It's not about cooperation, but our joint effort." At this moment, Kaido, holding an umbrella, slowly emerged from the shadows. He stopped when he reached Jiraiya. He had changed from his kimono into his usual attire, looking handsome, clean, and competent. He smiled, shaking his head lightly before speaking. "Don't forget, you're the Hokage, and you're simply entrusting matters to professionals. All the results we have achieved cannot be separated from your efforts and trust, right?" "Whatever you say, Director Kaido." Jiraiya shook his head lightly. He was too lazy to argue with Kaido about these things because he felt he couldn't outtalk the youngster in front of him. Moreover, this youngster always used words that were pleasing to the ear to say things that were hard to accept. Perhaps this was a form of high emotional intelligence, but Jiraiya thought it was also a form of hypocrisy. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Why make it like a riddle, letting people guess? Kaito seemed to notice Jiraiya's displeasure, but he didn't mind. He quietly turned around and looked at the monuments around him. In the rainy night, amidst the pitter-patter of rain, the entire heroes' cemetery had a repressed atmosphere. Kaido looked at everything in front of him, reminiscing about the past. He suddenly asked, "Does everything here bring back memories of your past? Are you talking about this funeral, or the past with my teacher?" Jiraiya turned to look at Kaito and asked calmly. "Of course, it's about this funeral. I heard from Elder Fugaku that he has attended similar funerals before, and I noticed the emotional changes in many ninjas today." Kaido slowly spoke in the rain, but he noticed that two people had approached him. He had identified who they were at the first instant, but he was not interested in pointing it out. He continued to speak unhurriedly. "This is probably the disaster brought by war. Although I haven't participated in these wars, I think no one would forget once they have been involved. You have participated in 2 wars, I guess your memories will be deeper. Even if you are not an ordinary ninja, you have experienced a lot, haven't you?" "Yes, I will never forget, it might even be a lifelong nightmare." Jiraiya nodded slightly. Holding this funeral today made him feel like he had returned to the past. He still remembers how oppressive the funerals he attended were. Especially the large-scale funerals. No one stood silently in the entire heroes' cemetery. No one was narrating the life of the deceased, and no one was crying. It was very quiet, without any sound. That death-like atmosphere made people feel numb and uneasy, and it also made people deeply saddened. It was at that time that Jiraiya truly strengthened his resolve. He was determined in his conviction. He wished to resolve these issues in a peaceful way. Because what happened back then left a profound impression on him. But Jiraiya responded quickly. He immediately guessed why Kaito was talking about this with him now. "You want to tell me about your logic? Didn't I say I need to consider it carefully?" "I know, I'm just speaking out of feeling, and I've thought about some other issues as well." Kaito stood quietly in the rain holding an umbrella, looking at Jiraiya with a smile on his face. War is terrifying, but the more terrifying things continue after the war ends. The loss of personnel brought by the war, how should we take care of their families? Especially many of them are not ninjas. Once they lose the pillar of their family, their source of income is cut off. We haven't done well in this regard before. I can try to make up for it now, but it will put a lot of pressure on our finances. Kaido's words made Jiraiya raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect Kaido to come to him to talk about this, but knowing his future situation, he also needed to think carefully. Meanwhile, Kaido was still smiling. Let Jiraiya think about it. After all, what he thought might not be approved. After all, Kaido and his colleagues already had a great idea, which was to deal with the daimyo. But this is not something that can be achieved overnight. Kaido is just giving Jiraiya a heads up, and his ultimate goal is what comes next. Besides, we should also provide psychological counseling and treatment for ninjas after the war. Kaido's voice was very soft, but with the help of chakra, even amidst the noise of the rain, everyone could hear it. I'm afraid that up to now, many people are still unable to get out of the shadow of the war, which has caused some changes in their hearts. This situation may drive a person mad. Imagine that every night when you sleep, you think about the bloody and cruel scenes of that year. Thinking about how your teammates died horribly beside you, flesh and blood blurred, and the enemy rushed towards you with a ferocious smile. If such a trance is reflected in reality, and someone rushes up and you instinctively think it's an enemy and start attacking, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiraiya-sama, our post-war placement for ninjas is far from satisfactory. After all, not everyone has a firm will. Kaido's words made Jiraiya silent. He had never seriously considered this issue, and he could even say that he hadn't thought of it if Kaido hadn't brought it up. However, thinking carefully, all of these are not impossible things to happen, even he would have such nightmares. If it weren't for his strong will, and the ability to think through other means to reduce his own stress, he wouldn't have gotten over it so quickly. Of course, he was also aware that he had not truly gotten out of the shadows, but he could try to use other things to distract his attention. Now that Kaido has brought this up and seems to have his own ideas, it has made Jiraiya take it a bit more seriously. It is indeed a serious problem, and I must admit that no one has paid attention to this issue before. Jiraiya's expression became a bit serious. He looked at Kaido earnestly and asked, "So, Minister Kaido, do you have any thoughts or methods? Since you have brought it up, I guess you must have some preparation, right?" "I guess so." Kaito nodded lightly, then he said, "But this is just my idea. It's up to the medical department to counsel them, and we need a competent medical ninja. Tsunade? Jiraiya's brows furrowed instantly. With his own personal experience, he was 100% sure that Kaido was targeting Tsunade. Could it be that they want to keep Tsunade here to control the guard department and further enhance their reputation? But, do they still need these things? That's right, Tsunade. Kaito nodded directly. He had no intention to pretend now, he even wanted people to hear it. Although she has been away from Hidden Leaf Village for a long time, her name is still listed as the head of the medical department. She actually has a duty to do all this. Also, you've become the Hokage, you need people you can trust. We fear you may find it hard to trust us, so we won't make it difficult for you. Besides, none of our 7 families are proficient in medical ninjutsu. Hidden Leaf Village needs a ninja skilled in medical ninjutsu. What's more, you might find my logic hard to accept, but this might become a necessity in the future. Pain is inevitable, but at least it's temporary. As long as our descendants can live in a completely peaceful environment, we can endure the current pain. For Hidden Leaf Village, for the world of shinobi, I think it would be best to keep Tsunade here. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already died in Hidden Leaf Village, and many things have passed. She also hopes to start over in Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, I won't deny that I do hope she can do something. After all, I want her to help me train some personnel. With that, Kaido paused, then turned and walked towards the outskirts of the cemetery. He had said all he wanted and needed to say. He would leave the rest of the time to them to discuss. Kaido had no interest in disturbing them any longer. However, as he was walking, Kaito suddenly thought of something. He stopped, turned around with a smile, and looked at Jiraiya. By the way, Orochimaru once participated in the experiments of the first Hokage, and he might have some unique items in his possession. Just think, he can summon Madara Uchiha, so can he summon the first Hokage? After saying this, Kaido finally left here with satisfaction, while Jiraiya still stood quietly in the rain. He seemed to be seriously considering Kaito's words, thinking carefully about everything he said. It was only after Kaido's figure had completely disappeared that he sighed deeply. At this moment, 2 figures appeared again in the rain. When the figures approached, their faces were clearly visible. It was Tsunade and Orochimaru. I knew you would come, Orochimaru. Jiraiya was not surprised by their arrival. He just shook his head slightly and said, I've been thinking about when you would appear. After much thought, it seems like it could only be now. So you stayed to wait for me, to watch me lay the final tribute? Orochimaru licked his lips, and his gaze quickly fell on Tsunade. Are you also waiting for me, or do you want to do something? Today is his final journey, I just want to ensure you behave. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru indifferently, a special emotion simmering in her eyes. However, she did not make a move. As she said, today was their teacher's final journey, and she really had no intention or desire to act. However, Kaido's words just now had made Tsunade's feelings fluctuate. Besides understanding what Kaido was trying to get her to stay for, there was something else. It seemed that Orochimaru could awaken her grandfather, who had long been resting in peace. This act of disturbing the dead greatly displeased and upset Tsunade. Orochimaru quietly glanced at the 2 of them, then licked his lips and slowly walked towards the monument. Looking at the photograph on the monument, Orochimaru's expression became significantly more solemn, as various memories constantly surged in his mind. He had witnessed his teacher's transformation from a renowned ninja to a 3rd Hokage who only cared about power. Unfortunately, he did not witness the last brilliance of his teacher as a renowned ninja, which left him feeling somewhat regretful. Shaking his head slightly, Orochimaru took out a bunch of white flowers and placed them next to the monument. Finally, he spoke softly. Teacher, your era has ended. Goodbye. Chapter 160. After returning home, Kaido did not bother to pay attention to Jiraiya's old classmates gathering, but he still had Shizui on standby in the distance. He had to be careful with Orochimaru no matter what because this guy was truly capable of causing trouble. If he wasn't careful, Orochimaru could cause a big fuss, especially since this scoundrel had mastered the impure world reincarnation technique. Kaito knew he was being a bit overly cautious. After all, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were there and probably wouldn't allow Orochimaru to make any mischief. Moreover, Kaito had given Orochimaru a heads up in advance, letting Tsunade know that Orochimaru had the ability to awaken her grandfather. Therefore, for whatever reason, these 2 probably wouldn't let Orochimaru do anything. If he dared to make a move, it would inevitably lead to a battle. What a pity that Shizui's pupil technique hasn't fully cooled down yet, otherwise we could have held Orochimaru down. Holding an umbrella, Kaito walked home, really regretting that Shizui's ability hadn't cooled down. Orochimaru's research ability had always been recognized by Kaito and was something he yearned for. But unfortunately, If this guy didn't cooperate, there was nothing he could do. Even if you caught him, he might still be able to escape. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to do anything and just let Jiraiya save some face. Kaito was always a cautious person. If anyone provoked him, he would certainly look for an opportunity to retaliate. Whether it was Danzō or Sarutobi Hiruzen, aren't all these guys now having tea in the Pure Land? Orochimaru had created an impure world reincarnation which made Kaito extremely embarrassed. Even though, in some sense, Kaito should thank him for giving him the opportunity to fight with Madara Uchiha. But if you provoked him, then you provoked him. Kaito, who was never a virtuous and kind-hearted person, would certainly do something. And his idea was very simple: either you work honestly for me, or I'll use Kotoa Mitsukami to control you to work for me. There were no other choices, no other considerations, just a matter of freedom or not. But we still have to wait for a while, waiting for Shishui's situation to recover. After returning home, Kaito rested well for a night. Early the next day, he went straight to the guard department to clock in for work. As the head of the guard department, Kaito had been too busy to take care of many things, and so he had left them to Fugaku Uchiha, which was admittedly somewhat irresponsible. But there was no choice for Kaito. The entire guard department knew just how busy their chief was, so no one would blame him. Moreover, Fugaku Uchiha was strictly following Kaito's established path, which gave Kaito some reassurance. It seems that the future head of the guard department can be completely left to him. After all, the position is essentially a continuation of the existing structure of the guard department. As Kaito walked, he silently pondered in his mind. In his plan, the guard department was divided into 3 major parts. The role of head of the guard department is an extension of the current operational state of the department, only more comprehensive and detailed in management, and its coverage has become wider. After all, it has spread from every street and community to the whole Hidden Leaf village, constructing a complete and perfected blockchain. Fugaku Uchiha was originally the head of the security department. This guy was a veteran in handling all these matters. Even if Kaito reformed the internal rules and regulations of the security department, this guy could quickly adapt to it all, and his performance was quite impressive. In Kaito's heart, some middle-level power could be delegated, but he never intended to give the highest power of the security department to others. Therefore, handing it over to Fugaku Uchiha is completely feasible, and his loyalty and current performance also make Kaito very reassured. As for the security director, a violent organization completely focused on the internal defense of Hidden Leaf Village, Kaito's idea was to give it to Shishui to lead. But that is still far away. He can slowly advance and perfect it. The issue with the judiciary director is what gives Kaito a headache. Because he can't think of who should be given a shot at it, but after pondering over it, Kaito thought, at worst he could learn from the crazy nation across the ocean in his previous life. Appoint 7 supreme justices at once, letting all 7 major families in, but the main decision still listens to me. Kaito muttered to himself as he entered the office of the security department. What puzzled him was that he did not find Yanko in the office today. This made him a little confused. Normally, Yanko would be waiting for him in the office, or doing something leisurely in the office. But now she is nowhere to be seen, which makes Kaito feel a bit uncomfortable. But as Kaito was pondering, his office door was knocked. When he allowed the knocker to enter, he realized it was Yanko who came. What confused Kaito was that he found Yanko's gaze at him a bit strange. That look was as if she was looking at a pervert, which baffled Kaito. He didn't think he did anything odd, did he? What is that look in your eyes? Kaito asked inexplicably. Why do I feel your gaze is so disrespectful? You are the one who's being disrespectful. Yanko glared at Kaito, then put down the documents in her hand and turned to leave. But before she could step out, Kaito swiftly grabbed her wrist. How was I disrespectful? Kaito raised an eyebrow. I didn't do anything, don't speak nonsense. What about now? Yanko glanced at her wrist that was being grabbed, but she didn't struggle. Never mind, maybe it's not disrespectful to you, but remember the 3 forbiddens of a ninja. Even if you're already strong enough, but you're the clan leader of the Uchiha, and the head of the security department, you need to be mindful of your influence. What are you talking about? Kaito was even more confused. He hadn't drunk alcohol not of age yet, and wasn't indulging in lust he hadn't encountered a suitable one in his clan yet. Moreover, as the clan leader of the Uchiha, he wasn't short of money, and he was a disciplined ninja. How did he get involved with this? These days, he spent all his time assisting Jiraiya and dealing with the funeral arrangements. He hadn't even gone to the prison to collect heads. Are you misunderstanding something? I've been so busy these days, you should know. What does the 3 prohibitions of a ninja have to do with me? Where's Jiraiya-sama's book? Yanko turned a bit red as she asked. She still remembered the strange look the bookstore owner gave her when she asked for Paradise of Intimacy. At that time, she didn't react and didn't think much about it. It wasn't until she read the content of the book that she realized what it was. Thinking of this, Yanko glared at Kaido. After a brief moment of surprise, Kaido burst into laughter. "You're talking about Paradise of Intimacy, aren't you? You've read it, haven't you? Such books should not be sold in Hidden Leaf Village. You need to consider the impact." Alright. The book is so poorly written, it lacks any detail. I don't know what you're shy about. You're still looking for details? You really are full of lewd thoughts. This is considered lewd? You don't know what I've seen in my previous life. On his way to the Hidden Leaf Village prison, the corner of Kaido's mouth twitched slightly. The contents of Paradise of Intimacy, in his previous life, was barely considered anything. At most, it would be categorized as introductory literature. Back then, Kaido's computer was filled with countless uncensored HD movies, but unfortunately, everything disappeared when he traversed. Oh no, those things were never deleted, if they're discovered. For some reason, Kaido, who had never considered this before, suddenly thought of this problem. He instantly felt like his social death was inevitable. Even if he's gone in his previous life, being repeatedly whipped after death would still make Kaido feel awkward and his scalp tingle. He now only hopes that whoever got his computer would quickly reinstall it. Even if it's found, it's okay, just don't flip through his browsing history. As Kaido murmured and walked forward, he probably didn't notice that his mentality had changed slightly. The previous Kaido was also optimistic, cheerful, and energetic, but at that time he was under a lot of pressure. It was related to his life, to the survival of the entire clan. While he wasn't repressed or driven to hysteria, he wouldn't think about these issues at that time, and his mentality was not as good as it is now. Naturally, his thoughts were only for self-preservation, and he wouldn't think about many things that could help him relax and enjoy. But now, perhaps due to the change in environment and the increase in his strength, he has changed a bit. Mindset is indeed very important for a ninja, because these various mindsets can affect a ninja's growth. In the original work, Sasuke's heart filled with hatred, only wanting to kill Itachi Uchiha, gives him ample motivation to constantly grow. However, correspondingly, because of this twisted mentality, he has become indifferent to the consequences and simply considers who can bring about change for him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he has fallen into the abyss. And all of this was caused by that self-righteous Itachi Uchiha. This guy is genuinely destructive, even the brother he claims to love the most is left with anger from gods and ghosts because of him. If it were not for Naruto's continuous efforts to pull Sasuke out of hell, it would be a miracle if Sasuke ended up well. As for Naruto, he always maintained a positive and optimistic attitude, desiring to gain everyone's recognition through his own efforts, and eager to protect everything he cherishes. Under this mindset, his faith was solidified, his strength increased rapidly, and he ultimately became the savior and defeated Sasuke, who was also a savior. Perhaps it's because Kaido has not experienced the most brutal war that he has not fallen into the dark abyss and can always maintain a good mindset. Even under the double pressure from within and outside, he is still able to withstand everything and continue to move forward. Now that the pressure within the village has disappeared, Kaido has gained enough confidence, because all of this is his own efforts. This confidence subtly changes his mindset, and also the stimulation of Uchiha Madara's resurrection keeps him from being arrogant. Confident but not arrogant, positive and optimistic, one can imagine how much growth Kaido can achieve due to the changes in his mindset. However, Kaido has not noticed this now, but it will not affect his growth, and at this time, he has easily entered the Hidden Leaf Village prison again. Strictly speaking, Kaido has rarely visited Hidden Leaf Village prison, either for tours or for sneaking in to accumulate shadow scythe. But he knows everything about the prison quite clearly, because he was truly amazed by the construction of the Hidden Leaf Village prison at the beginning. In Kaido's mind, a multitude of tough men popped up in an instant, and this prison was simply for him to practice and understand. If the people here understood and were let go, running to other villages would be fine, but staying in Hidden Leaf Village would be untenable, right? Therefore, at Kaido's strong request, the whole prison underwent modifications in management mode and guard mode. Although it cost a lot of money and increased manpower costs, the prison is much safer now than before. At least I don't have to worry about any enlightened masters appearing here, then going out to start a hardcore life. While thinking about this, Kaido silently ran to the place where the death row inmates were held. Kaido is really lucky, because the impeachment of Hiruzen Sarutobi led him to deal with the Anbu, which caused a huge loss to the Anbu. Now Kakashi is forced to readjust and make large-scale use of reserve personnel. Although the operation of the Anbu has been restored, the shortage of manpower is still a short-term insurmountable problem. Therefore, many prisoners in the Anbu prison, including some death row inmates who hadn't been dealt with in time, were all transferred to Kaido's Hidden Leaf Village prison. This was a real bargain for Kaido. Although this brought significant pressure to the prison guards, Kaido didn't need to worry about running out of death row inmates to use. Who's there? Inside a death row inmate's cell, Kaido suddenly emerged from the space, giving him quite a fright. However, just as he opened his mouth, Kaido's eyes turned into a bizarre red, and a strange power emanated from them. The prisoner was stunned for a moment, and in the next second, he just stood still. As Kaido's ocular power intensified, the prisoner suddenly clutched his throat and knelt down. His face turned purple, and his mouth slightly opened, but weirdly enough, he didn't make a sound, nor did he breathe autonomously. After a long time, he finally died, and the cause of his death was suffocation. Kaido just watched this guy quietly, then silently turned around and left for the next death row inmate's room. As the head of the guard department, Kaido had full knowledge of these people's intelligence. This guy was absolutely irredeemable. He had stained his hands with the blood of many innocents, but unfortunately, he was captured by the Anbu during a mission in the Land of Fire. After all the twists and turns, he ended up in Kaido's hands. Kaido felt no guilt in killing him. In the following time, Kaido continued to wander among the death row inmate rooms, creating suicide scenarios for them. Once everything was done, Kaido quietly returned to his office. Courage. Every time you kill an enemy, you can gain a shard of courage. When you acquire 100 shards of courage, you can enhance your yang style power to a certain extent and improve your physical fitness. The number of shards contained by enemies of different ninja ranks varies. Activation condition: need 100 shards of courage to activate. Courage shards: Jonin can gain 25, Chunin can gain 20, Geinin can gain 10, ordinary enemies vary between 1 to 5. Shard collection completed. Start importing? Kaido looked at the system prompt and nodded lightly. One good thing about the system was that it somewhat eased the difficulty for Kaido within reasonable rules. The so-called hunting of Jonin only required the enemy to be of the Jonin rank, nothing else mattered. Among these death row inmates, the weakest were probably Chunin. This could be said to have saved Kaido a lot of trouble. Start the import. Kaido pondered for a moment and then directly spoke. I have 2 instances of Yang style in my body, both revived and born from modifications. I'm curious to see how much this can enhance me. Kaido had no shortage of Yang style within his body, even Madara Uchiha would be impressed upon seeing it. However, due to Kaido's body's nature, he was always in urgent need of Yang style, so how could he not be happy to get such a huge amount of Yang style this time? Besides, he had long determined that the enhancement of his eye's strength indeed required these Yang style powers as assistance. The stronger his Yang style, the stronger his eyes would become. As an Uchiha, the strength of his eyes could indeed directly determine his combat power. With Kaido's decision, the system quickly started operating. In a flash, Kaido felt a strong vitality swirling within him. At this moment, his body felt warm and comfortable. Although these powers were subtly stimulating his body to change, having already experienced the most painful transformation, he felt nothing unusual about this change. In just a moment, Kaido felt these powers fully integrate within his body, and at the same time, he could feel his body strength changing once more. He clenched his fist slightly, and a surging power was freely flowing within his body. Such a feeling was indeed very wonderful. Moreover, with the intake of this Yang style, Kaido distinctly felt that his eyes seemed to have been enhanced again. If before he could only vaguely feel that there seemed to be a blockage in front of his eyes, now, he seemed to be able to slightly see this ceiling blocking his path forward. This was progress, a clear and tangible progress. Such a feeling was addictive because it could make him understand his path more clearly. But having improved, I need to keep adapting to these powers. Madara Uchiha has taught me a good lesson. My combat experience is not rich, and my use of power is far inferior to his, so I must try harder and work harder. Kaido was very clear about his strengths and weaknesses, and what he needed to do was to carry out some targeted training. Even some targeted battles, to compensate for his shortcomings. However, Kaido could not rush this matter now. After all, he still had many plans to implement and many things to do. With so many things to do, Kaido was overwhelmed. He could only do things one step at a time. After stabilizing the constantly stirring chakra within his body, Kaido began to consolidate his current situation. However, after he spent an hour finally calming these powers, he didn't expect his door to be knocked on again. Come in. Kaido quelled all his powers and then directly spoke. Soon, Yanko came in. Yanko looked a bit awkward at this time. After all, she had just called Kaido a guy with a brain full of yellow waste, now running over here, she couldn't stand it. However, after a slight awkwardness, her expression immediately became serious. It was obvious that she knew that this was not the time to worry about these details. She took a deep breath before saying, there are 2 things I need to report. First, Master Jiraiya wants to see you. Jiraiya wants to see me? Kaito was taken aback by this news, but quickly nodded to show his understanding. Kaito guessed that perhaps it was their conversation last night that had led to this decision, or perhaps Tsunade had made a decision. With that in mind, Kaito nodded again and quickly asked, "Is Tsunade still in Hidden Leaf Village?" "She hasn't left, has she? Lady Tsunade?" Although Yanko didn't know why Kaito was asking about Tsunade, the clever her immediately realized that Jiraiya's request to meet him might have something to do with Tsunade, so she promptly replied. "Lady Tsunade is still in Hidden Leaf Village, there are no signs of her leaving for now. She is still within the village." "Still in Hidden Leaf Village, I see." Kaito nodded. If Tsunade was still in Hidden Leaf Village, then things could be discussed. This meeting was likely about Tsunade. Thinking about this, Kaito didn't want to delay any longer. He stood up and was ready to leave when Yanko spoke again. "Don't rush, there's another matter that I need to report to you." Seeing Kaito's reaction, Yanko knew that the matter regarding Jiraiya must be significant. If nothing unexpected happened, it really had something to do with Tsunade. She even speculated that Kaito wanted Tsunade to stay in Hidden Leaf Village. After all, if Tsunade's position was firm, then her staying would be more beneficial than harmful. Normally, Yanko wouldn't obstruct Kaito's movements at this time, but the matter at hand was indeed critical. "This matter is important, I must inform you, because there might be a problem within the guard department, even a possibility of enemies infiltrating." Kaito stopped upon hearing this. His gaze instantly became sharp. He didn't care if the enemy was in the temple, but if they were in the guard department, he couldn't accept that. "What's going on? Explain in detail, I'll figure out how to handle it." Kaito said seriously. He was indeed angry at the moment. Even after Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, they still dared to cause trouble. Wasn't this seeking death? However, Kaito's sharp gaze became somewhat awkward and evasive after Yanko spoke again. "According to the report, several death row prisoners died an hour ago. They seem to have committed suicide, but I suspect it's more like silencing," Yanko said with a serious expression. She hadn't noticed Kaito's gaze at all. "Among these people, many are spies from other countries. Perhaps they know a lot of secrets, hence the silencing. The others might have been killed to cover up the real targets. After all, so many people dying from suicide or self-inflicted reasons all at once, it just doesn't seem plausible." Indeed." Kaito managed a composed smile, wondering why the last time he pulled something like this nothing happened, but this time, it drew attention. And how could this be wrong? What's this about an enemy in the guard department? Could it be that he, Kaito, as the head of the guard department, is the enemy? Would they ask him later, why did the department head turn traitor? Kaito shook his head firmly in his mind, then turned to Yanko and said seriously, "I understand this matter, I will have Shisui follow up on it. It seems that our prison management and defense system still has some problems." "There are no problems for now, the key is that we have no idea how the enemy got in." Yanko sighed slightly, her expression becoming more serious and stern. "I've seen the prison reform plan, it was proposed by you. You've installed surveillance in every corner of the prison. This can prevent many incidents, but the enemy seemed to not take the regular route, perhaps they used some unknown power. For instance, space ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Kaito couldn't help but swallow. He found that sometimes being too clever wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all this analysis, wasn't she pushing Kaito into a corner? This couldn't happen. What a nuisance. Kaito sighed as he walked towards the Hokage building. Kaito felt a bit overwhelmed. His ability to use space ninjutsu was not exactly a well-kept secret in Hidden Leaf Village. The higher-ups of the Uchiha clan and the heads of the 7 major families had all witnessed Kaito's space ninjutsu. If Yanko went back and asked around, there was a good chance that Shisui would tell her straight away. Although it wasn't a big deal for Kaito to kill some death row prisoners, after all, these guys were essentially done for, and Kaito was just giving them a push, his secretive actions were a bit questionable. Kaito now needed to think of a counter-strategy. However, these were all minor issues. The most Kaito would face was a bit of embarrassment. He was more focused on the upcoming meeting. As he briskly walked ahead, Kaito suddenly cast a glance to the side, and a figure quickly appeared beside him. "How is it, has that guy Orochimaru caused any problems?" Kaito asked bluntly without any courtesy. Evidently, this figure was Shisui, who Kaito had assigned to tail Orochimaru last night. "No, he left Hidden Leaf Village right after offering the flowers last night and didn't cause any trouble," Shisui answered directly, although his expression showed some confusion. "But I did notice something strange. Both Lady Tsunade and Master Jiraiya were very restrained. Especially Lady Tsunade, she seemed to want to make a move but didn't do anything for various reasons. So everything was peaceful last night, but after Orochimaru left Hidden Leaf Village, he disappeared and I had a hard time tracking him." "That's fine, As long as he has left, consider this as doing a favor for Jiraiya. Hearing Shishui's words, Kaido couldn't help but smile. Orochimaru's ability to escape was probably unmatched in the entire world of Naruto. Otherwise, why could this guy always get away easily no matter how much trouble he caused? It was because he could truly run. Aside from the Sharingan, or rather, the Mangekyo's Genjutsu, this guy had hardly any weaknesses. This also meant that there were very few ways to counter him, not to mention even if he did fall into a trap, he had ways to survive. He's like an eel, there's not much you can do to him unless you can completely control him. Kaido grumbled to himself, then turned to Shishui and said, "Are you tired? If so, go home and rest. If not, do you want to come with me to see Jiraiya, or rather, check on Tsunoda's attitude? You underestimate me. I was once a ninja of the Anbu." Shishui chuckled, then followed Kaido towards the Hokage building. When they both arrived at Jiraiya's office in the Hokage building, Kaido nodded slightly. As expected, Tsunoda was also there, which further confirmed Kaido's thoughts. "Master Jiraiya, Lady Tsunoda." Kaido and Shishui greeted the two with a slight nod and a smile. "I wonder why you wanted to see me. Is there something you need?" "It's me who wanted to see you, I just want to understand and confirm a few things." Tsunoda walked out, staring at Kaido and said coldly, "I know why you want Jiraiya to stay, and so does he. And he agreed because you used a great ninja ideology to pressure him, of course, and your so-called vision. But I'm not Jiraiya. I don't know why you want me to stay. Is it just because of the reasons you mentioned last night? Or do you want to use my return to the medical department to increase your influence, allowing you to better control Hidden Leaf Village?" Upon hearing Tsunoda's words, Kaido couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This woman was really direct. And she was indeed sharp enough. In just a few sentences, she saw through Kaido's thoughts. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising at all. After all, she had received elite education under the last glow of the Senju clan. Don't be fooled by her seemingly careless behavior in the position of Hokage. She handled every matter with great skill. Especially when faced with significant issues, she could instantly take on her responsibilities, and her performance never disappointed. Looking at the formidable Tsunoda before him, Kaido revealed a slight smile, then spoke softly. "Your conjecture is absolutely correct, I indeed have such thoughts, but it's not entirely so. Actually, I made my thoughts quite clear last night, but since you asked, let me explain a little more." Kaido paused slightly, then walked over to the sofa and sat down. Next, he gently tapped to signal Shishui, Jiraiya, and Tsunoda to sit down, completely taking control of the situation. After they all sat down, he continued. "I want you to stay for 3 reasons. First, you can exert an unimaginable influence in medical ninjutsu. Such influence would be of great benefit to the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Because you're a pioneer of medical ninjutsu, because you're one of the Sannin, because you're Tsunoda. Even we would reap incredible benefits if you stayed, so I do need you to stay. I hope you understand what I mean. Second, I indeed hope that you can do something for the ninjas who have experienced war. I haven't experienced war, but I can feel the mental state of those who have. Even now, most of them haven't fully recovered. Sometimes, the end of a war does not mean the end of everything, because the trauma of war has deeply imprinted in their hearts. I have my own personal reasons. I believe Jiraiya has told you some of my thoughts. Whether you agree or not, I will work towards this goal. If you could heal them, Hidden Leaf Village would have a large group of experienced ninjas with a good state of mind. Even if not for my ideas, don't they deserve something from you for all the sacrifices they have made for Hidden Leaf Village? Third, Jiraiya needs trusted people around him as the Hokage, and as his classmate and the person he trusts the most, you are the most suitable candidate." Having said so much, Kaido paused slightly, looking at the seemingly silent Tsunoda in front of him. He gently tapped the table once again, then said with a smile. "Of course, I can also tell you that this is actually a safeguard against you. Because you're an extremely excellent person. Although you have a gambling habit, isn't Jiraiya also a lascivious old man? That's not a big deal. Moreover, past war experiences have taught me that you are absolutely reliable at critical moments. Careful, bold, responsible, highly capable, and one of the Sannin with a high reputation. If you were to run for Hokage, to be honest, even with our help, it would be somewhat troublesome for Jiraiya. And you are definitely not the Hokage we welcome, so if you become Jiraiya's assistant or even advisor, everything would be different. These are my thoughts and goals. Is this enough for you to confirm?" As Kaido's words fell, the whole room fell somewhat silent. Tsunoda looked at Kaido with a slightly furrowed brow. She hadn't expected that her straightforward method of probing would be bluntly reciprocated by Kaido. Moreover, the reasons Kaido gave were so candid and blatant, but strangely, what she sensed was not malice, but sincerity. This guy didn't evade expressing his thoughts at all. He very directly admitted that he wanted to use her. But in admitting these things, he also articulated his fear of her. Tsunade felt that such a fear was not worse than the praise of an enemy of her level, it even made her feel more comfortable. Moreover, Tsunade had to admit, this guy seemed to understand her quite well, his assessments were quite accurate. Even though this guy was doing all this for their own benefit, he gave Tsunade a reason that was truly hard for her to refuse. She had been on the battlefield herself and naturally knew how severe the post-war damage was. Strictly speaking, she herself had some problems. It was just that she didn't want to and had been avoiding dealing with her own issues. She preferred to treat it as a memory to commemorate some people who had left. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade looked seriously at Kaido, and after a while, she finally nodded. I can stay, but you must remember this is your choice. Helping Jiraiya means I'm opposing you. Tsunade didn't hide her thoughts, just stated them quite subtly. The position of Hokage was full of curses to her. Now that Jiraiya was in the position, all she could do was to protect this idiot to the best of her ability. She truly didn't want another person with whom she had a deep relationship to leave because of the curse of Hokage. No, we won't oppose each other, because we're both doing this for Hidden Leaf Village. Kaido laughed when he heard her answer. He found Tsunade, when she was serious, had a unique charm. No wonder Jiraiya, for her, remained a bachelor all his life and never married. Of course, it's also possible that Jiraiya is indeed a hopeless case. So, I guess we have reached an agreement, right? Kaido gathered his thoughts and then stood up and extended his hand towards Tsunade. My name is Kaido Uchiha, the head of the security department, Minister Tsunade. I look forward to working with you in the future. Don't get ahead of yourself. If you were really doing this for Hidden Leaf Village, would you have let Jiraiya fall into such a situation? Tsunade looked at Kaido's extended hand. Although her face still showed some displeasure, she finally stood up and reached out her hand. Their hands clasped together, an image that made Kaido himself somewhat dazed. Many years ago, the Uchiha and Senju clans must have shook hands like this, creating an era of peace. Even if they can't compare to that time, at least for Hidden Leaf Village, this is still a historic and meaningful event. That's not quite right, you and Jiraiya have known each other for so long, you should know that he is a man full of idealism. Kaido calmly looked at Tsunade and spoke with a smile. And the position of Hokage is one that can be steered with idealism, but it needs the support of realists to maintain. Don't think too poorly of us, because we are indeed doing this for Hidden Leaf Village. Of course, don't think too highly of us either, we are still members of the ninja clans, and you are one of them, you should understand. Tsunade calmly glanced at Kaido, then didn't say anything else. Kaido's gaze then turned to Jiraiya. At this moment, a brighter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he spoke softly. Lord Jiraiya, I believe from today on, I should call you the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya looked at Kaido somewhat silently, then finally nodded slightly. A few days later, Jiraiya stood on the corridor of the rooftop platform of the Hokage building, now dressed in a divine robe woven in white and red. Listening to the cheers outside, he suddenly felt a bit nervous for some reason. He was a person who had seen many storms, but he didn't expect that being thrust into the position of Hokage would still make him a bit nervous. Although he knew that his Hokage was not the Hokage of his childhood dreams, he also knew that he had no choice. All he could do was to do everything he could. It's time, Lord Hokage. At this moment, Naruto came to Jiraiya's side and whispered. Huh, I know. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, then nodded seriously. Slowly putting on his Hokage hat, Jiraiya took a deep breath and walked out of the corridor. The next moment, a cheer like a tide suddenly poured toward him, the huge wave of sound filled his ears, the fervent atmosphere enveloped his whole body. When he finally stepped to the very edge of the platform, he reached up and took off the hat on his head. His gaze took in the sea of people below. After a while he finally spoke loudly. From today onwards, I am the fifth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 161 Jiraiya became the fifth Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, marking the end of Hidden Leaf Village's shocking impeachment action that shook the entire ninja world. At the same time, it also provided all those in the ninja world with different intentions a classic, successful case of successful uprising. The turmoil of the ninja world and Hidden Leaf Village at this time are not greatly related because after the election of the fifth Hokage, Hidden Leaf Village's internal situation has basically stabilized. However, there are still some minor issues that need to be properly handled, such as the matter of the three clans, which is a thorny issue for many. But all this doesn't have much to do with Kaido anymore. To be precise, Kaido has no intention of continuing to exert his influence. The role he played and the influence he had during the entire incident is unparalleled and hard to imagine. However, standing out too much is not completely in line with Kaido's thinking. Sometimes it's important to keep a low profile. After all, he still needs to accumulate his own strength and the strength of the entire clan. He has always believed that individual strength is important, but if the overall strength is too weak, that can be a very troublesome matter. In the end, as a member of a clan of Uchiha, he doesn't particularly believe in the doctrine of individual heroism. He believes more that everyone can play their own role in the right position, but such accumulation requires time. Fortunately, the internal problems of Hidden Leaf Village have been resolved by him. He can wait a bit, waiting for the growth of the younger generation. Teacher. Just as Kaido was thinking, Sasuke, sweating profusely and sounding extremely weak, suddenly called out to Kaido. The voice was very faint, but it pulled Kaido back from his thoughts, and he turned his gaze to Sasuke. Sasuke was now panting, his entire body was soaked, but he was still struggling to stand, clearly at his limit. Kaido looked up at the sun. Today's weather was the exact opposite of the day they held the funeral for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The scorching sun baked the earth, especially now at midday in summer. The sun was incredibly fierce. Even Kaido was munching on a watermelon while hiding in the shade, not because he was afraid of the heat, but because he didn't want to get tanned. While Kaido was so relaxed, Sasuke was having a hard time. As Kaido's disciple, Sasuke actually hadn't received much instruction from him, which made Kaido decide to give him a thorough lesson. Therefore, on this rest day, Kaido didn't report to the security department but instead pulled Sasuke and Karen out. This action excited Sasuke. After all, Kaido, as the clan leader and the first man in the family, personally coming to instruct him was incredibly gratifying. However, Sasuke soon couldn't be happy, because the first training project Kaido gave him was a physical assessment and training. After all, being a ninja is a profession that requires enough physical strength. Without enough stamina, one can't support long-distance running. Chakra can indeed alleviate fatigue, but if you continuously use chakra to ease your tiredness, how are you going to fight? In response to Kaido's requirements, Sasuke could only obediently comply, whereas the nearby Karen, who was dared not utter a word, simply did whatever Kaido instructed her to do. As a result, after a round of training, both Sasuke and Karen were completely exhausted. Interestingly, Karen, due to her chakra, could still persist, but Sasuke was on the brink of collapse. He sincerely wanted to grit his teeth and continue, but his body clearly did not allow it. It seems you're still quite weak. Can't handle this? Kaido glanced at Sasuke while he continued to nibble on his watermelon and spoke calmly. Of course, he could see that Sasuke had reached his limit. After all, Sasuke is young, and it's quite impressive that he has persisted to this point under such high temperatures. But this level of impressive is still unsatisfactory for Kaido. If it were the Sasuke from the original story, even if he didn't faint from exhaustion, he wouldn't complain and would continue training after waking up. After all, that Sasuke was burdened with deep-seated hatred for his whole team. He had fallen into an extreme state where his heart was only left with a belief in revenge, just like a walking corpse. This state was quite similar to Kakashi's. Perhaps it was because of this, and Sasuke's Sharingan, that Kakashi favored him in the original story. Now Sasuke hasn't fallen into extremity, so his mentality hasn't reached that level, which is understandable. But Kaido looked up at the sun in the sky and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Thinking back to his previous life's nuclear test subjects who silently endured 1000-degree temperatures. Is this current temperature only around 35 or 6 degrees? And he can't handle it. There's a huge gap between him and those nuclear test subjects from the neighboring island in his previous life, isn't there? Alright, rest for 10 minutes. I have a rough idea of your basic conditions. Although Kaido really wanted to say that they have a lot in common and could learn from each other, he ultimately let Sasuke and Karen rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke immediately slumped to the ground, and although Karen was in better shape, she also ungracefully sat down on her knees. Their state made Kaido shake his head, but he didn't offer to help them. Your physical reserves are too poor. Karen, you've managed to persist for so long only because your chakra reserves are ample, allowing you to continuously use chakra to alleviate your own condition. However, this is the power given by your talent and your bloodline, and I won't criticize you for it. It's just that it's not a good thing to waste too much chakra here. As for Sasuke, your situation is even worse. Whether it's me or Shizui, at your age, our chakra wasn't necessarily more outstanding than yours. But our physical fitness was much better than yours, which allowed us not to consume too much chakra during high-intensity runs outside of combat. Kaido continued to nibble on his watermelon as he spoke, while Sasuke and Karen remained silent and listened attentively. If you can't even meet these basic capabilities, how can I confidently take you out to experience what a real ninja should be doing? What a ninja should be doing? Upon hearing this, Sasuke, who was almost paralyzed, forced himself to lift his head and then asked with his extremely weak voice. Sensei. Are you planning to take us out of the village for missions? I've been considering it, but let me be clear, it's not an easy thing. Kaido finished the last piece of watermelon before he murmured. First, your performances worry me. If I take you out, I worry about the potential mess. Secondly, are you really mentally prepared? Being a ninja is not a game. Ninjas may have to face bloodshed and conflict at any time. Kaido didn't tell Sasuke too many grand principles, because there was no need. With a year of new family education and Fugaku Uchiha's careful teaching, Sasuke's growth environment is incomparable to the original. Similarly, it's not comparable to that nameless person, Itachi. His thinking is more open, and his approach to issues is more comprehensive. Even though he's still young, he has a certain logical thinking ability. This little guy understands many things and can see clearly. Even if he has many doubts, he will remember them and then ask his father. It can be said that his growth is what Kaido hopes for, even if his conviction is far less than the original. However, it doesn't matter if he lacks some conviction. Kaido can completely put external pressure on him to achieve the training state in the original. With the idea of as long as training doesn't kill them, train them harder, Sasuke and Karen were thoroughly dumbfounded. The two probably don't even know how they got home, and this is just the beginning. In the following week, they were always in this state. The training was boring, but there was no other way. Kaido wanted to teach them some basic skills, such as climbing trees and walking on water. However, one of the two had already learned, and the other had excellent control over chakra, and could learn quickly. This left Kaido in a bind. However, he was already planning to teach them some ninjutsu once their physical performances improved. And they themselves would enter into actual combat, allowing them to make better progress. However, I need to contact Jiraiya for this. I need to bring Naruto over. Ever since Jiraiya returned to Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto has been living with him. Although Kaido didn't know how Jiraiya managed to build such a good relationship with Naruto, he accepted it when he thought about the original story. Naruto desperately needed recognition, and Jiraiya probably felt indebted to Naruto deep down. Or rather, the whole of Hidden Leaf Village owed Naruto something, and Jiraiya would certainly try his best to make up for it. Kaido seemed to remember hearing from his subordinates in the security department that they had seen Jiraiya personally escorting Naruto to school. Moreover, Sasuke mentioned that Naruto had told him at school that he had learned some amazing things, which made Sasuke very envious. This shows that their relationship is very good, and it also informs Kaido that Jiraiya has probably started training Naruto. In the original story, Naruto was only trained for 3 years, and he already had such strength and abilities. Now that Naruto is being groomed by Jiraiya from a young age, how far can this boy go? I just hope Jiraiya doesn't spoil Naruto's personality. The one in the original story was such a strange character. If it wasn't for Shizue assuring me that he hadn't done anything, I would suspect that he really warped Naruto. Kaido pondered silently in his heart, while also arriving at the Hokage building. Since he had thought of it and there was no mutually affecting relationship, he would go ahead and do it. Although he had severe procrastination in his previous life, after being beaten up so much in this world, he has developed a habit of acting swiftly. Clan leader Hyuga, Counselor Nara? However, what Kaido didn't expect was that just as he arrived at the Hokage building, he saw Hiashi Hyuga and Nara Shikaku walking out together. Although Kaido was a bit surprised, he still greeted them with a smile, and they also responded with smiles when they saw him. He could tell that their moods were very good, and their gazes towards Kaido were slightly respectful. After all, they had accomplished such a big thing and wrapped it up smoothly this time. The contributions Kaido made were unimaginable. Now that they saw Kaido, their moods were naturally very good. Counselor Kaido, you've worked hard during this period. Hiashi was the first to speak, and it was clear that his mood was very good. After the 5th Hokage took office, we haven't seen much of you. I was wondering if we should pay a visit. I didn't expect to meet you today. Can't be helped, there's a lot to handle in the security department. And I have plans to reform it, which you should know about. Kaido shrugged casually. He seemed a bit helpless, but the pride between his brows was quite clear. Moreover, I have my own disciples. I just haven't had the time to properly teach them. Now that I have some time, I think I should do something. Hiashi Hyuga and Nara Shikaku were both taken aback. They didn't expect Kaido to have taken disciples. However, they didn't say anything, just found it interesting. After all, Kaido, who was already 18, didn't even have a fiancé yet. Everyone was from the circle of large families. There might be some things that others didn't know, but they all had a clear understanding. Kaido, the unparalleled clan leader of the Uchiha clan, hadn't even got engaged till now. Not just him, Shizue, the vice leader of their clan, was also quiet about any personal matters. However, what changed Nara Shikaku's smiling face was the seeming deep connection between their clan leader and his family's Yanko, even bordering on overly close. Shaking his head, Narashikaku decisively decided not to think about these messy things. After all, it was not him who would be bothered, but his elder brother, Shikashiro. By the way, did you come to see the Hokage? Kaido didn't want to keep worrying about the situation with Sasuke, so he asked with a smile. Looking at you two, it seems that the results have been quite good. Overall it's good news, but when it comes to specific details, it's headache-inducing. Narashikaku shrugged, smiling as he replied to Kaido. It's about the two issues you and he brought up. He asked us how to implement them, and he also saw the current financial report. He knows that Hidden Leaf Village is out of money. Aside from that, it's about Asuma's situation. Asuma has arrived in Hidden Leaf Village and has returned to the Sarutobi clan. Narashikaku's words made Kaito nod subtly. Indeed, this was good news in general, but when it came to the details, it wasn't so satisfying. That Jiraiya voluntarily discussed these matters with them indicated that he was getting into the role quickly. He was very clear about his position. However, the matters involved were somewhat challenging. The two issues Kaido and Jiraiya brought up were essentially about post-war ninja management. Kaido went to see them after Sarutobi Hiruzen's funeral and explain these things. Kaido didn't necessarily need to tell them, but he was clear that they were now a team. Kaito needed to show them a certain degree of respect. A large reason for Madara Uchiha's failure was the lack of support around him. A lone wolf couldn't achieve much, no matter how strong he was. Having learned from Madara Uchiha's lessons, Kaito paid attention not only to personal strength but also team building. Only in this way could he get support for anything. And whatever he did, there would be people helping him to do it better, hence the saying many hands make light work. Kaito actually presented them with a difficult problem, but this problem wasn't unsolvable. After all, it was just a money issue. They had already planned to deal with the daimyo, and the assets of the three major clans had already been confiscated. However, now there was another issue that wasn't big but couldn't be ignored. That was Asuma's attitude. After all, Asuma's return would force them to temporarily focus on these three clans. Regarding the handling of these three clans, the 7 of them, including Kaito, do not exactly share a unified view. For instance, Hiashi Hyuga harbors intense hatred for these people, wishing them dead, even though he would never verbalize such thoughts. But who doesn't know what he's thinking? Narashikaku, on the other hand, approaches the situation from a pragmatic viewpoint, considering the interests of Hidden Leaf Village. He believes that if these people can be assimilated, then they should be, as it benefits Hidden Leaf Village. If it were only this, Narashikaku would definitely have the upper hand, given that he is backed by Akimeki Chosa and Yamanaka Inoichi. The Aburame and Inuzuka clans maintain a neutral stance, supporting neither side. Under these circumstances, Kaito, who hasn't expressed his opinion, has become the most critical figure. His voice carries almost the highest weight among the 7 major clans by default. This reflects the strength and influence of Kaito. Even though he has only recently been accepted by the major clans, he is undoubtedly the core figure among the 7. Many speculate that, as an Uchiha, Kaito holds a deep grudge against the 3 clans, likely even supporting Hiashi Hyuga's cutthroat approach. However, as long as he doesn't take a stance, a final decision cannot be made on this matter. Regardless, Narashikaku has to find a way to convince the Uchiha clan leader, at least from Hidden Leaf Village's perspective. This is definitely more beneficial than harmful. But, if these 3 clans lack self-awareness, it is not up to him. I think I get it. This matter is indeed a headache, but let's see how things develop. After observing the two, Kaito couldn't help but laugh. He had considered this issue long before and had his own thoughts. However, he believed it was best to stay silent. After all, Hiashi Hyuga has given him significant support in the past. It's best to keep his thoughts to himself for now. We don't need to rush this issue. After all, the Hokage is dealing with the brunt of it and is more anxious than us. We only need to do our jobs diligently and wait for the best opportunity. Just like with Sarutobi Asuma's return, we don't need to do anything. Who knows, to those 3 clans, he could be the new Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Kaito said this, he glanced at Narashikaku and winked at him. Narashikaku was slightly stunned but soon understood. He couldn't help but laugh and nod his head. Becoming Sarutobi Hiruzen actually has 2 meanings. The most straightforward meaning is to become the new leader of these 3 clans like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such a move would naturally involve integrating the 3 clans and then launching an offensive against Kaito and others. If he does this now, it is truly seeking death. This is completely in line with Hyuga Hayashi's inner desire because if they make a move against Kaito and others now, they are challenging the authority of Hidden Leaf Village, but the other meaning is subtler. That is, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a man who knew how to endure and compromise. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's endurance and compromise were mainly for those outside the village, he dealt with people inside the village with a heavy hand. However, Everyone knows that when facing issues of life and death, one must remain calm and think carefully. Asuma is Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, and it's hard to say if he'll inherit characteristics like Hiruzen. Regardless, Kaido has subtly revealed his intentions to Narashikaku. That is, if Asuma can cooperate honestly, he wouldn't mind sparing these clans. Kaido's expression was subtle, but how could someone as smart as Narashikaku not understand? After pondering for a moment, he understood why Kaido expressed himself so cryptically. To put it plainly, Kaido is keeping things ambiguous, watching what those three clans will do. Because for him, whether they are annihilated or not, it's no big deal. Furthermore, Kaido is also taking Hiashi Hyuga's feelings into account. Having clarified these things, Narashikaku couldn't help but smile and say, Minister Kaido, you're probably here to see the Hokage, right? In that case, we won't disturb you. Indeed, we have taken up a lot of Minister Kaido's time, said Hiashi Hyuga, who also got the answer he wanted. He too smiled and nodded at Kaido. It's not a bother. After all, meeting with the Hokage isn't a big deal. Kaido chuckled and shook his head, but didn't explain further. Well, I'll take my leave then, Minister Shikaku, clan head Hiashi. Goodbye, Minister Kaido. Narashikaku and Hiashi Hyuga nodded slightly at Kaido in unison. Neither of them asked what Kaido was going to do. Asking directly would not only be impolite but also suggest a lack of trust between them, which is definitely not something a normal person would do. Watching Kaido leave, they both turned around, satisfied, and left the Hokage building. After all, they had both received the answers they sought. Kaido quickly arrived at the Hokage's office in the Hokage building. What amused him was that he clearly detected the trace of Anbu when he came. However, when these Anbu saw him heading to the Hokage's office, they pretended not to see him, allowing him to stride into the Hokage's office. Did I go too far back then? Sometimes Kaido couldn't help but think. At that time, he had no reservations and almost exterminated the Anbu inadvertently. But this can't be entirely blamed on him. That barrier, like a lava belt, was created by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the real catastrophe for the Anbu was caused by him and Sarutobi Hiruzen in the end, so it's inevitable that Sarutobi Hiruzen bears half the responsibility. Shaking his head, Kaido was too lazy to speculate about the Anbu's thoughts. He stood politely at the door of the Hokage's office and knocked. It was only when a voice from inside invited him in that he pushed open the door. Why are you here too? After Kaido entered, he saw Jiraiya looking troubledly at some documents. Jiraiya looked somewhat surprised upon seeing Kaido. Especially since Narashikaku and Hiashi Hyuga had just met with him, and now Kaido was here right after. This only added to his headaches. Don't worry, my purpose for being here differs from Minister Shikaku and clan head Hiashi. Kaido could tell with a glance what was troubling Jiraiya. He shook his head and said directly, in fact, you have good solutions for these issues. You just need to observe and think carefully, and you can get a good answer. After all, we have been doing some of these things all along. If you really can't figure it out, you can ask Minister Tsunade. She stayed to help you. Asked Tsunade? Jiraiya rubbed his head, then shook his head and spoke. I see. But why are you so kind to give me such a hint? This doesn't seem like your style, does it? Do you really understand me? Do you really know what I'm thinking? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with a somewhat playful expression, then continued speaking with a smile. Okay, let's not talk about these issues. After all, you're the Hokage, and many things require your own thinking. I came to you to inform you that Sasuke is my disciple, and one of his best friends is Naruto. I think you should know that not long ago, Naruto kept running to our Uchiha. Now Sasuke needs a sparring partner, and Naruto is under your care and has made good progress under your guidance. So, I plan to have Naruto come to me when he has time. That's about it. Jiraiya stared blankly at Kaido. He really hadn't expected that Kaido came to him for this. He did know that Naruto had been cared for by the Uchiha clan, and Naruto hadn't been shy about singing their praises while living together. For example, Brother Kaido is the most gentle and kindest ninja. Sasuke is so clueless, why can't he become Brother Kaido's disciple? There's also Uncle Fugaku is so good to me, and so is Aunt Mikoto. They really take good care of me, which had given Jiraiya a headache for a long time. However, to be serious, Jiraiya was very grateful for Kaido's care of Naruto, even if he always felt that Kaido had ulterior motives. But now Jiraiya didn't feel like thinking about this, as he faced an even trickier issue. Kaido actually wanted Naruto to go there? This made Jiraiya a bit troubled. To be honest, he was really worried that Kaido, as the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan, might control Naruto. Even though he knew that the probability was very low, he still felt somewhat uneasy deep down. After a long while, he finally asked, Do you just want Naruto to be Sasuke's training partner? You do know their relationship, don't you? Kaido looked at Jiraiya's hesitation and couldn't help but shrug and speak. Besides, I've never mistreated Naruto. On the contrary, I was one of the few who felt sorry for him and recognized him back then. But I heard that when you attacked Danzō, you specifically had Fugaku Uchiha bring him over. Jiraiya stared at Kaido, his face showing signs of anger. I think you can't deny that, can you? Yes, I can't deny it, but there's something I must clarify. Kaido looked fearlessly at Jiraiya, tilting his head slightly and speaking calmly. That is, even though I took him there, I never thought of controlling him to do anything. What I wanted to do was to deter, to prevent others from acting rashly, because I don't want to hurt the innocent. Do you understand this? Kaito was now bluffing. He wouldn't control the Nine Tails, and how could he have had the abilities he has now back then? But the transformation that happened in just 1 year, if he were to reveal it, Jiraiya might be even less likely to believe it. Not just Jiraiya, even a normal person would find it hard to believe. Kaido's growth rate was astonishing. Even the fact that he had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, in the eyes of Itachi and Fugaku, was something that Kaido had done long ago but had never revealed. Moreover, there was a consensus within the family that if it were not for the extreme crisis the clan was in, Kaido might have kept a low profile all along. Kaido couldn't explain these things, so he simply let the misunderstanding stand as a deterrent, which seemed to have a pretty good effect. Jiraiya obviously approved of Kaido's reasoning. After furrowing his brows, he reluctantly nodded. Kaido single-handedly defeated his teacher while also wiping out many Anbu and 3 clan ninjas. Such combat power was unimaginable. Although the open space in front of the Hokage building had been repaired, traces of the previous battle still remain there. I see. But I have a question. Jiraiya closed his eyes, but he soon opened them again. You want him to be Sasuke's training partner? Aren't you worried about damaging the child's confidence, or is that your original intention? Why would you think that, and why don't you think I can guide this child? Kaito was somewhat speechless. He really didn't understand how much malice and misunderstanding Jiraiya had towards him. However, when Kaido thought about it, he could understand why. After all, Naruto is the child of Minato Namikaze, and he is Hidden Lee Village's Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. After all, he is now Jiraiya's disciple. In an instant, Kaito seemed to know how to deal with Jiraiya's words. He looked at Jiraiya playfully and then asked with a laugh. So, under your personal guidance, you still think Naruto can't be Sasuke's match? Or do you think your teachings can't match mine, right? Nonsense. Jiraiya was caught off guard by Kaito's words. He stood up angrily and glared at Kaido. If it were anything else, he might have admitted that he was not as good as Kaido, but he would never accept that he was not as good a teacher as Kaido. After all, he had trained excellent disciples like Minato Namikaze. Although his beliefs were refuted by Kaido, leaving him speechless, it doesn't mean his disciples are not good. To deny this would be to deny Minato Namikaze, wouldn't it? How about this, Hokage-sama? Kaido looked at the slightly annoyed Jiraiya, rubbed his chin, and suddenly had an idea. He could try to take on this clear dissatisfaction of Jiraiya and witness the so-called natural energy. Natural energy has always been one of the most dangerous and magical powers in the world of Naruto, and this power constitutes the final piece of Madara Uchiha's power system. Madara Uchiha's power is probably divided into 3 parts, the power of Uchiha's Yin style, Senju Hashirama's Yang style, and the power of Sage Jutsu. Although he acquired the power of Sage Jutsu last, its power is unimaginable. The reason Naruto is so strong is that apart from the Nine Tails mode, he most relies on the power of Sage Jutsu. That kind of super-enhancing ability can cause a qualitative change in a person. Due to Kaido's divine ascension, he already has the power of Yang style, and his physical condition has been unimaginably enhanced by the dark scythe. In addition to the Yang style power he acquired this time due to courage, his acquisition of Yang style can be said to be plentiful. Of course, this power is still more the better, as it helps Kaido's eyes irreplaceably. After all, it is like fuel, allowing Kaido's eyes to keep working without worrying about blindness. As an Uchiha, he is naturally endowed with the power of Yin style, and the continuous enhancement of the power of Yin style can improve the quality of his eyes, exerting greater power. Kaido already has these 2 powers, so the only thing he lacks now is 1 power. That is the power of nature, just like when Madara Uchiha was resurrected. Coincidentally, Jiraiya himself possesses such power. If Kaido doesn't try to experience or attempt to harness it, he might regret it. Before I consider how to obtain this power, I should at least witness such power. Kaido thought to himself and then spoke up. Let's spar, consider it an exchange. Actually, I know you might have been harboring resentment against me. Instead of keeping it in, why don't we let it out? I've often heard a saying, That excellent ninjas can understand each other's thoughts through their fists, right? Kaido looked at Jiraiya with a smile, cocked his head and said softly. I can't match your fists directly, but in battle, I think you can clearly understand what I'm thinking. Likewise, I can understand what you're thinking. What do you say, Hokage-sama? In a secluded corner of Hidden Leaf Village, in a valley, Kaido and Jiraiya stood across from each other on a river. They stared at each other quietly, neither taking the initiative to attack, but it was evident that Jiraiya agreed with Kaido's idea. Actually, Kaido always thought the concept of communicating with fists was nonsense. If feelings could be conveyed through fists, what's the point of verbal communication? But as Kaido spent more time in this world, he seemed to understand the meaning of this so-called communicating with fists. This needs to be connected to a saying of the Sage of Six Paths, which is there is inevitably a connection between chakras. It's not the act of clashing fists that makes one understand the other's intentions, but the fusion of each other's chakra during the clash that lets one comprehend the other's thoughts. And the reason only powerful ninjas can do this is even simpler. If the chakra is insufficient, how can one carry out this series of operations? As for those with a vast difference in strength, one would be dead after a fight, so what is there to understand? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but fall silent. To be honest, he had been feeling some frustration and dissatisfaction recently. Even though he has become the Hokage and witnessed Kaido doing things that seem to benefit Hidden Leaf Village, the resentment in his heart is still there, and that cannot be changed. In addition, Kaido's words indeed hit Jiraiya's inner feelings. He indeed wanted to know Kaido's thoughts. As for understanding each other's thoughts through a clash of fists, he somewhat agreed with this in his heart, but he also understood the principle behind it. Kaido took the initiative to propose this challenge. Jiraiya knew that even if he might not be a match, he could still partake in a good fight. The two quietly stared at each other, and as their breathing gradually became calm, their aura steadily rose, making the surrounding air seem somewhat oppressive. Are you ready, Lord Jiraiya? Just then, Kaido suddenly spoke up. I only hope that Lord Jiraiya could be serious. After all, I will not be holding back much. Don't be too confident. A ninja should not only maintain confidence that he can deal with all enemies. Jiraiya also spoke at this moment, his chakra already beginning to surge wildly. But they should also remain vigilant, because even a Genin could potentially kill a Jonin. Kaido chuckled lightly. However, just as he was about to speak, Jiraiya had already used a teleportation jutsu to appear in front of him. BZZT. His fist, carrying a strong wind, was ruthlessly aimed at Kaido. However, at this moment, Kaido's eyes turned blood red, and he quickly reached out and grabbed Jiraiya's wrist. Of course I know this, but I have always been vigilant. Kaido said softly. However, Jiraiya didn't respond. The chakra around him became even more fearsome. The immense power slightly shook off Kaido's hand. In the next moment, without any hand seals, his hair suddenly became as sharp as a porcupine's quills. Then, like a frenzy, it stabbed towards Kaido. Kaido dodged slightly. These sharp hairs, as pointed as kunai, couldn't cause him any harm. But the next moment, he felt a strange chakra appear behind him. Like a phantom, Jiraiya had appeared behind Kaido, and in his hand, a chakra sphere was continuously spinning. Chapter 162 In the Land of Rain, the sound of rain showed no signs of stopping. Within a forest of steel, all sounds were drowned by the rain, making the entire world seem both noisy and peaceful. Atop a tower of steel, an expressionless man sat on an extended iron bridge, allowing the rain to drench him. He was dressed in black with a pattern of red clouds. Such colors were not eye-catching in the dim rain. But his yellow hair, matted together in the rain, and his cold, merciless eyes, reminiscent of a dead man's, could not help but send chills down one's spine. Especially clear were the patterns in his eyes, like rings of a tree, demonstrating these were the Rinnegan, the eyes of the legendary sage of the Six Paths. The people of this country called him Pain, but his real identity was just one of the Pains, Tendo. Of course, it was not wrong to simply call him Pain. Because no matter what the title, they all referred to one person, Nagato. Nearly 10 years ago, after Hueco was killed by Hanzo and Danzō, he followed the advice of the man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. He extended his hand deep into the Land of Rain, and under his physical suppression, the entire Land of Rain was now his. Even the daimyo had no presence in the entire country, nor could he compare with his rule. However, the current Land of Rain is also a closed country, which can be considered a form of protection, but also a form of revenge. He didn't like this sweeping country because it had caused him too much pain. His family was tragically killed in the war, even his only dear friend, Hueco, also had his life taken away in this country. The hatred in his heart was as tangible as substance, but he couldn't destroy this place. Because there were many, many innocent people here, They too suffered the devastation of war, they too were people who detested war. Moreover, this was where his dream started, where Jiraiya as a teacher guided them, where they spent their happiest times. This was where his dear friend's dream resided, what they strived and fought for, just for that elusive peace. They really gave too much. That's why he chose to close it off. Under such closure, this place was unlikely to develop, but it also protected everyone. After all, under the coverage of Rain Tiger at will technique, any spy attempting to infiltrate would be exposed instantly. But in the rare periods of peace in the shinobi world, this place was also completely isolated from the world. However, because of his extraordinary power, and for ending the war in the Land of Rain, protecting all the people in this country, he was called God by the people of the Land of Rain. Having the eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths, he naturally didn't think there was anything wrong with his title, and in his heart, he truly believed himself to be a god. I want to pacify this chaotic world like a god, I want to prevent war from ever erupting on this land again. Nagato quietly watched the heavy rainfall. This torrential rain disgusted him, but every time he saw such rain, he was surprisingly at ease. He knew that since he stepped on this path, he couldn't turn back, but he never thought of turning back. After all, he had to realize his and Yahiko's dream. However, that Madara Uchiha's plan is utterly nonsense. What's the point of creating a world of nothingness? He was now quietly contemplating his plan for peace, and the so-called Madara Uchiha's plan of infinite Tsukami. Compared to that illusory world, he actually preferred something more realistic. He also believed that if Yahiko were still alive, he would definitely not like that kind of self-deceptive dream. Not to mention, he still remembered that Yahiko had very clearly rejected Uchiha Madara initially. And the reason he accepted him now was nothing more than to use his abilities to fulfill his own dream. He had absolutely no trust with this guy before. As for how to achieve peace, he had a vague idea. The method of capturing the tailed beasts for infinite Tsukami reminded him. But he still needed to refine the specific details, and he had not told anyone about this idea. Step. Step. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him, breaking his train of thought, causing him to frown and look back. Yo, leader, so you're here, sitting here watching the rain every day, aren't you tired? Before the person got close, a slightly rough voice had already reached him. Nagato didn't move, but his gaze had already landed on a man dressed in black with a pattern of red clouds walking towards him. The guy was carrying a large sword wrapped in white cloth on his shoulder, a faint smile hanging on his shark-like face. Most importantly, the chakra within this guy was so massive that it was suffocating. It was really hard to believe that one person could have such a terrifying amount of chakra. But Nagato had no intention of turning around. He still maintained his previous posture, his voice indifferent as if dead. What do you want, Kisame Hoshigaki? Kisame shrugged. He seemed rather carefree, but his movements and eyes were extremely careful. He knew that the guy in front of him was very dangerous. He knew this guy was not to be messed with from the moment he joined. Well, you see, I've been here for a while since I was recruited by the masked man who calls himself Madara Uchiha. But don't you think it's a waste for someone with my talents to be stuck in a place like this watching the rain? How about giving me a mission to get some fresh air? Nagato did not answer him immediately, but seemed to be thinking. After a long while, he finally spoke indifferently. If you don't want to stay in the rain country, then prepare to go to the earth country. We plan to recruit a man named Deodara into the organization. His abilities are useful to us. In addition, starting today, you'll team up with Itachi Uchiha. His original partner, Biwajuzo, died on a mission, so he doesn't currently have a teammate. And since you were once a member of the Hidden Mist Village, like Biwajuzo, I think you two can get along well. Oh. The man, reminiscent of a shark, arched an eyebrow, a playful look on his face. Biwajuzo is dead. I wonder if his beheading sword has been brought back. As for Itachi Uchiha, hasn't he already lost the Uchiha surname? And I heard he tried to attack his own clan, ended up being counter-killed and even got the people behind him killed. He's quite an interesting guy. But he swung the Seimata in his hand and turned towards the stairs. It doesn't matter, teaming up with this guy is at least better than watching you raise fish like this. Goodbye, leader. I hope you can find a new place to watch the rain when I return. Atop a cliff outside the rain country, Itachi Uchiha sat quietly. Biwajuzo was dead, died right in front of him, and it was for his sake. The impact was really not small for Itachi Uchiha. It made him involuntarily recall the moment he first activated his Sharingan. In fact, his relationship with Biwajuzo was really not good, to the point that he had actually thought about killing this nonsense-talking guy. But after a conversation with Biwajuzo, Itachi Uchiha's heart inexplicably harbored a hint of doubt. And Biwajuzo's death made the doubts that had already emerged in his heart become even heavier. Especially now that he had received news from Hidden Leaf Village, The third Hokage's disciple, Jiraiya, had become the fifth Hokage. Moreover, Lady Tsunade, who had left Hidden Leaf Village years ago, had also chosen to return to Hidden Leaf Village and once again took up the position of head of the medical department. These two pieces of news seemed to signify Hidden Leaf Village's return to stability to others, but to Itachi Uchiha, their core significance was completely different. Why didn't Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade avenge the third Hokage? Weren't they all disciples of the third Hokage? Itachi Uchiha muttered in his heart. This time he didn't think about whether it was Kaito Uchiha who used the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the two of them. Even though he really wanted to think that way, he knew that doing so would only make him look stupid. Just as he was pondering, someone suddenly walked past him from behind, instantly causing him to furrow his brow. "You're that surnameless Itachi, aren't you?" The figure of the newcomer was still blurred, but his voice had already reached him from afar. This single sentence made one of Itachi Uchiha's eyes turn blood red. Indeed, he had lost an eye, but to prevent the loss from affecting his combat ability, he had transplanted a regular eye to compensate for the problem. Although this somewhat affected his combat performance, it was much better than having a huge blind spot in his field of view. Itachi Uchiha didn't move, nor did he make a sound, but the chakra within his body had started to surge. It was obvious that he was somewhat angered by these words. After all, he was now a true renegade of Hidden Leaf Village, a person without a clan or a surname. Angry, huh? That's a bit much. The entire shinobi world knows about your situation. You're not that petty, are you? As the gruff voice grew closer, the figure behind Itachi Uchiha became clearer, and it was Kisame. "Who are you?" Itachi Uchiha indifferently asked. "I don't seem to be familiar with you, and my name is Itachi Uchiha. That's not something anyone can easily strip away." "That depends on whether the Uchiha of Hidden Leaf Village recognize you." Kisame casually laughed, then continued. "As for me, my name is Kisame Hoshigaki. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be teammates in the future. If you have any questions, you can ask the leader. I really have bad luck. I originally thought I would team up with Biwajazo. Although I don't like him. But we're from the same village, it's convenient to coordinate, and that guy was smart. I just didn't expect him to die, and in the end, you became my teammate. If you have any questions, go find the leader. After all, I haven't received any orders." Itachi Uchiha calmly said. He didn't want to say another word to this guy. "You're really cold, just as I imagined." Kisame, however, didn't care at all. Itachi's attitude only made him more interested, so he continued with a smile. "Speaking of which, I'm quite curious about you. I heard you wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan with your own hands, but unfortunately, you were stopped and lost an eye. But I want to ask, what kind of emotions were you harboring when you decided to kill your own people and destroy the clan that gave birth and raised you, including your parents?" His casual words instantly solidified the atmosphere. Itachi Uchiha slowly stood up and turned his head to stare at Kisame. But Kisame, carrying the same aura, smiled back at him. It was clear that Kisame was not the least bit scared, and a dangerous atmosphere had subtly spread amidst the curtain of rain. Talkative ninjas often meet death. Did you not learn this lesson during your ninja school days? It took a long while before Itachi Uchiha spoke indifferently, appearing to be harboring a killing intent now. "No, I just happened to meet someone who nearly shared my experience, so I wanted to ask." Kisame chuckled lightly at Itachi, shrugged carelessly, and finally spoke. "I clearly remember the horrified looks of my comrades when I killed them. That despair in their eyes, I don't think I will ever forget it in my lifetime. And you know what? The order to do this came from my village. My faith was in my village at that time, but they asked me to do such a thing. From that moment, or rather, from the moment I saw the look of despair in my comrades' eyes, I knew I was entangled in a war. A war of power struggle within the village, where the leaders are interested in benefits, not us. In their eyes, we were merely disposable tools. I despise that feeling. That's exactly why I joined the organization at the suggestion of that masked man. I wanted a peaceful world. Of course, I personally feel that the masked man is more like an unreliable madman, but that doesn't matter. After all, if this continues, I'm going to go insane sooner or later. As for you, I heard that you entirely regard your village leader's words as truth, so I'm very curious about what kind of mentality you had when you were doing it. After all, you're much more ruthless than me. I only killed my comrades, but you plan to kill your entire family." Kisame's words were filled with mockery and provocation, and the anger and killing intent in Itachi's heart reached a climax. But in the end, he closed his eyes, turned around, and sat back down. He gazed at the heavy rain before him, then finally spoke softly. "I am quite different from you. I did not actually do it, but you did. If you insist on asking, Then I'll tell you, what I adhere to is the will of a ninja. Aren't you the same? I don't know whether it's right or wrong. Maybe only when I die will I truly see myself clearly. Everything will become clear then. Humphrey. Upon hearing this answer, Kisame couldn't help but shake his head disdainfully. Then he turned and left straight away, but not before making a parting remark. You are such a hypocrite. You can't even see the reality. Teaming up with you is indeed a sorrow. Because you're a real executioner, and I am a man who is almost driven mad by reality. But that's fine too, an executioner and a madman together, quite interesting indeed. Itachi Uchiha remained silent, still looking at the curtain of rain before him. Only after Kisame had completely left did he start to shiver uncontrollably. Did I really make a mistake? Itachi Uchiha looked up at the sky. Whether he was right or wrong, he knew there was no turning back. Because he knew Kaito Uchiha, he would never let him go, and would never give him the opportunity to correct his mistakes. The battle between Kaido and Jiraiya was destined to be intense, yet inevitably non-lethal. After all, Kaido had already forced a Hokage to his death. If he accidentally killed Jiraiya, it would be a real trouble. Of course, this was merely Kaido's speculation, as Jiraiya's strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, this guy had an incomparable wealth of combat experience, making dealing with him no easy task. In the original story, facing Nagato, who could directly rival Hidden Leaf Village and had mastered the Rinnegan for so long, Jiraiya still managed to hold his own. Even his eventual defeat was merely due to a lack of information about Nagato. If he had reacted sooner and known more about his opponent, it would have been hard to say who would have won. But such a scenario would never happen now, considering that he was now the Hokage. Even if he wanted to, nobody would allow him to invade an enemy village alone. Kaido and Jiraiya moved with astonishing speed. Even if they were simply engaged in hand-to-hand combat, the constant vibration of chakra was enough to intimidate anyone. Jiraiya, as a seasoned ninja, knew very well his strengths and weaknesses. Directly engaging Kaido in hand-to-hand combat and ninjutsu was unrealistic, especially when the latter was a renowned super ninja who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even though the kid wasn't using it at the moment, the power of the simple 3 Tomoe Sharingan was still enough to invoke envy. Boom! The torrent of chakra continuously spread out, shattering rocks were sent flying. Kaido and Jiraiya moved like 2 streaks of light, constantly separating and crossing paths. Such a battle appeared incredibly intense, even an ordinary Jonin battle at this level would be deemed noteworthy. But whether it was Kaido or Jiraiya, their expressions remained calm. After all, although the aftermath of such a battle seemed substantial, it was only a regular fight for both of them. A fight of this degree posed no real threat to either of them. Even for the Rasengan, Kaido could easily evade it if he wished to, without even bothering to hide. This most basic, chakra attribute-free Rasengan, despite its swift assault, was not a threat given Kaido's reaction speed. Moreover, in this fight, Kaido had clearly learned from his previous encounter with Madara Uchiha. He always sought to control the initiative and actively used some small-scale ninjutsu, combining them with his hand-to-hand combat and launching attacks on Jiraiya, rather than blindly pursuing large-scale, high-intensity ninjutsu for bombardment. Under their continuous collisions and attacks, everything around them had been turned into ruins by the impact of chakra. However, the current intensity of the warm-up isn't enough. If it remains at this level, it will likely be difficult to make Jiraiya use his Sage mode. While Kaido dodged and attacked, he also pondered within his heart. His stress was surprisingly minimal at this moment. Such little pressure, however, did not satisfy him, but on second thought, it wasn't surprising. After all, they were not mortal enemies, where the battles had clear winners, losers, life, and death. Still, a little pressure should be fine. Kaito mumbled to himself, then suddenly lunged forward, throwing a fierce punch at Jiraiya. Jiraiya reacted swiftly, almost jumping backward the moment Kaido made his move, his hand simultaneously starting to form seals. Coincidentally, Kaido also started forming seals the moment Jiraiya retreated. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire. The flames formed from the fusion of chakra turned oil and fierce fire, collided violently with the roaring flame dragon. At the moment of flaming turbulence, Kaido had already drawn his ninjato, and this time, a vibrant blue lightning chakra rippled on it. After acquiring the power of lightning style, Kaido could fully bring out the power of the ninjato he snatched and refined from Rigakurasuke's hands. Speaking of this ninjato, it was indeed a tragic one. Although it could conduct any type of chakra, it was best suited to lightning style. Ironically, Kaido did not possess lightning style power before and only used wind style, resulting in a subpar effect. But now it was different. Having finally chosen the power of lightning, he could finally let this ninjato shine. Upon drawing his ninjato, Kaido's aura underwent a drastic transformation. The ninjato emitted a soft hum in his hands, and Kaido's gaze swept around the flames. The next moment, Kaido abruptly used the teleportation jutsu, and his ninjato sliced fiercely into the flames. Buzz. Even without using wind-style chakra, the blade from his ninjato swing still managed to cut through the flames. Jiraiya, situated behind the flames, immediately pressed his hands heavily on the ground in the face of Kaido's attack. Earth-style wall. The ground beneath him rolled quickly, and an earthen wall instantly blocked between Jiraiya and Kaido. However, the next moment, Jiraiya's face changed slightly, because he clearly sensed that Kaido's ninjato was filled with lightning-style chakra. This guy, he actually possesses lightning style? After Jiraiya returned, he had carefully read the documentation of Kaido's battle with his teacher, as well as the documentation left by Kaido's attack on Danzō a year ago. Without exception, all these documents mentioned Kaido's exceptional skill in wielding a sword imbued with wind style and his frighteningly proficient use of ninjutsu. Especially fire style, it seemed that the fire style he used was different from the traditional one. He could replace ordinary flames with a kind of fire that alternates between black and white. Moreover, this guy's eye strength was extremely exaggerated. He could construct a chakra giant fully integrated with chakra for both offense and defense. When this giant worked in combination with Kaido's swordsmanship, it was not merely catastrophic. However, there was never a mention of Kaido using lightning style. If Jiraiya knew this, he wouldn't have used earth style. After all, lightning style absolutely counters earth style, leaving it utterly defenseless. Buzz. As expected, Jiraiya's earth wall was torn apart like tofu by Kaido's ninjato. Then, under the continuous attack of leaping chakra, it crumbled instantly. However, Jiraiya remained calm under such circumstances. Ninjutsu, Wild Lion's Mainjutsu. Jiraiya quickly clasped his hands together again, and the next moment, terrifying chakra erupted from his body. His white hair suddenly lengthened, forming a giant lion's head that rushed at Kaido like lightning. Looking at the hair sharp as a blade, Kaido swiftly swung his ninjato, cutting off Jiraiya's hair in a blink. But the next moment, he found Jiraiya had already rushed in front of him, followed by a fierce punch to his stomach. Using his hair as a cover, and then launching a surprise attack, Jiraiya executed this move very proficiently. For an average person, this combo punch would indeed be difficult to resist, but unfortunately, Jiraiya's opponent was Kaido. Kaido sidestepped Jiraiya's punch, and then delivered a kick to his stomach. Jiraiya's reaction was extremely quick. His feet lightly touched the ground, and he leaped into the air, then threw another punch at Kaido's head. Kaido slightly leaned back, the punch barely missing his face. But the next moment, it seemed like he had an idea. Without any hesitation, Kaido's ninjato swiftly stabbed towards Jiraiya's chest. Sure enough, he found his ninjato being parried the next moment. This guy, though not as sharp as Sarutobi, isn't performing poorly either. Jiraiya really had a trick up his sleeve when dealing with the perceptiveness of a Sharingan. This move seemed to be called frog something, Kaido couldn't quite remember. Originally, Naruto Uzumaki was able to dodge the shared vision of the 6 paths of pain with this move, subsequently shattering a clone. The attack didn't succeed this time, but Jiraiya didn't mind at all. He quickly launched his own offensive without uttering a word. He didn't use any ninja tools, instead, he kept closing in on Kaido's body, leaving no room for Kaido's ninjato to be deployed. It must be said that his strategy was indeed slightly troublesome for Kaido. Especially since this guy's fists were genuinely hard, and his defensive ability was somewhat excessive. However, Kaido was not in a hurry. Such close combat presented no threat to him. After all, he had the insight that Jiraiya simply did not possess. Finally, Kaido found an opportunity and quickly created distance between himself and Jiraiya. Before Jiraiya could close the gap, the ninjato was already swung. The ninjato, arcing with bright blue electricity, unceremoniously slashed across Jiraiya's chest. But Kaido didn't make any further moves because the Jiraiya in front of him turned into a puff of smoke. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Suddenly, a powerful fire style chakra erupted behind Kaido. Kaido glanced back, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. In an instant, the chakra within Kaido suddenly shifted, and Jiraiya immediately felt a blur in his vision. The next second, Kaido appeared in front of Jiraiya like a phantom, along with a roaring chakra and space vibration, throwing a punch at his face. Thump. Accompanied by a dull sound, Jiraiya was sent flying. But Jiraiya had excellent control over his body. Even in such a state, he immediately steadied himself, landing firmly on the ground. However, the moment he landed, Kaido appeared once again in front of him with that space-distorting chakra. Then, his left fist swung out again. Under Jiraiya's astonished gaze, it hit Jiraiya's stomach hard this time. Space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya felt a surge of intense pain in his stomach. However, his endurance was still very strong. He could still control his reaction to the pain. He just couldn't understand how Kaido could also use space-time ninjutsu. Could it be that he had learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu? No time to think, Jiraiya immediately started forming seals in midair, but his body stiffened momentarily. That's because Kaido had already appeared in his trajectory, seizing one of his hands, preventing him from completing the seals. On the other hand, the ninjato he was holding was already pointed at his neck. Hokage-sama, aren't you going easy a bit too much? Kaido said with a smile, looking at Jiraiya who lay on the ground. Then he put away his ninjato, slightly exerted force with his left hand, and directly pulled Jiraiya up. Although it's just a spar, didn't you want to vent a bit? You really can't achieve anything like this. You should know that I'm not even trying. You can actually use space-time ninjutsu? While rubbing his face and his stomach, Jiraiya felt that he wasn't here to vent, but to be a punching bag. He was really curious though. How could Kaito know such a technique? It seemed that there were no records of it at all. The only one who was recorded to have such a technique was the mysterious figure who killed his disciple years ago, someone that even the Uchiha clan had no knowledge of. The fact that I can use space-time ninjutsu is known by people like Director Shikaku and even Kakashi. Kaido casually spread his hands, smiling as he spoke. But this technique consumes a lot of chakra. Under normal circumstances, I won't use it casually. Plus, using it takes away a lot of the fun in fighting for me. After all, combined with my swordsmanship, basically no one can survive. That's why very few people know that I can use this technique. Either they don't talk about it, or they're dead. So what about using it on me? Kaido hadn't been too harsh, just giving Jiraiya a couple of solid punches, which wasn't a big deal for Jiraiya. Do you think I can resist your abilities? Why not? I don't believe the Hokage's standard is just this. Kaido gently shook his head, and then he said seriously. I believe that if Hokage-sama gets serious, he can absolutely figure out a way to deal with it. After all, strictly speaking, your combat experience is much richer than mine. In terms of combat awareness, I am not as good as you. But just the level of fight we had just now is definitely not what I want. You want to vent, and I hope that the fight is meaningful for me. So we'd better both be serious. After all, I'm really looking forward to your sage mode. Huh? At first, Jiraiya only casually responded, and then began to think about how to deal with Kaido's space-time ninjutsu. But before he could think further, he realized there was a problem with Kaito's words. Did this guy know that he could use sage mode? You. Don't make that face, it only shows your ignorance. Haven't you referred to yourself as the Toad Sage many times? I am the clan head of the Uchiha. The information about Hashirama Senju is recorded within our clan, and I am well aware that you, Hokage-sama, can use sage mode. Moreover, I am aware of what the 3 sacred places of the sage mode are, and you are the inheritor of one of those sacred places. Isn't it normal for you to use sage mode? Kaido didn't give Jiraiya a chance to ask questions, he directly addressed all of Jiraiya's doubts. While Jiraiya did choke a little, he had to nod quickly because there was absolutely no issue with the logic of Kaido's explanation. So you mean, you want to see my sage mode? Jiraiya looked at Kaido curiously. Why? If you have seen the records, you should know that sage mode is an extremely dangerous ability. I know, of course. It's because I know that I want to experience it. Kaito smiled and took a few steps back, then continued speaking with a shrug. I'm curious about this power, after all, it's the power that gave Madara Uchiha trouble back in the day. As for danger, which power is not dangerous? Injuries can happen even in friendly sparring. But Jiraiya-sama, I possess both the Susanoo and space-time ninjutsu, do you really think you can harm me? Kaido's words almost painted "you don't have the ability," on his face, which immediately upset Jiraiya. However, looking at Kaido, Jiraiya had to nod seriously. Because even if he used sage mode, he wasn't confident that he could definitely deal with Kaido. In essence, Kaido hadn't shown much information, and valuable intelligence didn't really apply to him. For instance, the Mangekyo Sharingan and that giant, it seemed like he had no intention of using them. Thinking this, Jiraiya didn't hesitate anymore. In normal combat, it wasn't that he was powerless, but he would definitely find it extremely difficult. Sage mode could exponentially increase his power, making fighting easier for him and possibly letting this arrogant kid, Kaido, experience failure. Nodding at Kaido, Jiraiya's chakra became extremely strange, but it harmonized perfectly with nature. The next moment, he quickly bit his finger and used his blood to draw on his face. Jiraiya's sage mode hadn't reached the ease of use and power that Naruto, Minato no Mikaze, and Hashirama Senju had. But regardless, he could still wield the power of Sage Mode. Let's begin. Since you want to experience it, then experience it properly. Feeling the force of nature completely resonate with his body, Jiraiya was focused. Then, he initiated the attack. Kaito still maintained his 3 Tomoe Sharingan state. In his eyes, he could clearly see a very unique force. This force really differed from the typical chakra drawn from oneself, and it was extremely dangerous. Kaito seemed to feel that this kind of power, if neglected, might end up killing him. But the enhancement this power brought to him was also evident, as Jiraiya's speed and strength had climbed a level. The key point was that Jiraiya, at this moment, had also acquired an exceptionally strong perception ability, a power that others might not obtain in their lifetime. That is indeed powerful. This Sage Mode is quite extraordinary. Kaito silently gauged Jiraiya's strength, all while making continuous analysis and judgments. As Jiraiya noticed that Kaito's offensive was somewhat sluggish, his own force became even more fierce. Sage Art, Fire Style, Great Flame Bombs. An even stronger fire style burst forth from Jiraiya's mouth. The violent flame, combined with the oil Jiraiya had condensed with chakra, attacked Kaito relentlessly. Kaito watched all this calmly, but inside, he was overjoyed. Sage techniques are the best way to directly reflect the strength of natural chakra, which is much better than constantly attacking oneself to make judgments. However, despite his joy, he couldn't let down his guard for a moment, as this technique could be disastrous if one is not careful. Faced with an attack mixed with sage chakra, Kaito took a deep breath, and the ninjato in his hand shone brightly. In the next moment, Kaito swung his sword, but his face changed slightly. Because he clearly perceived that even though the terrifying flame was indeed cut open by his sword, the sage chakra contained in it actually crept along his blade towards his body. Even though these powers were eventually blocked by the Aegis shield, Kaito clearly felt that the chakra of his Aegis shield began to become eerie. However, this seems to be quite normal. Kaito quickly dispelled the chakra of the Aegis shield from his body. Watching Jiraiya rush over again, he couldn't help but reveal a smirk. With the Sage Mode so powerful, he was naturally satisfied, although he was astonished that such chakra could even be used for assassination going straight into other people's bodies, undetectably. However, strong power is strong. The Aegis shield may not be as good as Kaito's Susanoo, but its defense is not inferior. Yet Jiraiya's mere diffusion of power made him somewhat embarrassed, which was quite telling. But Kaito didn't think that this would be useful against Susanoo. It might be effective at the primary stage, but not necessarily at the advanced stage. One must know that even if Madara Uchiha was defeated every time, it was undeniable that he always brought Hashirama Senju to the brink of collapse each time. Hashirama Senju was an expert at using sage techniques, and if Madara Uchiha didn't have the ability to ignore sage chakra, he probably couldn't have threatened Hashirama Senju. However, this is also good. I can see where his limits lie, and by the way, Kaito looked at the Aegis shield chakra tainted with sage power that had fallen off his body, and then his eyes fell on Jiraiya again. Collect some of this power to help me plan further. Chapter 163. In fact, there are other chakra modes similar to Sage Mode in the world of Naruto, such as the lightning-style chakra mode used by the 4th Rukongai, which stands out. The explosive power and speed of this mode are so great that it can even dodge the attacks of Amaterasu. You can imagine just how terrifying it is. The Sage Mode is different because it represents a unique way of utilizing natural chakra. The so-called Sage Chakra is a state where one can harness natural energy. In this state, one can draw upon natural energy to enhance both offense and defense, and also augment physical techniques, ninjutsu range, and sensory abilities. This represents an all-round, potent boost. More importantly, natural chakra is infinite, whereas the chakra that can be produced within the human body inherently has a limit. One is infinite, the other has a clear ceiling. How can they be compared? However, the load that sage chakra places on the human body has a limit, which depends on how much power the individual's body can handle. The effectiveness of Sage Mode also varies, which is blatantly obvious. If we were to discuss the upper limit of Sage Mode, the first person that comes to Kaito's mind would be the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Following him would be Naruto, then Minato Namikaze, who claimed he wasn't proficient in Sage Mode, and the weakest naturally would be Jiraiya. But even under such a weak mode, Jiraiya has become as formidable as if he were a completely different person. Now he can keep up with Kaito's speed, and the power of his ninjutsu has increased many times over. Such an all-round boost is truly incredible, and this power made Kaito understand why Madara Uchiha, despite being so strong, was still eager to obtain it. Could it be that the so-called Sage Mode is actually a simplified form of the Six Paths Chakra Mode? In Kaito's view, the Six Paths Chakra Mode is essentially a combination of all types of chakra, including the integration of Sage Chakra. However, for beings that reach that level, The power they use is likely replaced by natural chakra instead of regular chakra. Therefore, those who reach the level of the Six Paths Sage are practically in a state of Sage mode at all times. They inherently possess Sage mode, and with the fusion of various types of chakra, that's how the so-called Six Paths chakra mode is formed, right? This is becoming more and more intriguing. Kaido quickly dodged Jiraiya's attack and swung his blade at Jiraiya. Jiraiya swiftly dodged and counterattacked while doing so. He didn't summon the two toads to assist in the battle, perhaps for him, summoning those two toads would mean a life-or-death struggle. However, that's fine too, it makes it easier for Kaido to explore and discover. As the battle between Kaido and Jiraiya continued, Kaido gradually figured out many things. Especially through his constant observation with the Sharingan, he had unearthed many hidden secrets. Jiraiya isn't as in tune with Sage Chakra as I imagined. If we use Naruto's state as a comparison, where Naruto is 100%, Jiraiya can only be considered around 80 to 90%, Kaido thought to himself, avoiding a wildly exaggerated fire style powered by Sage Chakra. At that moment, Jiraiya had also charged to his side. His hair once again sharpened, and he fiercely stabbed towards Kaido. Sage Art, Hair Needle Senbon. This time, imbued with natural chakra, his hair had become much longer. The constantly fluttering sharp hair formed a semicircle as if to completely trap Kaido. Moreover, the strength of these hairs had increased and obviously, they couldn't be shattered easily. Kaido didn't dare to be hit by these. With a flick of his shinobi blade in hand, he quickly blocked the incoming hair and immediately leaped backward. However, Jiraiya wouldn't give Kaido any time to rest. His speed was extremely fast, and before Kaido knew it, he had already jumped above him. In his hands appeared a huge sphere filled with terrifying Sage Chakra. Rasengan, or more accurately, Sage Art, Massive Rasengan. This thing was more than 10 times larger than a normal Rasengan. Kaido was completely convinced that if he was hit by this, he would be in serious trouble. However, it wasn't easy to hit Kaido, even Jiraiya was very clear about this reality. Boom. The massive booming sound was deafening, and the terrifying Rasengan instantly created a deep pit in the ground. Kaido landed steadily on a tree, the chakra around him was fluctuating wildly. It was obvious that he had used void walking to face this attack. He silently observed the traces left by the Sage Art Rasengan, and finally couldn't help but shake his head lightly. That's the thing about the Rasengan. While it seems to have average burst power and range, its actual effectiveness and lethality are astonishing. With this technique, Minato no Mikaze and Naruto swept through the ninja world, defeating one strong enemy after another. It wasn't without reason. If I use Susanoo to defend against the Sage Art Rasengan, can I block it? Kaido thought quietly, but soon he noticed another issue. Also, Jiraiya's Sage mode seems to be different from other people's Sage mode. Kaido leaped up, he rushed towards Jiraiya while pondering, his shinobi blade once again swung at Jiraiya. And Jiraiya's reaction speed was also extremely exaggerated. Even though he didn't possess Kaido's perceptiveness, at this moment, he seemed to be able to see Kaido's movements, and both his brain and body could respond accordingly. This allowed Kaido to confirm and deduce a lot more. Jiraiya was purely relying on the perception ability enhanced by Sage mode to fight. However, although he has perceptive abilities, his movements still seem a bit slow, and this performance is not as exaggerated as Kabuto's. Could it be that every Sage mode from each sanctuary is actually different? Kaido clearly remembered, Kabuto's Earth Dragon Whole Sage Art, though it amplified chakra quite drastically, didn't seem to be as comprehensive. In the original story, the power of the ninjutsu he executed under Sage mode was incredible, and even after he closed off his own vision, it didn't affect his fighting at all. From this, it was evident how strong his perception was at the time. But what surprised Kaido was that Kabuto seemed to have lost his physical prowess at the time. This aspect was starkly different from Jiraiya's current performance. Indeed, he was facing two wielders of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but let's not forget that his physical abilities were actually quite strong. Can it be interpreted that each so-called sanctuary excels in different types of Sage arts? With a very casual sidestep, Kaido dodged Jiraiya's attack, and then his fist went straight back at him. At the same time, his ninja blade also stabbed at Jiraiya's chest at an odd angle, and at this moment, Jiraiya fiercely shook his hair. Thought Heart, Needle Jizo. His hair hardened, enveloping his entire body, which forced Kaido to withdraw his punch for fear of striking it. And his ninja blade made a sound like a metal collision when it hit the hair. One can only imagine how hard this guy's hair actually is. But Kaido didn't care, he had basically obtained the results he wanted. Based on Jiraiya, Naruto, Minato no Mikaze, and Kabuto, even considering the performance of Seven Tails and Hashirama Senju as comparisons and summaries, he indeed discovered some rather interesting things. Minato no Mikaze, Naruto, and Jiraiya, they were all representatives of Myabaku Mountain sage art. And looking at their performance, it seems like the enhanced aspects are truly all-round. It could only be said that the giant toad, who has lived from 1,000 years ago to the present and even interacted with the young Six Paths Sage brothers, was indeed extraordinary. The sage mode it created was perhaps the closest to the Six Paths Sage mode of the Otsutsuki. Of course, these creations of the sanctuaries naturally use natural chakra and can be considered representatives of the innate sage mode. Therefore, the sage mode created by the three major sanctuaries also has a bias, similar to that of the Mengekyo Sharingan. Excluding personal ability, the sage art of Mount Myabaku provides a strong physical, ninjutsu and perceptual performance. And it also shows excellent defense, be it ninjutsu resistance or illusion resistance, both have reached a terrifying strength. Although Jiraiya has been avoiding Kaido's attacks with ninjutsu or his own speed, he is, more or less, grazed by Kaido's ninja blade. However, when Kaido's ninja blade charged with lightning-style chakra strikes him, he still seems vigorous and unaffected, which really amazed Kaido. However, it can be basically determined that the three major sanctuaries formulate sage mode through their own bias. Mount Myabaku's sage mode is completely based on Otsutsuki Hagoromo's performance, and then strips away the inner chakra of other modes to perfect the sage mode. Although it's standard, without any advantages or disadvantages, it can be considered the most comprehensive and complete sage mode. The sage mode of Ruchi Cave, on the other hand, fully integrates snake traits, perhaps because of the snake's sensitivity to life and its terrifying perceptual ability. Therefore, in addition to the basic enhancement, the sage mode of Ruchi Cave also enhances its perception and chakra. However, it seems not as strong in physical jutsu, but at least in this chakra mode, he can make snake-like movements to evade attacks. And the last one is Shikatsu Forest, represented by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. His personal strength has already reached the peak, and he inherently possesses terrifying perceptive abilities, which can be seen from the performance of the second Hokage. Although there were no more users of Shikatsu Forest sage art later, based on the anime and manga I've seen, I can make some simple judgments. It seems that his sage mode greatly enhances physical vitality to increase agility and defense, and also gives all the techniques he excels in a leap in power. That is to say, the sage mode of Shikatsu Forest actually removes perception, greatly enhances the body's performance, and increases the power of jutsu. Thinking of this, Kaido's face turned somewhat strange. His Mengekyo ability inherently has an ability to enhance jutsu power, and now looking back, he finds that there is something similar in those sage arts. This made Kaido slightly embarrassed, and he also understood why Madara Uchiha was keen on stealing Hashirama Senju's sage art. Is this the ultimate experience, double the joy? While Kaido was contemplating, Jiraiya's offensive became even more fierce, because Jiraiya seemed to be thinking about something while fighting. This suddenly made him realize something: this guy is investigating and studying sage mode. He is not a fool. After he launched an attack in sage mode, Kaido started to dodge continuously, relying on his own speed and space-time ninjutsu. Then when he couldn't evade or wanted to learn more information, he used basic attacks, followed by observation and thinking. This spectacle made Jiraiya both amused and exasperated, but he had no viable solution. Kaido had too many hidden capabilities, such as the lightning-style jutsu, and this accursed space-time ninjutsu. While Kaido was observing Jiraiya, Jiraiya was also collecting information on Kaido. The more he gathered, the more frustrated he became, because he found that Kaido's space-time ninjutsu was completely different from his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God at least requires a seal for a successful teleportation. But with Kaido's space-time ninjutsu, none of that was necessary. It seemed like he could simply teleport wherever he wished. However, there was a certain problem with this space-time ninjutsu, that is, every activation seemed to cause a strong chakra effect. It's as if it were telegraphing where he's about to teleport to, giving a clear prediction. But after all, it's space-time ninjutsu. Even if you can predict it, you have to react fast enough to make it useful, otherwise it's of no use. This guy, he's too tough. Looking at this, it's no surprise my teacher lost to him. But how does he have so many abilities? Jiraiya knew that as the owner of the Mengekyo Sharingan, Kaido would certainly have some special powers, gifted to him by those eyes. But Kaido had never activated those eyes from the beginning, which made Jiraiya all the more curious. And what frustrated Jiraiya even more was that, according to records, this little guy could even fly, making him far more troublesome than imagined. But soon, Jiraiya's face slightly changed, because at this moment Kaido suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. The roaring chakra with terrifying spatial fluctuations made Jiraiya somewhat suffocated. What's even more terrifying was that after this little guy swung a punch, he once again performed his space-time ninjutsu. The next moment, to Jiraiya's astonishment, everything around him began to collapse. Even under the Sage mode, he seemed unable to resist this terrifying power. What's going on? In Hidden Leaf Village, many people suddenly felt a vast chakra current rapidly spreading. And this chakra current was drastically different from the past, as this suffocating power seemed to carry many other unique elements. An indescribable feeling, but one that caused a deep-seated fear. They didn't know what exactly had happened. After all, strange things often occurred in Hidden Leaf Village these days. This situation had numbed them somewhat but also made them more cautious. After all, no one wanted the Hidden Leaf Village to descend into chaos. They were all villagers of Hidden Leaf Village. However, when they saw the guards and Danzō quickly mobilizing, they felt slightly relieved. After all, they were also shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village. Although they were worried, they quickly organized and set off towards the scene of the incident. But their quick recovery didn't mean that others could recover just as fast, especially those in the sensory unit. What is this? The shinobi of the sensory unit were beyond merely looking pale now, they were genuinely frightened. They had thought that in the past couple of years, they had already been subjected to enough shocks. The destruction caused by Kaito Uchiha alone was enough to send chills down their spines. They truly couldn't forget the cold, destructive chakra released by Kaito. Such power is hard to forget. They really couldn't understand how one person could release such dark power, and why this power was so strong. Unfortunately, no one could answer this question for them, but they had firmly remembered the power of Kaito. And today they realized that they had underestimated this head of the guard unit. This guy could not only release that kind of cold chakra, he also had other powers that sent shivers down their spines. The intensity of this power may not have reached that of the cold one, but its strangeness was deeply etched in their memories. They had seen such power before, they had sensed it from the fourth Hokage. But while Kaito's power was similar to the fourth Hokage's, there was a significant difference. Kaito's power was explosive. This power kept accumulating and then suddenly exploded when it reached a certain point, impossible for anyone to withstand. What kind of monster is this guy, and who exactly is he fighting with? That power filled with a natural aura. Seems like the Hokage. Jiraiya had used the Sage mode, and the nature of his chakra had changed. Even though this chakra still contained his aura, the sensory unit did not dare to confirm it lightly. Besides, they really didn't dare to think that way, because Kaito had just taken down a Hokage. Even if he didn't do it himself, the Hokage had died because of him. With this level of battle intensity, could it be that Kaito was going to take down another Hokage? The sensory unit looked at each other and finally fell silent. They dared not discuss this issue, nor did they dare to report too much about it. If there was anyone in Hidden Leaf Village who could still remain relatively calm, it would probably only be Kakashi. Because he had witnessed Kaito and Jiraiya leaving, and knew that the two were going to spar, he concluded that this was the commotion caused by the two. Although the commotion was indeed a bit big, Kakashi felt that Kaito, being an intelligent and restrained person, would definitely not do something that is incomprehensible. Although Kakashi thought so in his mind, he still dutifully led the team to rush over. After all, as a member of the Anbu, he must ascertain the situation first. I say, are you alright? When the Hidden Leaf Village was in chaos, Kaito looked a little embarrassed as he glanced at Jiraiya, while Jiraiya was somewhat silently looking forward. In front of them, there was a forest of moderate size. However, at this moment, a vacant arc area appeared in the center of the forest. This arc looked extremely strange. It smoothed out everything inside it, even the trees were strangely divided. Jiraiya thought about himself being in the center of the arc, feeling the unparalleled explosion of what should be called spatial power. He really felt like he was finished. Even though his Sage mode didn't perform as strongly in terms of perception as he imagined, it was definitely not too weak. Under such circumstances, the idea of certain death emerged, which could only prove that he might be in big trouble. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Kaito grabbed him and forcibly moved him away from the original location, which helped him avoid the most terrible thing from happening. I'm fine. Just. Jiraiya raised his head, looking at Kaito with a somewhat complex expression. You wouldn't not know how to use your own technique, would you? Kaito's technique really puzzled him. This guy seemed very skilled when using it. But each time, it came with a strong chakra shock, which made Jiraiya feel very strange, as such vibration could easily expose himself. This did not conform to the nature of space ninjutsu, as the best way to use space ninjutsu is like the Flying Thunder God technique, to quietly cross the space and then take out the enemy. But now, it seems he understood. This spatial ninjutsu was not intended to kill a single target at all. Such chakra vibration was actually accumulating more powerful force. It was a large-scale spatial ninjutsu meant to shatter an entire group of enemies. An inherently aggressive spatial ninjutsu, this really is. This really was beyond Jiraiya's imagination, but he found this technique truly terrifying. Kaido's purpose of fighting him was to understand and study Sage Mode, which Jiraiya knew as soon as he used the Sage Mode. And wasn't he also studying Kaido? In this research, he discovered that Kaido really brought him a huge surprise. One could even say, this completely expanded his narrow understanding of spatial ninjutsu, only now did he realize that spatial ninjutsu could also be used in this way. However, such a discovery also made him realize one thing, that is, it seemed that Kaido didn't have a clear understanding of his own technique. He didn't doubt that Kaido wanted to kill him. If he wanted to, Kaido had plenty of opportunities, and what good would killing him do? If he wanted him to come back as a puppet, it would be crazy to kill him. Even though the Uchiha clan seemed to have this tendency, Kaido definitely was not one of them. So after much thought, he only had one answer, that is, Kaido seemed to not know what the limit of his technique was, or how powerful it actually was. Moreover, he might not even know how to use it. That's indeed a bit true. I can only say my research wasn't deep enough. Kaido was made somewhat extremely embarrassed by Jiraiya's statement. How could he not know how to use the technique of void walking? After all, he had been using it for such a long time, and even used it to ambush so many people. It would be really improper to say he didn't know how to use it. But to say he really knew how to use it completely, Kaido couldn't quite say. After all, void walking is a technique with extremely high lethality. Yet in his hands, it became a simplified version, a flying thunder god technique that could travel through space without the need for a barrier. He had never fully utilized the power of void walking. In his understanding, void walking required a constant accumulation of usage. Only after accumulating to a certain degree could its power be fully unleashed. Kaido, due to insufficient chakra, had never been able to accumulate to a high degree. And when he had more chakra, he didn't need this technique for his attacks, so more often he used it as a transportation ninjutsu. He had to admit one thing, that he had really used this technique too little in its development, and as a result, he caused a big blunder today. Kaido, who launched attacks on Jiraiya by directly traversing through space, did not pay too much attention to the infusion of chakra. After all, for him, the infusion of chakra into this technique did not require much thought. He only needed to infuse it with the minimum amount of chakra required for this technique. However, just now, when he inadvertently used this technique consecutively, the infused chakra also subconsciously increased. And the consequence of such an increase was that he inadvertently triggered a relatively high level of explosion of this technique. It could be said that before, he activated this technique by infusing the minimum chakra needed. Using it once required more the next time to ensure the technique's level would not increase. But now, he infused the chakra into a higher level all at once, instantly elevating the technique to a second or even third stage. Such a level is fatal. The power of the second to third stage in the game was already not weak, let alone in the real world, it would be even more terrifying. Kaido really didn't know about this. In the end, he didn't research the techniques he received from the system deeply enough. Even if the system gave him these techniques and even explained how to practice them, how the chakra changes, he still gave most of the entire change process to Kaido. But Kaido basically did not try to develop these techniques. Perhaps the only one he explored thoroughly was the ultimate of the Alistar. Since the word Alistar underwent a change, Kaido has always been interested and kept a distance from it. He was a committed love warrior towards himself, treating others seemed like nothing, especially when he was blonde. Therefore, the Alistar's skills attracted high attention when they were in his hands, especially this skill was more effective against ninjas who mainly use Genjutsu in their eye techniques. As a result, during his use, he found that this skill was not just for dispelling Genjutsu, resisting Genjutsu, and even recovering himself. It could be used as a super burst, even if it only lasted 8 seconds, but how many ninjas could withstand such a burst for 8 seconds? It seems that I have a lot to learn and supplement, just like this void walking. It seems that besides the first chakra is mandatory, the subsequent chakra input can be raised by myself. Kaido is a very realistic person, knowing that he has errors and problems, he would never deny it. Being stubborn is not good, even if he can overthrow the reanimation Madara Uchiha, whose power is not even a tenth of his original, then he can say I don't have a deep impression of you. He can't do such a thing, only by admitting his deficiencies can Kaido make more substantial progress. It seems you're quite brave, after all, you've reached this level. Even if you don't admit it, no one would dare to say anything to you. Jiraiya slowly stood up, he now felt sore all over, the feeling of directly traversing through space really made him very uncomfortable. But his perception of Kaido has also improved a lot. This Uchiha is indeed proud, but he also has other qualities that other Uchihas don't have. Admitting mistakes and deficiencies indeed requires courage, perhaps some people can't do it, but for me, every mistake and deficiency are the driving forces for me to progress. Kaido gently shook his head and said with a smile. I'm not short of courage, nor am I lacking in conviction. After all, I'm a pragmatist, right is right, and wrong is wrong. You're so realistic. Jiraiya originally wanted to praise Kaido a bit, but his words reminded him of the radical ideas Kaido had told him before, making him sigh. Perhaps being realistic has its advantages, but your thoughts are too far-fetched. Our priority is still the 3 clans. The 3 clans are not a problem. I have already given you suggestions, haven't I? Besides, we have longer-term measures to implement. Kaido revealed a smile, and Jiraiya's inner guard against him was gradually weakening, which was a good thing for him. Kaido even wondered whether his approach could be used on girls, but he dismissed the thought. Because such continuous temptation and pressure always made him feel uncomfortable. Especially if the girl already has a boyfriend, then he would truly become the actual owner of a firm will. What are you guys planning? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and asked directly. As Hokage, his ignorance of these matters truly frustrated him. About the welfare issue of the Leaf Ninja, for specific details, you can ask Minister Shikaku. After all, I am just the head of the security department. Kaito spread his hands with a smile. He could talk about this matter, but there was no need. He didn't want to overstep others' authority. But generally speaking, it's a good thing that can bring substantial benefits to all the Leaf Ninjas. Does it include you guys too? Jiraiya asked, implying something. Of course, it includes us too. Kaito nodded without hesitation, but we are also Leaf Ninjas, don't forget that. Jiraiya nodded, not bothering to delve into these matters. He only knew that making the clan ninja a big deal was indeed forced by his teacher, and he was just here to take the blame and pay the debts. But he had no choice to refuse, nor did he have much ability to refuse. Well, that's it for today, Lord Hokage. Kaito stretched lazily, then smiled and said to Jiraiya. In fact, I've always known that Lord Hokage has some dissatisfaction in his heart. But if you look at the problem from another angle, doesn't it mean that as Hokage, you also have time to do what you like? Like writing novels, or developing some techniques for peeping. After all, your teacher did not do less of this. But speaking of which, how much money did you give to the publishing house? What do you mean? Jiraiya was a bit moved when he heard the words Kaito said earlier, but he was somewhat confused when he heard the last sentence. However, he reacted quickly and immediately knew that Kaito was mocking his writing skills, which instantly annoyed Jiraiya. It's nothing, I just feel that Intimate Paradise is so average, I don't understand why it sells so well. You brat, that is a great work, do you understand? Could you write it? What if I can? If you can, then without challenging my bottom line, I can promise you one thing. Is that so? Then it's a deal. Even if Kaito wasn't clear about Jiraiya's bottom line, he could guess. After all, Jiraiya belongs to those old-school justice ninjas. Their hands may be covered in blood, but their hearts are full of justice. In a very Chiyunabi way of saying, that is, they act in the darkness, serve the light, everything is an illusion, and anything is permissible. It's just like the creed of the assassins, but they are indeed the in darkness aiming for light type. Kaito didn't really have any demands for Jiraiya, anyway, given his situation, falling was only a matter of time. And Kaito wouldn't possibly let him reveal anything about Sage Mode, even if Jiraiya knew that Kaito might not be able to learn it. But every ninja has their own secrets, even if others can't learn, they won't reveal them, especially when Sage Mode is a characteristic of Mount Myabaku. Jiraiya has an unusually high level of trust in Mount Myabaku. This is something that no one can change. After all, Mount Myabaku has also been good to Jiraiya. But it doesn't matter, the Sage Jutsu Chakra has imbued my ninjato, I should be able to try and comprehend it when I go back. And promises are better to be gotten first, although at certain times the least valuable thing is a promise, but at certain times it's worth a fortune. As for writing adult novels or something, Kaito didn't have any resistance in his heart. After all, he had seen too many things in his previous life. To put it bluntly, whether it's human or animal, whether it's hand or foot, apart from fencing types, there's nothing he hasn't seen. To him, Jiraiya's Intimate Paradise was simply pure and innocent, and it was questionable whether it could be considered as an enlightening read in his previous life. How about young Kaito? Arriving at the security department office, Kaito started thinking about what he could use to deal with Jiraiya. The first thing that came to mind was a simple and crude classic. Actually, he wanted to go for a rainy night without anything, but he couldn't remember the plot. However, he quickly felt that the name didn't quite fit. Making himself the protagonist was interesting, but the problem was that Kaito's reputation was bad. How about young Hiruzen? Never mind, let's forget about that old monkey, young Jiraiya is better than that. Young Jiraiya isn't a bad idea, after all, Jiraiya's past performance wasn't very satisfactory. But the problem is, Jiraiya is the Hokage now, Isn't it a bit inappropriate for him to arrange it like this? This matter made Kaito somewhat troubled. He even wondered whether he should simply write day in Hidden Leaf Village, or something like. Forget it, let's go with Abin, it feels more familiar. Kaito sighed deeply, then he picked up his pen and started to write seriously. He couldn't care less about the disturbances in the village. Of course, he knew how much trouble his fight with Jiraiya had caused. After all, he saw a large group of people running over when he came back. But this matter has nothing to do with him now. He has the Hokage backing him up, so what does he have to worry about? He wrote very quickly, although he forgot some of the plot, but what he should remember, he still remembers, so he isn't afraid of not being able to write. Just when he was about to finish writing the first small part, Shizue suddenly ran over. Why are you here? Kaito looked at Shizue curiously, then he put down his pen. Is there something wrong? It's Kakazu, he said he wants to meet you. Shizue said somewhat awkwardly. Seeing Kaito always writing, he thought he was working seriously or something, and his arrival obviously disturbed Kaito. Kakazu? Kaito was stunned when he heard Kakazu's name. I think I know, but I was going to look for him anyway. Kakazu was a bit unlucky. It was originally agreed that he would be responsible for task transportation, but then Kaito and his group started the impeachment of the Hokage. Then he honestly watched Kaito and his group topple Sarutobi Hisashi, and then witnessed Jiraiya becoming the 5th Hokage. The time spent during this period was not short. This guy was probably not interested in these things, and he must be impatient now. With this thought, Kaito simply stood up and said to Shizue, let's go, we will go see him, he's been waiting for so long, he should get moving now. Yes, he's still obediently waiting in the forest, but I heard he's very resentful. Shizue left and said. While talking, Kaito had already put his hand on Shizue's shoulder, and the next moment, the two of them disappeared from the spot, leaving the office exceptionally quiet. Knock, knock, knock. It's unknown how much time had passed, but suddenly the door to Kaito's office was knocked, but unfortunately, no one opened the door. This knocking continued for a long time, and eventually, the person knocking seemed somewhat discontent, only then did he gently push the door open. Strange, where is he? The person who opened the door was Yanko, holding a large stack of documents. She looked around the office curiously, looking somewhat helpless for a moment. Obviously, she found that her boss had run off again, which really gave her a headache. This boss really knows how to slack off even more than she does. Doesn't he know how many documents he has to deal with? What a jerk. Yanko muttered helplessly. She really didn't want to come in at all. But the documents in her hand had to be reviewed by Kaito, so she had to bring them over. Feeling helpless, Yanko, holding a large stack of documents, arrived at the desk, and then she put the documents down directly. However, what surprised her was that just as she was about to leave, she found a newly written document on the desk. Is this a new plan? Is it really okay to just leave it here? Yanko thought to herself. She simply picked up the document and prepared to put it in the cabinet. Her actions were not overstepping. She had cleaned up for Kaito before, but her movements paused slightly when she glanced over the content. A novel? Is this guy reading this stuff at work, or is he writing it? Yanko's expression was somewhat strange, then she glanced at the current content. However, the next moment, her expression became dazed, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. Chapter 164 Kaito and Shizue soon arrived in the dense forest to the east of Hidden Leaf Village. As they walked forward, Kaito's face seemed quite strange. He always felt as if he had overlooked something or forgotten some important matter. Unfortunately, he thought for a long time but couldn't recall anything, so he decided to simply stop thinking about it. After all, there were only so many things happening in Hidden Leaf Village. With this thought, Kaito and Shizue quickly found the location of Kakazu. At this moment, Kakazu was still honestly waiting in the forest. The only difference might be that this place no longer retained any shadow clones. I thought you guys had forgotten about me. Seeing Kaito and Shizue approaching, Kakazu immediately stood up. His eyes, like green beans, scanned over them. His tone sounded somewhat annoyed, but his heart was filled with sighs. These guys, including Kaito, really were bolder and more impressive than he had imagined. During his time in Hidden Leaf Village, he had been waiting for the start of the mission, but as it happened, Kaito and the others had embarked on another mission. A mission that made Kakazu shudder, but was also filled with inexplicable emotions. They had actually managed to change the dynamics in their ninja village. They had impeached the shadow, and most importantly, they had succeeded. While Kakazu had no interest in such power struggles, this incident made it hard for him to ignore. After understanding everything, his heart was truly touched. He found that the Uchiha clan and himself were so similar in the beginning. He had been betrayed in Hidden Waterfall Village and ended up a rogue ninja. The Uchiha were subjected to unprecedented exclusion and targeting in Hidden Leaf Village. Wasn't this a kind of betrayal by the village to the clan? But his fate was different. He was out of the game, forever a rogue ninja of the hidden waterfall village, and from then on, he trusted no one. His only belief was money. But the Uchiha were different. Under the leadership of Kaido Uchiha, they changed their strategy and approach. They used rules and means to resist. They sent those who oppressed and betrayed them one by one to the Pure Land, and they actually transformed from being suppressed and marginalized people to one of the village's leaders. This change, this success, truly shocked and enlightened Kakazu. He was wondering if he had had someone like Kaido Uchiha to help him back then, or if he had had the same ability as Kaido Uchiha. Would he then be wandering in the ninja world now, trusting no one, carrying the name of a rogue ninja? Although he didn't regret his choices, encountering such events still filled him with countless emotions. How could we forget you? You know, it's just that there's been a bit too much happening recently. Kaido didn't know that so many realizations had surged in Kakazu's heart. He shrugged and spoke helplessly. The tasks that needed attention have been mostly taken care of. Strictly speaking, the security department may not be short of funds, as we have many plans to carry out. However, we won't stop selling weapons either. You just need to know that more and more people are bound by shared interests with you. So, is this a good thing then? Kakazu looked at Kaido with a somewhat playful gaze, but he quickly became serious. Also, congratulations. Oh? Kaido raised his eyebrows, then he spoke with a laugh. I really didn't expect to hear those words from you. But if you could give us some discounts, say, lower commissions, I think I would be happier. Dream on. You guys have already taken the lion's share, and you still want to deduct from my money. It's good enough that I'm not asking you for more. As soon as money was mentioned, Kakazu's expression immediately changed. His attitude was undeniably serious. Alright, I was just kidding. We wouldn't do that, and there's even the possibility of giving you more. Kaido didn't continue to joke about Kakazu's sensitive topic, he spoke directly. After all, as more people become responsible, it's normal for you to pay more. However, let's wait until business is going smoother. Let's set off tomorrow then. I'm afraid the Bear Country has been waiting for quite a long time. The moment Kakazu heard the word pay more, his spirit lifted immediately, and he actively suggested. It's evident that his work enthusiasm was really high. After all, he could cross anyone, but he would absolutely never cross money. Alright, I'll go on this mission with you. What kind of people does Kaido like best? Those with high work enthusiasm, but setting off tomorrow seemed a bit too hasty. After all, he still had many things that needed to be handled a bit, so he directly shook his head. But let's set off a week from now. Prepare well, as I have things that need to be dealt with. A week later, I got it. Although Kakazu wasn't quite comfortable with Kaido's week-after-week approach, he couldn't argue since Kaido was the boss. Of course, he also understood that Kaido is now standing at the peak of Hidden Leaf Village's power. Although Jiraiya was the Hokage, could he really make a difference? The answer was obviously unlikely, so Kaido probably has a lot to do, and Kakazu just needed to wait quietly for arrangements. After handling the important matters, Kaido also talked a lot with Kakazu, such as some issues regarding the Akatsuki organization. He had basic intelligence on every member of the Akatsuki, as well as a general understanding of their combat abilities. However, he didn't know much about external bases of the Akatsuki, as these things were never depicted in the original works. Just because they weren't depicted doesn't mean they don't exist. How could an organization full of high-level rogue ninjas not have some basic ninja bases? In addition to this, there were some details about the inner workings of the Akatsuki that he wanted to know. Kakazu, true to his nature of money talks, didn't hesitate to share information since he felt that being with Kaido had more prospects than being with Nagato. The three of them talked for quite a while before this conversation came to an end, and Kaido gained quite a bit from it. Are you very worried about this organization? After Kaido and Shizue left the forest, Shizue couldn't help but ask. Of course, Itachi is in there, as is Orochimaru. I can't possibly take an organization like that lightly. Kaito nodded seriously. Although he was very strong, he never thought he was invincible. At least he didn't think he could handle everything calmly when surrounded by a bunch of powerful guys. After all, he wasn't Madara Uchiha. By the way, you should have carried out this experiment before I leave. Kaido pondered for a moment before saying. Being here would allow me to better understand your situation, and also ensure your condition. That would put me more at ease. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Shizue nodded and then spoke very seriously. I understand. I'll tell the people in the lab tomorrow and we'll start as soon as possible. Shizue had been waiting for a long time for this experiment. The benefits of this experiment to them were self-evident, even to the entire clan. But Shizue was always puzzled about one thing, that he had never seen Kaido perform similar experiments. Neither Shizue nor Fugaku Uchiha understood this point, but they could feel the surging power emanating from Kaido. Even though the power within Kaido was somewhat different from theirs, the essence of this power had not changed. Moreover, they could vaguely sense that the power within Kaido was stronger and greater than theirs, which they simply couldn't compare to. This only increased their confusion. Could it be that Kaido already possessed a similar power and only let them try it because he knew this? This question had been lingering in their minds, but they didn't have the mindset to ask about it. As far as they were concerned, they would trust Kaido no matter what he did. After everything was arranged, Kaido followed Shizue and Fugaku to the inside of the lab just a few days later. As a result, Kaido realized that he hadn't been paying particular attention to this lab. The last time he came, the lab was already well decorated, but this time he noticed significant changes again. The location was still the same, and the lab was the same one as before. But inside, there were bright lights and a white, minimalist aesthetic, as well as necessary ventilation ducts and lab equipment. The design was far superior to the labs of Orochimaru and Danzō as depicted in the animation. Kaido even noticed various sterile laboratory facilities. Was this just a clan's lab? Kaido thought that it wouldn't be a problem to claim this as a lab led by Hidden Leaf Village. You've done a good job here, but the budget must not have been small, right? Kaido said to Shizue and Fugaku, who were already lying on the bed ready for the experiment. Then he turned to look at a container. The container was obviously in a sterile isolation state, and it contained an amputated arm missing some fragments. Frost was on the amputated arm, indicating that it was in a frozen state, and the people here had taken very good care of it. Besides, Kaido saw many people working on various research projects in small labs separated by transparent glass screens. Everything seemed orderly and professional, which made Kaido swallow hard. So many pieces of equipment, so many experimental projects, how much would the budget be? I'm not sure, but the gold we brought back last time is almost gone. Fugaku Uchiha had always been keeping an eye on these matters, and he and Shizue had clear divisions of labor. Shizue was always in charge of handling matters related to Kaido, including but not limited to reconnaissance, information gathering, and even combat. On the other hand, Fugaku handled many logistical matters. Whether it was the security department or this lab, it was mainly Fugaku who helped manage it for Kaido. It could be said that both of them were Kaido's right-hand men, and their roles were irreplaceable. They had indeed relieved Kaido of a lot of pressure. But now Fugaku's words made Kaido look a bit unpleasant. That was gold, and it would be worth even more if converted into money. And now, in such a short time, it was all gone? Sure enough, conducting experiments was like feeding a gold-eating beast. Before you even knew where the money was going, it was all gone. Is that so? Yilwo twitched the corner of his mouth, and in the end, he could only nod helplessly. I see. It seems that agreeing to Kakazu was right. We really should take action. Otherwise, we will run out of money. It's indeed running out, but I'm afraid we'll have to trouble the clan leader again this time. Fugaku Uchiha nodded, then looked somewhat apologetically at Kaido. It seems Shizue and I can't take action, but I think we should be able to recover quickly this time. Fugaku's words led Shizue to nod in agreement. After all, with the experience from before, they felt they could handle it better this time. Kaido could not deny their confidence, as they had already endured it once from their perspective. So their bodies would inevitably have a higher level of tolerance, which means they won't suffer as much while adapting, and recovery time will be less. However, the dosage is clearly going to be increased this time, and it remains to be seen whether they can really handle it that easily. And reality proved Kaido's thoughts right, as these two were soon unable to laugh under the increased dose injection. Their bodies began to turn red, as if they had a fever, and they began to sweat. At first, the sweat only gathered on their foreheads, but in the blink of an eye, it had covered their entire bodies. They looked as if they had just been pulled out of water, and it was hard to imagine that they looked perfectly normal just a minute ago. Did they overdose? Kaido had also activated his Mengekyo Sharingan at this moment, his eyes focusing on the two men in front of him, and he asked directly. How are they doing? What are the data like? Clan leader, the data looks stable, but their physical reactions are very strong. The voice came from a girl, which made Kaido turn his head. To his surprise, it was Uchiha Izumi. There was a hint of worry in Uchiha Izumi's eyes, but she still seemed calm. However, we have upgraded our equipment this time, so we can better monitor their current condition. In addition, we have done a lot of work over the past year, simulating many possible scenarios, and we have also purchased ample medicine. So we are confident to deal with any situation, please rest assured, clan leader. Well, now he finally knew where all the money had been spent. Hearing the girl's tone, Kaido couldn't help but nod silently. He was satisfied with such a confident attitude. It was clear that this group of people had been working hard and diligently over the year, which gave Kaido more confidence in letting them study under Tsunade. Although he had already decided on this, he was still worried about the talent and attitude of his people. In fact, for Kaido, talent is secondary, the most important thing is the attitude. If you learn something without a good attitude, even with the best talent, you won't be able to grasp it clearly. Fortunately, while the talent of the people he recruited might be hard to gauge, their attitude definitely satisfied Kaido. The experimental reactions of Shizui and Fugaku Uchiha were much stronger than expected, but after observing for a day, Kaido was basically at ease. Although their condition was very poor, there was no problem with their bodies. They were in the process of being transformed by the white blood cells. This process was painful and the transformation was slow. After all, they couldn't have a system like Kaido's at first glance. They could directly undergo the fastest, and also the safest transformation under the protection of the system. Of course, the pain Kaido experienced was indescribable. After temporarily confirming that they had no issues, Kaido let his worries go and went home for a good night's rest. The next morning, Kaido didn't report to the security department, but went directly to the medical department to see Tsunade. His purpose of seeing Tsunade was simple, to confirm the things he had already mentioned, and to see Tsunade's attitude. So urgent, are you conducting some kind of experiment? Tsunade couldn't help raising her eyebrows when she heard the purpose of Kaido's visit, and then directly asked. Sending people to study here is not strange, but the phased comprehensive number of people is so large, it's hard not to attract Tsunade's attention. Is it strange that a clan does some experiments? But what Tsunade didn't expect was that Kaido admitted it so directly, without even a thought to cover it up. Is it strange that each clan produces its own soldier pills, antidotes, and things to dissolve bodies to prevent KK Genkai from being studied? Not to mention drugs, even the research of ninjutsu, seals and the like are not few. What's so strange about us doing some experiments? Has there been another villager missing in the village? Kaido's words left Tsunade somewhat speechless, but after some thought, she could only nod. Indeed, such a thing was not strange for the major clans, not to mention, Hidden Leaf Village itself had its own laboratory. And coincidentally, this laboratory was set up under the medical department, which could be said to be under Tsunade's management. Actually, experiments were not a big deal, but there was a bottom line for doing experiments, which was human experimentation. As a medical ninja, Tsunade always understood the importance of human experimentation, but understanding was one thing, acceptance was another. After all, this involved a lot of complex things such as morals, human relations and so on. Wasn't her teacher, Saratobe Hiruzen, caught up in this? Alright, I know, you have experience in impeaching my teacher, but don't forget the reason. Tsunade is smart. After a little thought, she didn't bother to continue talking, she nodded directly and said. Give me the list when it's time, and the content you need to learn as well, but I'll tell you first, there are some things I might not know either. Secondly, I won't take care of all of you in class, after all, you're not my disciples. If you don't learn, you just don't learn, understand? Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kaido nodded with a smile. This was already the best outcome, and he was very satisfied. By the way, I don't want to discuss the panic you and Jiraiya caused in Hidden Leaf Village, but there's something I want to ask you. Tsunade sat in front of her desk with a faint smile, looking at Kaido, then she directly asked. You let Jiraiya come over to ask me how to deal with those 3 clans, do you think that's appropriate? Lady Tsunade, do you think it's appropriate? Kaido looked at Tsunade with a smile, and gently spread his hands and said. You are the person the Hokage trusts the most, and you have a more long-term view of some issues than the Hokage. And I've said that the education you've received will not limit you to temporary rights and wrongs, isn't it? After saying this, Kaido turned around and left the Hokage's office, leaving only Tsunade sitting there. After greeting Shizune waiting at the door, Kaido leisurely headed towards the security department. However, when he returned to the security department, he realized that he had forgotten something, which made his face change instantly. Suddenly I feel like I haven't been out for a long time. Walking on the road to the land of bears, Pikazu spoke out in a moment of reflection, while Kaido gave him a strange look. How long had this guy been caught and brought to Hidden Leaf Village by him? Was it even 2 months? And he already had this feeling? But Kaido didn't say anything. After all, Pikazu was indeed running around the whole ninja world before he was caught. Now he has been grounded for so long, and if he complains a bit, Kaido doesn't see a problem with that. Actually, Kaido himself somewhat felt the same way. After all, he used to be a mission ninja. Now he has gone directly from being an executor to management. The sudden change in identity meant he didn't have many opportunities to run around anymore, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. But thinking about it, the most unfortunate one is probably not himself, but Shizui. Shizui was now dutifully lying in bed, unable to move at all. Thinking back to his previous grandiloquence, Kaido felt like laughing. The more arrogant he was before the experiment, the more decadent he was after. This was simply a perfect model of direct proportion. But as Kaito was laughing to himself, he couldn't laugh anymore, and then his face turned slightly red, and he simply kept his head down and said nothing. "What's the matter with you?" Walking by Kaito's side, Pikazu naturally noticed the change in Kaido's expression, which made him quite curious. Didn't this guy just seem quite happy? How come he changed his face so quickly? Is there a problem? If it's about something within your Hidden Leaf village, I can wait another month. No, I just thought of some embarrassing things. Kaito sighed softly, then turned his head to look seriously at Pikazu. Speaking of which, what do you think of Jiraiya? Jiraiya? Isn't he your Hokage? You should respect him, even if he's acting. Pikazu was rather helpless about Kaito's question. Jiraiya seemed to be a puppet-like existence, and there was nothing good to say about his recent ascension. If he said something unpleasant, Pikazu was also worried that Kaito would be upset. After all, Kaito was his patron, and if Kaito was unhappy, Pikazu would also be unhappy. After thinking about it, Pikazu could only answer based on his normal understanding. He's an excellent ninja, but also one who doesn't abide by the so-called ninja code. But because he's powerful enough, it doesn't matter much. So, have you read his books? Like those interesting ones that lean towards love between men and women? Kaito seemed very serious at this moment. He turned his head to look at Pikazu and asked. "And, what do you think of him writing such books? Are you crazy? Why would I give money to that guy?" Pikazu looked at Kaito with a puzzled face. He really couldn't figure out what Kaito meant. Could it be that he wanted to impeach Jiraiya again?